will not play in the Buccaneers' second preseason game. That's according to Tampa Bay Times reporter Rick Stroud. Stroud posted on social media this morning that Bucs head coach Todd Bowles told him of the decision after watching tape of Mayfield's impressive Thursday practice. Baker was originally expected to take some snaps against the Steelers on Saturday. Now, speaking of that game, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin, he's still going to keep a crew of veterans, namely Aaron Rodgers, sidelined during that exhibition play, meaning we are still not going to see Rodgers in a Steelers uniform in a postseason game. And Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury spoke to the media this morning. Of course, he was asked about Terry McLaurin. He said a few different times that on-field work needs to happen soon because that's the best way this offense can actually build and gel together. He's also said that he hasn't had a ton of contact with McLaurin, but he knows that he's here and working out with the trainers. From the Crop Cat 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
You're an idiot, Landfill. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're out west, Ashburn, Virginia. You're listening to B Mitch Anything live at Commanders Training Camp. I don't know what day training camp it is, B. We've been out here.
I don't care, JP. Been here a long damn time.
I agree with that. All of our training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. B, practice started early this morning.
8 o'clock.
And I thought it was a pretty good session, man.
It was. I think it was crisp. I saw the first team offense look rather well. I saw first team defense look rather well. Well, I want to see more from the backups, but those guys that need to be clicking right now, they're clicking.
Well, and I wanted to say this because people have been, very jumpy about it. I thought it was a really good practice for Matt Gay. I actually said that to him as he was leaving the field. 5 for 5. And then to end practice, They were running that little 2-minute.
If he hit
not even 2 minutes. It was like a 38
If he hit it, practice
drill.
is over. If he doesn't, practice continues.
Right.
Right down the middle.
Well, and I think teammates always appreciate when he hits it.
He probably knew when he got in the locker room he had a problem if he missed that thing.
It was warming up pretty quick out there.
Yeah.
I definitely think it was a good day. I think they kind of needed a good day because tomorrow will probably be very light going into a Monday nighter.
Mm-hmm.
This is typical with how DQ runs his game week. If yesterday was a Wednesday, it's kind of a heavy film day, and their practice was pretty light. Thursday generally is a heavy day with a lot of recovery period, and then Friday is really specific game work. So tomorrow would be Friday for a Monday night game. So I wasn't surprised by, they were in pads. There was some popping. Saw a little bit of pushing and shoving with the third teamers. I think the reality of roster spots are starting to crunch soon. You know what I mean?
In special teams, I saw my man Andre Jones and Cager going at it consistently. They had to get separated 3 times.
Right.
Kind of interesting. This lets you know practice has been going on too damn long.
Yeah, I mean, we have definitely reached that point where everybody's kind of ready to just get to the season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
We are not that far away from cut day. Cut day is in 9 days, August 26th. I think Monday night is a really big opportunity for a lot of guys. I think we're going to see some starters. I still don't know. The Brandon Coleman injury creates some layers to the offensive line. We didn't see Coleman today. I'd be shocked if he's playing Monday night.
He walked out there, but he wasn't in no gear.
Right. So without Coleman, then you've got Wiley at left guard. Tunsil is a guy that's been a little nicked up. He had that groin thing, missed some practice. When Tunsil hasn't been going, generally it's been Wiley going to that left tackle spot. Then you're talking Good Jones at left guard, maybe Allegretti at right guard. I know that everybody wants to see Jaden Daniels, obviously. I don't know that you put Jaden out there without with 2 of your starting offensive linemen down. But
Hey.
they also might need him to get some reps.
They got to play him, bro. Listen, I said this earlier. This could be the same thing in week 1. What you going to do, not play him?
Right.
So you may have to adjust your play calls because the guy backing up may be the guy that's going to be in there on Sunday, on September 7th. So you got to get ready to play games. You don't have your 2 top receivers here, but guess what? You got to get ready to play with somebody. So I think it Coleman not being inside is one thing, and if you don't have Tunsil, then you got to run some quick passes.
Well, I do think we saw today, in what we saw when the ones were out there, and DQ actually was holding the cards. Like, I don't know that they really have scouted, but I think they have some expectations for what Cincy's going to run, and they want to. I'm not saying there's a game plan built out, but the fact that they had cards out there tells me there's a little more focus on this thing.
Yeah.
And
This
saw
is the one game
a
that
lot of quick screens underneath stuff, but that's also a big part of Cliff's offense. So
it's
it's
a big
not
part
that
of offense, but
surprising.
this is that one game where you do a little bit of the scouting, or really it may not be even scouting for this game. It may be stuff that they plan on running week 1, so they put a little bit more work into it.
Sure.
And try to figure out some things. Nothing that's very, very elaborate or whatever. It's just stuff that's going to be very, very basic of what you're going to be running, and it may take one step a little farther, but it happens like that.
For sure. It was an interesting morning at my house. It was my baby girl Shelby's 10th birthday, so that was a lot of fun.
Happy birthday, Shelby.
Yeah, man, she was so excited, just so excited.
Man, that's how us young people get for our birthdays.
And we walked her downstairs. I'll show you the video because I videoed it, and Lauren put like a blindfold, thank you, on her eyes, and she got a new bike, got a new lacrosse goal, got a new Nerf hoop, like a basketball hoop to dunk on, and it was a very fun moment, and it was just like, damn, life goes fast, dude.
It does.
Life goes fast.
Hey, Jay, I remember mine was just little babies, and now they in their 30s.
Now they got babies.
One of them close to 40. So
how old is Willie?
36.
Wow.
Be 37 this year. And then my baby is 23. So time flies, brother.
Dude, it goes, man. It goes. Just fun and exciting. But it was great to get out here.
You get older, they get older.
Dog, I'm definitely getting older. There's one interesting kind of conversation with numerous people on the sideline, and it is about the readiness level. Like, I would say this camp has been more DQ. All these players talk about how DQ protects his players, takes care of his players. They've been very cognizant of the heat. They've been trying to move practices around because of the heat.
Yep.
Not a ton of pads. We saw it today, but there's been I would say like almost 70, like only like 30% of practices have been padded, and some of that is the CBA. But if we went through and counted, I bet they had more access to more padded practices than they've deployed. But what do you make of trying to determine readiness for September 7th on August 15th?
You know what the problem is, Jay? I truly believe that last year you didn't know what to expect.
Right.
They basically ran practice this year just like they did last year. Okay? It wasn't very much difference. But after the year was over, you saw what his team had gotten to. Everyone expected everything to be a little bit more faster, crisper. They're basically going through the same things again. You don't have a good year one year and come back exactly what you were. You come back and you have to ramp up. He always talk about the ramp-up period. You got to ramp up to where you were. They damn sure are not what they were at the end of the season last year. So I think they're, with some people being missed, they probably are still a little bit farther along. You know why? Because number 5 now has a better hold of this offense. Number 5 is now, we'll hear Cliff talk later, is more involved with implementing it. He's doing more things on his own without having to be taught it. Just trying to figure out, let me get the play, let me try to execute the play. Hell, he know what play is coming in. He understands how to execute it. So they are ahead of that now. The first game didn't look good, but you did have their starters against your backups. So at this point, though, when you look at practice, it's been very similar to what it was last year. So I just hope that things don't start off slow because people are going to lose their damn minds because they now are judging the team based off of how it ended, not how it is when you have to build up the next year again.
Totally. I think expectations change what people are seeing. And I think you're probably right. The difference watching last year was every Jaden rep was like, oh, my God, can this kid do it? Mm-hmm. And you saw him come on and come on and come on over the course of the summer. And it had so much intensity on it. Like, you don't have the question of if a rookie quarterback can make it now. Now you're like, oh, my God, is this dude a top 3? Is he an MVP candidate? It just kind of, when the expectations.
Where is he going to go with this thing?
When the expectations shift, people are just scrutinizing at a higher level.
See, I would finish the season, and I would be at a position at a certain level. And then I would go out there in the next season, and you don't start off where you left off. You go back to where you started the rebuild last year. And I go back to that, but I would notice that I'm just a little bit ahead of where I was before. So now you got to taper a little bit of your expectation of how you're going to do this thing because you don't want to, peak at the wrong time. You don't want to be peaking 5 weeks before the season, So it gets to that type of thing, too. So people are just wanting to see more than what they're saying. But then the question you ask is, how can they show you more right now?
And I think
without putting themselves at risk. And then as soon as something happens, and then there will be, why did they do that? Because you wanted it.
They have a veteran-laden team, right? Yeah, that's not a secret. So he's also trying to make sure they're good to go Thanksgiving week and Christmas against the Cowboys. Like, there is a much bigger, broader goal. Now, you wonder, like, are the Giants going to be more ready for week 1? I don't know that answer, but I don't think anybody does. And I think to presume they aren't is certainly premature. I think we get caught up in a lot of premature notions sometimes. I think Monday is going to be a very interesting night. I think you're going to see some guys get some real work. I couldn't help but notice Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt getting some real work on kickoff returns. I think when we get to the season, don't you think like Debo and Eckler would be excellent kickoff returners in the new style? We already saw Eckler do it.
Yeah.
I think Debo could be a monster in that role.
Yep. But I think the ultimate thing, you want to find somebody that can do that without putting those guys at risk.
Right.
We saw Eckler was good at it last year, but he was at risk. Got hurt doing it. So you got to be careful with that.
Coming up in a few minutes, Cliff Kingsbury spoke earlier this morning, and he was asked about Terry McLaurin a couple different ways, had a couple really interesting answers. We're going to play Cliff Kingsbury's press conference, and then we're going to open the phone lines kind of reacting to it. I think I want to preface Cliff's comments with just I need people to understand some differences of what Cliff is able to say versus what Dan Quinn's able to say, right? Cliff is in charge of the offense. Like, his job is to try to score 40 every week. Mm-hmm. And the best way to accomplish that is with Terry McLaurin on the field.
Totally.
Couple that with the receiver play outside of Debo has been inconsistent. Lane made a nice catch today. Lane was really popping early.
Brooks made a lot of catches today.
Dude, Ja'Cory could play, but, like, there are nothing but questions after Debo. Mm-hmm. And Noah Brown is a guy that they like, but you wonder, can you trust Noah Brown? Like, we don't even know right now what the injury is. Is it the one from OTAs, or is it something new? What's going on there, right? There's no chance Noah Brown's playing Monday night. At this point, there's zero chance Terry's playing Monday night. So when Dan Quinn gets asked about Terry, Dan Quinn's the head coach. Dan Quinn is management. Dan Quinn understands anything the organization is saying about Terry is going to impact contract talks, like all of that, right? Cliff doesn't have to operate under that same umbrella. Cliff's here to get the offense to its best ability. Mm-hmm. And McLaurin obviously helps with that. There's also the element of, in a year, Cliff's probably going to be coaching somewhere else. DQ almost allowed for that in his run-up to the Burgundy and Gold intra-squad scrimmage, saying, yeah, I got to make sure we're built for the long haul, whatever it was, like I want to get other guys calling plays. A little bit of Cliff might be like, yo, if we don't drop 35 week one against the Giants, not my fault. Pay the guy that helps our offense. You know what I mean? Like, get me 17 on the field.
Yeah.
So I just think we got to, try to understand that different people come at discussions from different places, and that's an important part of this.
Yeah.
It's not Cliff's also just, bottom line, not in it for the politics.
Well, to be honest with you, the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, only thing they're thinking about is having their pieces in place to do their jobs and run the offense or defense that they implemented. They don't think about all that other stuff. They know one thing. When I had that person, I utilized him, and it made me a lot better as a play caller. I need him. And that's understandable because their job rides on their production. The other people's job ride on whatever hit they can save or not save. But the coordinators, they got to get a job done, and they need those pieces to get it done.
For sure. It's just, I was talking with a younger media member today as we were walking off the field, and they were like, man, I just feel like I'm a roller coaster, how I feel about this team. And my reply, my advice is, don't get on a roller coaster in the middle of August. It's going to be a roller coaster from September to January. Let's wait until we get to the season. I think trying to summarize or digest or take too much from, not to quote Allen Iverson, but we are talking about practice. And you want them to get better, and if you want to question the intensity of some of these things, it's fair. There's been a bunch of walkthroughs, jog-throughs in the last week. But this is also
It's what football is today. Let's stop. And the thing of it is, if you are sitting here every day and you have to go all the way back to the beginning or compare it to what last year were, you selling yourself a hopeless damn mindset. Dude, whoever is thinking that you're going to see something every day that's going to make you go, oh, yeah, the team has been what are you comparing it to? I just asked the question, has anybody been through these types, not at the professional level, high school, little league, when you go through practice on a daily basis, there is a certain thing as ups and downs, ebbs and flows. There's never a straight line up that ends at the end of the year perfectly. So if that's what somebody's looking for, then they don't have the right mindset. Because you're going to have ebbs and flows in it when it comes to sports, especially when you got multiple people, different backgrounds, different personalities. Some got family, some don't. Kids might get sick. You might have a family issue. Things are going to change up. But in the end, is the team taking a step towards the right point? Yes. That's all that matters.
Here's what we're going to do. Quick break, and then we're going to hear from Cliff Kingsbury. A lot has been made about these comments. Let's hear it all in totality, not necessarily clips. Cliff Kingsbury, then we're going to open the phones, let folks react. We got a busy show today. Joe Whitt, Commanders' defensive coordinator, spoke. We're going to do Ask B Mitch Anything later on in the program. Ben Standig's going to join us. I can report that Brian Mitchell and Chris Russell were hanging out a lot today. We'll see if that means anything. Nobody go anywhere. It's B Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Bears head coach Ben Johnson said that starters, including Caleb Williams, will be playing on Sunday night. Now, Caleb Williams, he was the top pick in last year's draft. He obviously has talent, but the reports out of camp have been lukewarm at best, so if he struggles on Sunday in prime time, there's going to be some concern. And Justin Herbert will also play in a preseason game for the first time in his entire career on Saturday. That's when the Chargers square off against the Rams. The Commanders are hosting the Bengals for the lone Monday night preseason game on the NFL slate. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor announced that Joe Burrow and other big-name players will be playing in that game against the Commanders. Now, since Washington doesn't have that joint practice with the Ravens anymore, they're going to need some starters to get some real in-game reps to prepare for the season. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're in a tent in a field in Ashburn, Virginia. Commanders training camp. Cliff Kingsbury, Commanders offensive coordinator, probably a head coach somewhere next year. Cliff Kingsbury spoke to the media today. Cliff is an honest fella, and I think he gave honest answers. We're going to listen to Cliff in its entirety. Then we'll open these phone lines up. We're going to give you our reaction. Clearly some Terry McLaurin talk here. Lego.
What's the biggest change for you that you've seen from Jaden? Now, I talked to you earlier in camp, but just as you've gone throughout camp, what maybe some of the biggest changes you've seen in him from last year?
Yeah, I think just the treating each practice, each rep like a game, full speed, whether it's carrying out his fakes, moving around to throw the ball away. It's like each practice rep he's getting, he's making it like a game, which that'll be a big help as we get into the season and as he continues to practice that way throughout the season.
And then with Terry, what kind of things can you do now even to help make sure that when he gets back out in the field that there's not this long transition period to get that rhythm and connection back with Jaden?
Yeah, with him or just kind of overall?
With Terry in particular.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a ton of contact with him. He's been here, but he's been working with the trainers. So until he gets back on the grass, that's when we'll start building that back up.
At that point, what can you do at that point to make sure it doesn't take a long time?
Yeah, I think, that's one of those deals. It's just time on task, and luckily what they had last year to build a lot of rapport and chemistry, and Terry understands our system going into a year or two, so that should expedite the process. But to me, it's time on task together on the grass is really the only way that you can continue to build.
Was there anything you were unhappy with from that New England game, or to show you anything you needed to work on?
Yeah, you try to, improve in some area, no matter who's going out there, who's starting, who's playing. You want to be more efficient. I think, the turnovers were not good. I thought we had a chance to make some plays early in that game that we did not, and then it snowballed a little bit. Guys started pressing, but when guys have their opportunities, they got to make plays, and so hopefully we cleaned up some things. And I think the ball security is probably the biggest issue. To turn it over twice, that can't happen in any game.
Cliff, obviously you guys are without some offensive linemen right now, especially inside. What do you kind of make of your interior line right now, and including the guys on the depth, because you have also the factors of those guys also?
Yeah, I think they've done a nice job stepping up. Julian Good-Jones and Chris Paul. We moved Wiley in some. He's shown his versatility. Nick Allegretti started last year. Has done a nice job, and so we'll see how it shakes out when Brandon and Sam get back. But it was good to have those guys get that type of rep and us be able to move some guys around and see how it would function if something did happen.
In the RB room, we obviously talked about some of the main guys, but in the scrimmage the other day, some of the other guys, Felton and Chris Rodriguez, had some good moments. It's obviously going to be some interesting decisions. What do you kind of make of that room, and particularly those guys at the back end? What are they kind of showing you?
Yeah, I mentioned it the first time we talked. I think all 6 or 7 guys in there have a place in this league. They all have dynamic traits, all have things they do really well, and guys, when they had their opportunity, have played at a high level. especially last year when C-Rod got his chance, J-Mac. Kaz has shown some good stuff. Obviously, everybody's talked about Bill. So it's a deep group, and we just got to see how it shakes out.
Hey, good morning, Coach. Kind of a football theology question, if you don't mind. So we talk about balance all the time, and to some people that means like 50% run, 50% pass. What does balance and balanced offense really mean to you, though, as a coordinator?
Yeah, to me, it's basically about how can we be most effective against that defense on that day. I think that's what it comes down to, whether we got to run it 70 times and throw it 20 or vice versa. It's like the balance to be the best offense you can be versus that defense, that scheme, that personnel group that day is like what it is to me. I don't think you can go and say, hey, we're going to run it 25 times and throw it 25 times. Defenses change, personnel changes, guys get injured, maybe their personnel change, and so you just have to be willing to do what you do best on that certain day.
Hey, good morning, Coach.
Good morning.
I'm going back to the running back room because we did talk about that in the last time that you spoke with us, specifically on Brian Robinson Jr. What have you seen so far out of him this camp?
Yeah, he's continued to progress. He's a guy that when you put the pads on and you really practice full speed is when he really shows up. I thought he had his best practice against New England when we did the competition versus them before the game, and just a guy who keeps getting better in our system. I think he understands it more and is more and more comfortable.
Hi, Coach. Looking at this offense overall, have you seen them come together, starting to match and gel?
Yeah, I think that's a work in progress. There's no doubt. I don't think until we get some of these other pieces back, we're going to know exactly what we are. We've had some good opportunities to see other guys get work in these positions, but when you don't have your kind of projected top two outside receivers, one of your projected or both of your projected inside pieces at guard, it's not going to really give you the chance to gel or really build that relationship until you get everybody else on the grass. So that's something we have to get to over the next 3 weeks.
And have you been able to see from the wide receiver room what you need to see from that group, and how are they shaping up together?
Yeah, it's still a work in progress. Some guys are taking advantage of the opportunities and some have not, and that's what we wanted to see. Without Terry and Noah getting much, we know what Debo is, and then there's a lot of guys that are trying to earn a roster spot, and so that competition has been good, but I think there's still a lot to show over the next 3 weeks.
Coach, your relationship with Jaden, it looks like he is very good at remembering plays and things like that. Even last year, I don't remember seeing him wear a sleeve or anything like that. Is there something different that you do that's unique to how
No, I wish I could take credit for that. That's God-given. We'll go out to walkthroughs and I'll screw up a play and he'll nail it. So he's a lot more cerebral on that stuff than I am. I think he just has one of those photographic memories. The first time we install it, first time we say it, he can tell you where everybody's going, what they're doing, their job, and so that's a God-given thing, not a coaching thing.
Morning, Cliff. More on Jaden. As he continues to grow and evolve, compared to last year, are you giving him more responsibility or more tasks that not necessarily you didn't do in year one, but now you are implementing in year two? And give an example of that.
Yeah, I think just organically really controlling the entire process, mastering the system. He's done a great job. So he's seeing things pre-snap, getting us into different things that maybe he wouldn't have seen last year when it was moving a little bit faster for him. But you definitely see, particularly the protections, really taking pride in getting us slid the right way. And then a lot of the checks that we have in our offense, trying to get us into our best matchups, get us into our best pass play, best run play versus certain looks. He's been all over those this whole camp. So that's a big jump from just trying to execute the play call to really seeing it and getting us in the best situation most times.
Hey, Cliff, going back to Terry real quick, you talk about, gelling with the offense on the grass. How much work are you getting with him in the classroom, and kind of at this point of the season, how high value is that? Is the meeting work?
Yeah, I think, not as much as we would if he was full go, there's no doubt. But I think, like I said, I'm huge on walkthroughs, on practice, things like that, because until you get on the grass and actually do it and feel the timing, feel the depths of routes and things of that nature, I don't know exactly how much you can get out of that. So I think we're kind of at that point to where we need to start getting those guys when they're available out there and gelling and seeing what we are as an offense.
Hey, Cliff, good morning. Wes Welker's a guy you've known for a long, long time. he's listed as in the front office, but we see him out there every day in the field. Like, what exactly is Wes doing for you guys, and what does he bring to a football team?
Yeah, he does a lot. Thought DQ had a great thought on that. Adam had a great thought on that. He's helping the defense a lot, bringing an offensive perspective into their room, and then obviously just as a tool for any of the current players and receivers to just bump ideas off of, for me to use for ideas. He's kind of a jack of all trades for us right now, but a guy that's competitive, can share that type of wisdom, those type of stories, the things he's been through with our current team. He's been an incredible addition to us.
Yeah. One more thing on Jaden. There's so much that goes into that position that's like not football related. I guess, have you seen him handle that side of things? And, has there been a change in that given all that comes out of a guy when you have the success he did in year one?
Yeah, I have not. I mean, he's very laid back, still treats people tremendously well, very attentive in meetings, wants to be great, gets earlier and earlier on his walkthroughs. So if anything, I've seen pretty as much as overall routine and kind of process improve greatly from year one to year two.
Cliff, this might be a weird question for the offensive coordinator, but what have you learned about Joe Whitt as a coach, as a leader, just watching his style, the little you get to interact with him?
Yeah, very, very competitive. I mean, he wants to win every drill, fully invested. Guy works his tail off. He's up there all hours of the day. And then I like that he's not afraid to adapt to his personnel. And, last year, some injuries, things that happened, trades, he was able to kind of adjust and keep going. And the same with this year. It's like always evolving, and it's been really fun to compete against his defense and the challenge of it. But just him as a man, the competitive drive, the leadership, the work ethic, it definitely has impacted me just watching him on a daily basis.
Coach, we talk a lot about Jaden's instinct, but about your instinct. I was watching the documentary on the Kingdom, and they interviewed you about Patrick Mahomes. Your instinct on what you see in a quarterback, even before they get to a point of stardom, like you've been around these. What are you, when you talk about the players' instincts, what are your instincts? What do you look for?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bunch of stuff. I think those are two guys that anybody could have said, hey, they're going to be really good. It wasn't Patrick, when you watch his high school film, it was like unique to anything I've ever seen. He just had a incredible vision of the field. It didn't look like a guy who'd been brought up playing the position in all the different camps and quarterback tutors, but he led and he moved the football. And with Jaden, just watching him in college, his ability to progress was very unique to a lot of college kids. You can set it up in college. A lot of times you get them to their first read and they'll cut it loose. But his ability, with all his natural running ability, to stay in the pocket, progress through, the touch passes, the accuracy, it was just unique to most of the players I've ever scouted.
Commanders offense coordinator Cliff Kingsbury there. A lot of interesting stuff. People we know will hear what they want to hear about him talking about Terry. Obviously, Kingsbury wants Terry on the field, wants Noah Brown on the field. His two outside receivers aren't playing, and I think we've seen the results be a little spotty at times.
Yep.
I want to open these phone lines up. I want folks to react. This is the first real call to action, I would say, from a Commanders coach saying, yeah, we need Terry. Everybody else has tried to kind of be a little more diplomatic. AP hasn't talked in a month. DQ, when asked about it, said, not a lot here, but we love Terry and want it to happen. Cliff's telling the truth. This offense needs Terry to be at its best.
Yeah.
Will that actually make an impact? What do you think of Kingsbury saying, we need Terry, we need toes on the grass getting ready for the season? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Brian Mitchell reacts to Cliff Kingsbury and your chance to call in next on B Mitch Finley. B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I tell you what, B. Cliff Kingsbury spoke to the media this morning. One comment that stood out to me. He was asked about Jaden Daniels' ability to recall plays.
Yeah.
Cliff said, I wish I could take credit for that. That's God-given.
Yeah.
We'll go to walkthroughs, and I'll screw up a play, and he'll nail it. He's a lot more cerebral on that stuff than I am. I think he just has one of those photographic memories. The first time we install it, first time we say it, he can tell you where everybody's going, what they're doing, their job. Bro, Cliff's been around elite quarterbacks. That is elite praise. Elite praise.
Yeah, it's elite praise about talent that you have. You know, some people don't have that. You know what I'm saying? It's just when I would see something, like the thing for me with plays, once it was run, I never had to worry about it again. You know, and
not everybody can do that.
I come home when I was in school and I wouldn't bring books, and my dad asked me, was I cheating? I say, nope. I say, somebody gave me a semi-photographic memory. He said, well, damn sure wasn't me. So I guess my mother gave it to me. That's the way I learned. But what he's saying about Jaden, you watch him on the field.
You see it.
The guy runs a play. He goes talk to a defensive guy, offensive guy, and he's trying to get a whole concept of what's going on, why you did what you did, and this is what I need you to do to make sure it's going to work the next time. He's always correcting stuff. So he takes ownership into it. A lot of people don't do that. I don't care. You got a guy been 10 years in the league. They only listen to what the coach says. They don't try to learn anything else. I believe, and I said it a few shows. I mean, last year we were talking on the show. I said every player should take ownership of their own stuff. Don't wait for the coach to tell you. If you got your playbook and you know you're about to install it, why are you waiting for him to say we're going to do page 8 tomorrow? Go through the damn playbook. Figure it out.
Extreme ownership, baby. Cliff said a lot of really interesting things, but clearly the headline is going to be about Terry McLaurin. This is Cliff Kingsbury talking about the current situation with McLaurin holding in.
Hey, Cliff. Going back to Terry real quick, you talk about, gelling with the offense on the grass. How much work are you getting with him in the classroom, and kind of at this point of the season, how high value is that? Is the meeting work?
Yeah, I think, not as much as we would if he was full go. There's no doubt. But I think, like I said, I'm huge on walkthroughs, on practice, things like that, because until you get on the grass and actually do it and feel the timing, feel the depths of routes and things of that nature, I don't know exactly how much you can get out of that. So I think we're kind of at that point to where we need to start getting those guys when they're available out there and gelling and seeing what we are as an offense.
Good question there from Mr. Mitch Tischler.
Man, I know that dude that asked that question.
You're Cliff. Hell yeah, you want him out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't think this is a surprise. I do want to let people weigh in now. We've now heard Cliff Kingsbury say we need.
But I think
Terry
the message goes to both sides, not just one side.
To the front office to get the sign and for Terry to start practicing.
Man, I know you can do it, but I need to see it now. We need to have a comfort level to where it gets out there and it happens.
Especially, dude, if you think about who's coming to town this weekend or Monday night, it's the Bengals. And Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow talked about missing time last year in camp impacted the start of their season. So, these are real things that coaches and players think about and talk about. Let's let folks weigh in. Let's hit the phones. Vince is in Accokeek. What up, Vinny? You concerned? Where you at?
I've been concerned. I called in, I think, to the Nail show way before training camp, and I said that this fell on AP if at all training camp started and Terry wasn't in. I didn't know how long the professionalism would last, and I'm not saying people haven't been professional. Everybody's been toting the company line for the most part, but as we're starting to see, people are human, and some chinks are starting to come in the armor as far as like toting the company line. And Cliff pretty much came out and said, yeah, Terry needs to be here. So I throw this back on AP, and not from the standpoint of give Terry his money or whatever. As the GM of the team, you're supposed to be seeing the team, years down the line, right in front of you right now. My thing was this. Like, if Terry's going to be here, find a way to get Terry here. If Terry's not going to be here because y'all don't see Terry the way he views himself or whatever, No, do I want to trade Terry McLaurin? No, I don't. But if he's not going to be here, then let's move on. So the fact that we're holding on to him with the whole mindset of being that Terry's going to be here, Terry's going to figure it out, Terry's going to play, then we should have had Terry on the field, because my whole point with Terry not being here, at some point the rubber was going to meet the road, and the rubber's meeting the road. So I throw this on AP. If you wasn't going to give him the money, don't give him the money. Move him. Trade him before April. But if he was going to be here, then let's stop playing the game and figure out how to get it done.
Vince, thank you for the call, man. I think
I don't know if there's any cracks in any armor. I don't know if Cliff done anything that he didn't do. He's been this way since he's gotten here. If you listen to every interview, you ask him a question, you get an answer. So he's not doing anything he hadn't done before. So to assume because he made that comment something that's going wrong, no, I don't buy that.
Cliff is a direct-ass dude.
We asked him, was what's called him big when he got here. I'm gonna put it that way. And he said, yeah, he was fat.
Debo.
He said, yeah, he was fat. He was big, man. He was huge. He didn't sit up here and lie about it. It was true. We asked him about Sam Howell. He said he's inconsistent. He got to get better. The man answers questions honestly. That doesn't show me that anybody is starting to lack professionalism.
I don't think the offensive coordinator saying, yo, we need our best receiver out there and we're not getting enough done should be viewed as cracks in the armor. It is kind of the first official coach management member to say as much, but it's also he's telling the truth. Like, I don't think it's that complicated for him to say, yo, we need Terry out there. Yeah. I do think
he said Dan said exactly that earlier this when training camp started. I don't understand how it's just all of a sudden when one other person said it gets a different message. He said I would like to have my players here. That's no different than me.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Here's the question. Cliff's like, yeah, we're not getting enough done with Terry. He also mentioned both outside wide receivers. At some point, does Terry need to start practicing? We saw James Cook eventually started practicing before the deal was done. Do people think we've gotten to that time? Does Terry think we've gotten to that time? Phone lines are open. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Washington Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury wants Terry McLaurin back. That's not breaking news, but he did speak to the media recently and talked a lot about Terry. He said that it's reached the point in the preseason where he needs his entire offense to get together and start gelling. McLaurin has been around the team for meetings and other off-field activities, but Kingsbury made it very clear that the time for everyone to get on the same page and start gelling offensively is running low. Wide receiver Noah Brown has also been dealing with an injury this summer, so the Commanders have some catching up to do if their offense is going to hit the ground running in Week 1. And the NFL's Players Association put one of their top lawyers on paid administrative leave. Heather McPhee was the subject of complaints about her failure to follow some supervisors' orders, as well as allegations of bullying colleagues and disrupting the work environment. Though this decision to put her on leave comes months after her allegations helped prompt a federal investigation into the financial dealings of the NFLPA and Major League Baseball's Players Association. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Let's go when I walk in the club.
All eyes on me.
All right, folks, when you hear this song, it means it's officially Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Mitch Tischler came into the tent this morning. He said, isn't it a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday? I said, Mitch, don't be such a heathen. We don't start celebrating until 11 a.m. I mean, goodness. Do they think we're irresponsible, Brian?
Yes.
Scotty's Vodka Red Bull
They
Friday
listen to you every
starts
day.
at 11.
They know we were irresponsible by listening to you.
If we're on the road, maybe 10. But we're in a tent, all right? We're in a tent, and it's my daughter's birthday. We don't start till 11. Now, what I can tell you.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Indeed. What I can tell you is Scotty's Vodka is now available in some Virginia ABC stores.
Yeah.
So casually walk in and politely request a bottle of
Walk
Scotty's
in and
Vodka.
say, where's that bottle with the blue writing?
Do you remember how I first recommended people go into the Virginia ABC stores to request a bottle of Scotty's?
I don't.
Landfill had to use the dump button. Here's where we're at. Cliff Kingsbury spoke to the media this morning. Cliff does not play. Cliff goes hard immediately. He answers questions directly. Yeah. Cliff Kingsbury asked
a trait
about
that many don't hold anymore these days.
And a lot of coaches try not to be intentionally, frankly. Cliff Kingsbury talking about Terry McLaurin's absence in Commanders training camp.
Hey, Cliff, going back to Terry real quick, you talk about, gelling with the offense on the grass. How much work are you getting with him in the classroom, and kind of at this point of the season, how high value is that? Is the meeting work?
Yeah, I think, not as much as we would if he was full go, there's no doubt. But I think, like I said, I'm huge on walkthroughs, on practice, things like that, because until you get on the grass and actually do it and feel the timing, feel the depths of routes and things of that nature, I don't know exactly how much you can get out of that. So I think we're kind of at that point to where we need to start getting those guys when they're available out there and gelling and seeing what we are as an offense.
I think that nothing he said is inaccurate.
He didn't say anything inaccurate. Basically what he's saying is you got to practice football to play football, right?
Sounds like somebody I know.
I've been saying that forever. I mean, it's listen, man, there are coaches who have to play the political game. There's others who don't. And the head coach is close to it. They work directly with the GM. He probably wouldn't say it as straightforward because he said it earlier this year. But Cliff is like, yes, you asked me a question. He answered the question that was asked. Would you like him here? Yes. Are you getting enough work with him? No, not as much as I would if he was here consistently.
Right.
And that, man, like I said earlier, that message goes to both people. And that's just, listen, man, the level of truth that people give these days, it's a thing that people don't really do. So when somebody finally does it, it seems rare. It seems odd. It seems like they said something. He just told you the truth.
Going to hit these phone lines. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. Want to thank our friend Melissa from Missy's Sweet Treats for hooking us up with some very good sweet treats this morning. Let's go to
very moist cake.
Pause. Toothpick is on line 4. Pick. What do you hear when Cliff says, "Yeah, we could use Terry on the field"?
And here's somebody. Hey, what's good, JP? B Mitch. Listen, I hear somebody that's telling the truth. I hear somebody telling the truth and saying what everybody else already knows. The defense can't get a true good look at the number one wide receiver. Well, I'm going to put it to you this way. At our best number one wide receiver, how are we really going to know what the rookie can do if the rookie ain't been put in front of this dude? So he not only helps the offense, but he helps the defense as well. I'm just surprised that, the defense coordinator hasn't come out and said the same thing. But it is what it is. Somebody's telling the truth. We need him here if we want to. Yeah, well, we need him here if we're going to get back to where we know we should be. We need all of our bullets so we can fire our guns every Sunday, Monday, or Thursday whenever we play. Thanks, JP. Thanks, B Mitch.
Can we have a Saturday game this year?
Thanks, Pick. Yeah.
But I want people to understand now, that message wasn't just shot in one direction. That message went. It was like Jeff starting to learn how to shoot a bow. That arrow had two heads on it, one pointing each way. It wasn't just hitting the people that could get him here. It's hitting the person that needs to be here too.
What do you think Terry hears? Because he'll hear that.
He's hearing that, man. They saying I need to be in there getting some work in. He hears it.
Do you think that message hits him a little differently on August 15th?
I don't know. I mean, I would think coming from the guy who designed plays for you should hit you differently. He's not the one that's trying to not give you the money or whatever. He's the one that's basically trying to get you more money by giving you plays and getting you set up to score touchdowns. So that guy that basically went out there last year and made you have the most productive year you could in touchdowns. Because it's Jaden, but you know what? It's a play design as well. So all of a sudden, that guy right there saying something, I want to deal with him a little bit. The person that can control how I get the ball, I listen a little bit differently to him.
Let's go to Luke in D.C. Luke, what'd you hear? Cliff said this team's a lot better when Terry's out there. We'd love to have him out there.
Hey, fellas, how you doing? Hey, I think he needs to be out there. I think he needs to be incorporated and everything, but I think a deal's going to be getting done here shortly, probably next week and a half. I truly believe that. I don't think they're going to let him walk out the door or get traded. But I have actually another question also for you guys. I'm wondering, we've been talking about Terry a lot, but I'm really wondering, because I'm a Packers fan, but my dad and brother are Redskins fans, so I support you a lot, unless it's week 2 next year or this year. But I really want to know what you guys are going to do with Deebo Samuel and what parts of the offense are going to incorporate him in. Is he going to be outside a lot? Is he going to be inside? Or because we haven't heard
about
all
over the place.
I really want to know how you guys are going to.
He's going to be all over the place. He's going to be all over the place. You might see him come out the backfield. You might see him out wide. It might be reverse. You never know. He may be catching some of those hitches where that cornerback will have to tackle him. I don't think that cornerback wants him one-on-one.
I don't think many corners want to try to tackle Deebo one-on-one. That much I'm sure of. Yep. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Let's go to Trucker Dan. Trucker Dan, where are you at on Cliff's Terry comments?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Somebody needs to hold Adam Peters accountable. Everybody trying to say that Terry needs to take less money. I don't think that makes any sense whatsoever. I think it's more so about the guarantee. You got things like Amari Cooper that got a $60 million guarantee that he's still getting from last year. Devontae Adams still getting. How about we give Terry McLaurin a nice $60 million guarantee as well, and he be in, man. This process taking too long and hindering our team. That's my only issue. Adams need to get that done big time.
I got to be honest. I see both sides. I think if this is about guarantees, I think the deal should get done. I think if the holdup is guarantees and they don't want to get to 60 and they can get to like 58, I think they need to do that. But if the deal is about surpassing DK Metcalf's AAV, if that's what Terry's side wants, that means he's a top 3 receiver in the NFL. And I don't think Like, I understand if the organization is hesitant to go that high.
But you and I sat here and we broke down DK Metcalf's contract.
Right.
The last 2 years had no guarantees, right?
Yeah.
So basically, they can make one where his AAV is higher, and he still won't be getting the money. DK Metcalf, after his second year of that contract, he better hope he's doing more than just running deep routes, because he may not be getting it. 35, I think it was 35 then 41, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to see that. So the AAV, when you're not going to see those, makes no damn sense. Now, and let's be real. If I wanted to get you in camp, I would write one up. And you could be making 35 with an AAV. But when you look at it, you're not getting that. So I don't know if that would necessarily be what the holdup is. It has to be about the guarantees.
I mean, clearly, I think both sides came into this too hot. I think the Terry side came in asking for too much. I think the Commander side came in offering too little. And I think that started things on a really bad path. I don't think you have to be a brain surgeon to figure that out.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they haven't gotten closer and that sides are optimistic. But
I think get over what the initial thing was.
What do you think of more and more folks now are like, listen, Terry's under contract. It's time for him to get on the field.
People can say what they want to say. They're not living that life.
When will you start to feel that, like, if this actually gets to, like,
I'm not going to feel that way.
Even if he missed games?
Hey, listen, if he want to miss games and lose his money, that's on him. I'm not going to sit up here and say what he should do. I'm not making that money. So I'll let other people decide what somebody should do. If they were dealing with the same situation, they probably wouldn't be letting nobody tell them what to do. So I really don't care. If he wants to lose money, cool. If he don't, then come back in. But it's not me or anybody else to say you should be because you under contract. Derek's contract aren't like a regular contract.
Let's keep the phone lines going here. Will is in North Carolina. Will, what's up, dude?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Good, man.
How you doing?
Hey, good. You know, it's about 3 weeks before the season starts, I think it is. And, you know, you cannot count on Brown because he's been injured like last 2 or 3 years. And you don't know Terry's situation because he could hold out, you know, the first 2 weeks and lose a little money and make it up on it. If he get his contract, so he'll make it up. But when do you get frustrated? When do you want to go down another road as far as for the season starts? You know, bring in another receiver or trade him. When does that happen? And if y'all was a coach, what would y'all do? What would y'all think on that?
Well, the coach don't have that control, so the coach wants him in. The GM is the one that the GM and the negotiators are the ones that they're dealing with. Right now, the coach wants him in camp. I would want him in camp. But then what I want doesn't finalize that deal.
Do you think that we reach a moment where Terry's side of this is like, all right, we have lost this battle, time to get on the field?
I think it comes down to when that person who makes final say, I've said this over and over again, Terry makes final say. When Terry starts to see that this thing is, when he can, you can see what you're asking for. You can see what your agent is telling you. But eventually, everyone comes to a point where I know where it's not going. And then you got to start to make some adjustments. You know, everybody always, they always say, shoot for the moon, you end up amongst stars. You shoot for the highest price. But then you realize that it's somewhere in between what you ask for and what they're offering. And you got to try to find a way to get to that.
I totally agree. It's at some point reality has to set in, and you hope that doesn't come too late.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to our guy Jaden up in PA. Jaden, what do you think about Cliff telling the truth, saying, yo, we need Terry in here?
Yeah, I think it's something that all coaches, especially honestly in all sports, I feel like even owners and teams are starting to feel like, why do we need to cave? Why? He's under contract. Okay, let's say worst case he sits out the whole year. Guess what? That contract rolls over. So the Skins don't have to do anything. So, I mean, imagine if Adam Peters had only one year left on the season, I'm not going to the combine. What if he's like, I'm not going to the combine because my contract isn't guaranteed next year? How would fans feel about that? Like,
He sits out the whole year. That contract not rolling over. They're gonna find the hell out of it.
No, it would toll, but he's on the PUP. He could be on IR. Like he could try to find his own workaround. He could go to hearings, all that kind of stuff. The other thing you said that's flawed, Jaden, that this is important to point out. Adam's contract is guaranteed. Coaches' contracts are guaranteed. That's the difference between management and players. So, like, I mean, you do see rare occurrences where a coach will coach on the final year of his deal, but 9 times out of 10, a coach going into the final year of their deal gets an extension because they don't want to be a lame duck coach. That happens all the
But
time.
what if they don't?
Now, it doesn't happen
Do
as
the coaches
publicly
never
as
stop
this,
coaching?
but they don't have the same leverage.
Okay, right. I get that. But how much money is Terry guaranteed to make this year? Over 20?
Guaranteed?
he's under
Hell no.
contract.
No, it's not over 20.
How much is he scheduled to make?
Scheduled to make and guaranteed are two very different questions.
But is he under contract to play this year? Do the Skins have his contract?
But I know what you're saying, see, but it's not that simple. See, you can't just look at the contract and then look at it based off of what you think. This is not how it works. So he has the leverage to be able to hold out. Now, if he lose money, he lose money. Nobody can make him do a damn thing.
Right, but my other thing, too, where I'm kind of not siding with any side, but 2 out of the top 12 receivers, out of the highest paid receivers, only 2 made the playoffs. So 10 out of the 12 highest paid receivers did not make the playoffs. So it's like,
what does that have to do with this situation, though?
Because Terry wants more money and wants to be paid as a top 12 receiver. So if I'm Adam Peters, you're under contract for this year, and why do I need to pay you? Why do I need to rush if he?
So you're gonna say, why would I pay you and the other people didn't make the playoffs, but you did make the playoffs? You were in the NFC Championship game, so your argument doesn't really make sense to me.
Hold on, real quick, Jaden. If your point is, if you're Adam Peters, why do you have to pay Terry? And my response to you would be, have you watched this offense? Because I have, and they clearly need Terry. So, like, you can make, you could try to be, you could be a hard ass about this and like, oh, well, you don't have to pay him, you don't have to do this and that. But the goal is also to win games.
He's getting paid this year to play. He's going to play this year. You guys think he's not going to play? Do any of us really think he's not suiting up?
I really don't care if he plays or not. I just want the deal to get done.
Care if he plays?
No, I don't.
The team is better with him out there.
Yeah, the team is better, but I'm not sitting up here forcing nobody to say what I think. I would love to see them get something done. I would like both people to give each other some level of respect. I don't think one side should be pushing and the other side should be saying what they're going to do. And I'm not going to be a fan calling in and saying
football this year.
Do what?
You guys think there's an actual? Do you guys think there's an actual chance?
I don't much waste my energy on thinking about that. I don't go that far.
I think he's going to play, but I think you have to allow week one. I mean, the sides seem fairly dug in. I mean, you can check the tape. For me, I have said all along, I do think something gets done. I still think something gets done. You know what I mean? Like, your stance seems very narrow-minded, and I'm just trying to point out that there are a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of context involved, and the what if AP decided he's not going to the combine just is not an apt comparison. I appreciate the call. I appreciate you listening. Clearly, people feel a lot of different ways on this. Let's check in on the aquarium because we're about to run Joe Whitt's press conference where he said some really interesting stuff as well. Landini, what did you think of Cliff kind of making it clear he wants Terry on the field?
I mean, it's not surprising. The team and the offense specifically is obviously better with Terry out there, and Cliff's job is to coach the offense. So, he's not the guy who has to worry about how this is going to affect the cap in a couple seasons. Like you said, he's probably not going to be here next year, honestly.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't. Cliff saying this to me is not like the shockwave some are trying to make it be. I do understand it's the first person from the team side to say, "Yeah, dude, we're not getting a lot done with Terry, and we'd rather have him on the field." Like,
I just think he
of
said.
Course.
Basically, all he did was answer the question. I think we're making it like he said this. He was asked, "Would he want him here?" Yes. He didn't say that what the team got to do or anything else. He just said he wanted him here, which is the obvious answer for anybody that's calling plays, and you got that guy that just finished your team last year like that.
Like, he wasn't asked, hey, would you pay Terry like a top 3 wideout?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
So
Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand. Listen, man, this world now is all about content, trying to make stuff happen, this, that, and that, make people think one thing. He didn't say nothing out the ordinary that any offensive coach in this league will be asked. Do you want your best player out there? Your best receiver? Yes. I don't think any one of them will say, no, I don't care. Or no, they don't have to pay him. Yes, the answer is going to be yes 100% of the time.
Interesting times, man. Now, so one thing I love is how DQ has put this staff together, and I think Joe Whitt is a really interesting dude to hear from as well. Cliff obviously brings just swag, frankly. But I do think, just boil this down, make it a generic city. The Springfield Adams offensive coordinator is asked if he wants his best receiver on the field. Yes. Right? Like, his job is to score points. Let's do that. When we come back, you're going to hear from Joe Whitt. We're going to keep the phone lines open for a while. Ben Standig is going to join us. We're going to do some Ask B Mitch Anything. You'll hear from Javon Kinlaw later in the program. I've been really impressed by Kinlaw. I think people are incredibly misguided on how concerned they are about his contract. Nobody go anywhere. It's B Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. On Tuesday, August 26th, is FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. So take a flyer in the MVP race. Is it going to be Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen? Will Pat Mahomes pop up? Or will even Jaden Daniels pop up? Crown your champion in August. Who are you going to pick to win the Super Bowl? Yeah, I know you could pick a team out there in the AFC. Well, everyone thinks Buffalo. I don't think Buffalo. I'm going to go with Kansas City. And then who's your pick on the NFC side? Will the Philadelphia Eagles do it again? Or will you have another team come up and show you what they're about? Or you can parlay all your division winner and dark horses. Mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. So visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your future's best now. Because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel. Play your game. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Bears head coach Ben Johnson said that starters, including Caleb Williams, will be playing on Sunday night. Now, Caleb Williams, he was the top pick in last year's draft. He obviously has talent, but the reports out of camp have been lukewarm at best, so if he struggles on Sunday in prime time, there's going to be some concern. And Justin Herbert will also play in a preseason game for the first time in his entire career on Saturday. That's when the Chargers square off against the Rams. The Commanders are hosting the Bengals for the lone Monday night preseason game on the NFL slate. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor announced that Joe Burrow and other big-name players will be playing in that game against the Commanders. Now, since Washington doesn't have that joint practice with the Ravens anymore, they're going to need some starters to get some real in-game reps to prepare for the season. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, B Mitch Anything, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from Commanders Park. Commanders practiced a little bit early today, and before practice we had one coordinator, and then right after we had the other, Joe Whitt, talking. Let's take a listen.
All right, guys, let's get right to it. Any questions?
Well, I'm curious what you've seen from the defense and the growth of the defense throughout camp so far.
You know, we've had some really good practices, and we have to get that to translate to the game film, but I've been pleased with the way we're rushing, playing the run, covering really well on the back end. And so the collective group have been growing together, getting to know each other with the new additions. So it's been good. Now it has to translate to on game day.
Do you feel, because of the way you talk about the coverage in secondary, do you feel that allows you to be a little bit more versatile, creative with what you want to do?
That's just how we've always, or the schemes that I've been a part of, have been able to get up and press and cover on the outside, tight coverage. So that's more what I'm used to. I'm not accustomed to really zoning type coverages, and so it's not necessarily giving me more flexibility to add variety. I guess that's what your question is. It gives us the ability to really run the defense that we want to run without having to plug holes in different places.
The young guys at linebacker, the guys that got a lot of work against the Patriots, how did you feel they handled that first game?
The game or the practice? Wasn't what it needed to be in the game. The effort was there, but the details, the fits just wasn't what it was supposed to be. So I'm looking for, because I was really excited to see our twos go against their ones, and in certain spots, certain people showed up. The young linebackers, they have the opportunity this week to show up this week.
What have you seen out of Jeremy Reeves throughout camp? I mean, has he taken a step from last year, in your opinion?
Oh yeah, I mean he's earned right now to be that third safety type of player where you'll see him in there more. He's such a special teams ace that it's hard to just play him full time on defense because he's so important to special teams. But he just keeps making plays. So we're gonna find places for him on defense, and he's earned that. He's always around the ball. His physicality is unmatched, and so I've been very pleased with what he's done this camp.
Joe, just in your second year in this position, accustomed with the personnel, accustomed to your role, how much more comfortable are you doing your job and understanding your job this year as opposed to last year?
A lot more comfortable, just understanding how to deal with managing the staff and allowing the staff to do their job, not trying to be overbearing from that standpoint, and the focus on just making sure that we're detailed, we're structured, we're where we need to be, and allowing the coaches to coach. And then, like I said before, I want to make sure I do a better job of what I've always done in the past is taking players and maximizing their skill set. So let's make sure we put players in position to do what they do best and negate what they don't do. And so that's where my focus has been. So there's more of a calmness with me in the building, just because I'm not trying to necessarily do everything. I'm allowing the coaches who are outstanding to do their job and just make sure that we're structured, we're on time, we're detailed out, the players understand what we're doing, and then let's go play fast.
And we had Cliff in earlier and asked him about Wes Welker, and he said Wes is actually helping on the defensive side of the ball.
Correct.
We think of him as a guy who catches 100 passes a year. What kind of role is he playing in helping you guys?
So we did the same thing in Dallas, where the first time we did it with Ben McAdoo. The second time was with Brian Schottenheimer, where they did pre-scouting from an offensive standpoint. Now Wes is going to do that with me, and it was really because Shotty was really good, especially on anticipating. Okay, this is what you're going to get next. This from an offensive lens. Now my background is started off on offense, so I still see things from an offensive lens. But having Wes with his knowledge of pass game and being in different offensive systems, it's going to give us the ability to, or give me the ability as a play caller to have high anticipation of what's coming next. So, and then he also gives the secondary and Coach Simmons and those guys on the back end just a wealth of knowledge of how routes are being ran, where the break points are, what's the quarterback's reads, and the looks and the hots from that standpoint. So he's been a really good addition, and I'm looking forward to working with the rest of the year.
Hey, Coach, when you look back to last week's joint practice with New England and then think about the scrimmage on Tuesday, what are some of the areas you would like to see your defense kind of just shape more of or improve at?
The scrimmage, if we could play like we did in the scrimmage, especially the one defense, that's what it should look like. Like the scrimmage, it was pretty damn good. The New England practice, they got into. I thought we started off and we got after them pretty good. They got in the red area. At Skelly, we got after them pretty good also. They got in the red area and they got after us. The quarterback scrambled for a touchdown in practice, and then they scrambled. Now the second time when Dobbs scrambled, we made them work for that one, but the other one they just stepped up. So we have to understand the rush lanes, and once we get into the low red, we were in some single gap defenses, and I know our ones weren't out there. So, but I'm talking about the game now. But they were able to hit some runs that they shouldn't have been able to hit. In the practice, they weren't able to hit them. I mean, like, so the practice when our ones were out there, they did a nice job, and then in the scrimmage was what I envisioned this defense to be. It was really good.
As you guys get ready here for the Bengals, I know you're not game planning in particular, but it did seem like you were looking at this kind of the sets that the Bengals might give you. Does this week kind of work as a prep week to mimic kind of how you will go into a game into a regular season game schedule?
Yeah, we're not getting to a full game plan, but we will do what we call a snapshot game plan, where we'll give them a little bit of what the normal game week will be, but it won't be a full detailed deep dive like we normally do. We're still in sort of a training camp mode, so we're working both sides of it.
And for Trey Amos, having an opportunity to go up against more proven NFL players like T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, with the Bengals ones, how much will that help you in your evaluation and his growth as a rookie?
I think it'll help a lot. I value Jamar Chase so much, man. I think this kid is the premier receiver in the league. I mean, he's second to none. He can run the routes. He's run after catch. And so the ability to be able to go up there and defend a guy like that, and, at some point he's going to beat you. And then how do you respond? And then T. Higgins, he's not a 2. Let's not get that in. He is a 1 also. So they have 2 1s. And then they have a great quarterback that can place the ball wherever he needs to place it. So I'm excited to see, because we've covered really well out here every day, especially the top 5 corners. And so I'm excited to see against who I think is the best receiver in the league in Jamar Chase. All right, guys, y'all have a great one.
Joe Whitt, Commanders defense coordinator, talking there. One very little subplot there.
Yep.
is Joe Whitt saying T. Higgins is a 1 when they try to point to T. Higgins' money in the Terry deal and saying, like, well, he, you know what I mean?
Well, basically, yeah, that's another notch in Terry's belt then.
Right. So. The thing that I wanted to get a picture of these next to you.
Well, no, they were on the floor.
Thanks, Mitch. Just
Yeah.
throwing them on the floor?
No, they were on the ground. I picked them up.
I'm saying I let Mitch just took them.
Mitch had 2.
And then just
He
threw
had
them on
2
the
packs.
ground?
No, the one I guess fell out of his pocket or something.
Nah, that was mine. He didn't have any.
He had 2 packs of them.
Yeah, those were mine.
Well, one was on the ground. He didn't know it was there.
Thanks a lot, Tischler. The one thing that has stood out, and I've seen it live. I noticed it the other day, and people want to say it's this 3 safety look. No, sir. It is often when it's just the nickel package, Revo getting a lot more work.
Yeah. I mean, if you watch Revo play special teams, that's a guy that's saying, Coach, I can do other stuff. When you do special teams at a high level, coaches want to find other ways to use you. And that's what they're doing with Revo. We were talking to Revo the other day, and he walked in, and Santana said, man, I see you bringing that intensity. He said, that's the only way I know. And I think a lot of players can learn a lot from him because people want to tell you when it's this moment, then well, they're going to be whatever. You can bring intensity every damn aspect of this game. Walkthroughs, out here in shells, out here in pass against your guys, preseason game. Then it goes to another level when the game starts. So they can learn a little bit from him because he's not getting this if he wasn't as intense as he is. We can say we want about the hit. Many people go, oh, man, it was illegal. No.
That was legal.
That hit got him going on the field a lot more now.
I wonder if it's Reeves playing that well because that's what it strikes me. You wonder what their comfort level is with Will Harris or some of these other safeties. Tyler Owens, I noticed, I don't think was out there today.
He was out there.
Was he? I don't think he played much.
Yeah, he was out there today.
It's an interesting time with the safeties. A lot of excitement about the DBs. They got a real test coming to town with the Bengals.
They do.
And, they faced them last year. It's not like they haven't seen this offensive attack.
Yeah.
I think this is, as much as losing the joint practice is a bummer and probably shouldn't be glossed over because the coaches love to say, yeah, we value the joint practices more than we value the preseason. Well, you just lost one, right? This test Monday night is going to be as close to the real deal as they're going to get. We're reacting to Joe Whitt, Cliff Kingsbury, plenty of comments. Plus, Ben Standig is going to join us at noon. Damn, he fly. It is Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, baby. Scotty's Vodka is made in the DMV and loved throughout the DMV. B, I thought Joe Whitt's comments about how his defense looked in the burgundy and gold scrimmage were quite apt. The defense was flying to the ball.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to see from the D Monday night?
I want to see a lot of Revo.
You do?
I want to see. No, I'm saying I want to see a lot of people playing like Revo. Where I'm on the football field, this matters. I want to see them flying around. I want to see some pressure by the front. I want to see the coverage I've seen in practice in the game. Because I think they've been far better in practice this year than they were last year.
Agreed.
Last year, it was like touchdown after touchdown. I think Marshawn Lattimore now starting to look closer to what he had presented before he got in here. I want to see those things. I don't care if they're out there for a quarter or two. I've been asking for longer, but they're a quarter or two. I want to see them playing at a high level. And let's be real. You're not going to stop Joe Burrow and his two guys. But if you can limit them, that's cool with me. You know, I want to see that from the you're asking about the defense, right?
Yeah.
And I want to see that. I want to see young linebackers, young DNs, young corners, safeties. When you get in the game, let's not look like you're lost. Just try that for a minute. You know, you and I forgot the amount of days we've been in camp. But they've been here long enough to understand this damn offense and play fast. You know, it should no longer be them thinking. They should be reacting now. And the ones that can't react, the ones that still trying to figure out and think what they're doing, they're not going to be here. They shouldn't be here.
I like that Whitt kind of explained what this week is, and we tried to explain this in the opening. Like, they're not putting a full game plan in for the Bengals, but they did have cards out this morning. Joe Whitt, I thought this was really telling. He said, "Yeah, we're not getting to a full game plan, but we will do what we call a snapshot game plan, where we'll give them a little bit of what the normal game week will be, but it won't be a full, detailed, deep dive like we normally do. We're still in sort of a training camp mode, so we're working both sides of it."
Yeah.
I think that's the right way to approach it.
Yeah.
You don't need dudes burning out to scout out third downs every play the Bengals have run on third and short in the last 2 years, because that's what they do for a regular game, right? Like, you don't need that this week. But you do want your defense to be prepared for some of their looks so that they can react like they would on a Sunday.
Yeah, totally. And listen, what putting in like a semi-game plan, as he's stating, you know what it teaches you, Zoo? Who's going to learn it?
Right.
Who's going to master it? You know, the comment I made before we went to break last time. Stop waiting for the coach to tell you what I'm installing. If this is your profession, your job is football.
Football.
Okay? And if the coach gives you the game plan on Wednesday, don't wait till Friday to look at the Friday portion. You should know it by the time Friday come here. Because it's all the hell you do. You play football, you go home. Find time to make sure that you do your job at the highest level. And they want to see those type of guys.
I thought this was an honest answer as well. Asked about Trey Amos getting to work against Jamar Chase and T. Higgins in this game. Whitt said, "I think it'll help a lot." He said, "We've covered really well out here every day, especially the top 5 corners. I'm excited to see against who I think is the best receiver in the league in Jamar Chase."
Yeah.
So think about it. If he's saying he's really happy with his corners, the top 5 corners, that is Mikey, Lattimore, Amos, Noah I, Jonathan Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Think about how much deeper and better that group is compared to last year.
Listen, man. Jay, I watched practice with you last year. And I'm watching practice with you this year. Have we looked at each other with dumbfounded looks like, what the hell did that corner just do? No.
We had those looks a lot.
Last year, man, I saw more people panicking than I've seen in my life. I don't see a lot of panicking now. If they get beat, they get beat. But normally they're right there, with a contested catch. It's not, I'm beat so bad I got to reach out and grab somebody. I reach out and touch them. I reach out and grab them. And that happened on a consistent basis, daily last year.
I mean, St. Juice was so grabby. Forbes just doesn't have the size to play in the NFL. It's 11 on 10 in the run game. You can't have a player out there that is such a one-sided problem. It just doesn't work because every quarterback in the NFL can just check to a run right at him. And whether or not he makes the play, like whether or not it impacts him, it gives the offense such an advantage. Mike Davis was a nice guy, kind of an interesting cat.
He was interesting.
But, like, not good. Like, there's a reason he's a free agent right now. Like, he's not on a roster right now. You know what I'm saying?
It was a strange kid.
Yeah, dude. He had that stash going. I mean, that was your top 3 corners last year. And then even when they traded for Lattimore, he wasn't right. He wasn't ready.
No, he wasn't.
You and I stood there with Logan and watched a bunch today. Like, he looks good.
Yeah.
And I wonder for a guy like Lattimore, he told me this the other day, would he, if this was week 2 and they were going against Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, he would be so excited for those matchups. And he's got the fire to go, right?
Yep.
I don't know that you want that fire on August 18th. Like, we'll see what they do. But
Listen, cornerbacks are very different than any other position on the field. Maybe not for him. I needed to be going for some guys that's going to be going out there. Those guys that when you 300 pounds and you got a 350 across from you, you better have some damn fire. If you're a running back running through that line and you got a 255-pound linebacker and those big boys, you better have some fire. If you're a guy like Revo
brought fire.
Who's coming up to hit somebody who's probably got 20, 30 pounds on you, you better bring some fire. But when you're out there covering and you know the dude, and, cornerbacks and receivers, same crew. Hey, man, let's get through this game. We see each other in regular season. We're going to go at the end.
Right.
Come on, dog. It happens. They cut deals.
You know who brings that fire? Ben Standig joins us next.
Nearly 2 years after its initial discovery, the Michigan sign-stealing decision is in. In a document sent to the school this morning, the NCAA's Committee on Infractions sanctioned the Wolverines with the following: a 4-year probation, $50,000 fine plus 10% of the budget of the football program, a fine equivalent to the cost of 10% of the scholarships awarded to the football program this season, a 25% reduction in football official visits this year, 14-week probation on recruiting communications, and a fine equivalent to the anticipated loss of all postseason revenue sharing for the 2025 and the 2026 football seasons. Add that all together, those fines could exceed $20 million. The committee also slapped current head coach Sharon Moore with an additional game suspension on top of the 2 already imposed by Michigan. He also received a 2-year show clause penalty. The committee, though, they hammered former coach Jim Harbaugh with a 10-year show clause penalty and hit Connor Stallions, the ringleader of it all, with an 8-year show clause. Now, a show clause can prevent a person from coaching in college for the duration of the penalty. Doesn't necessarily mean that they are banned, but it makes it very hard to get a job in college. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. You know he's sitting with us. Our friend Ben Standig. You can follow him at Ben Standig. Check out his Substack and his podcast, Last Man Standing. Benny, what's up, dude?
Not much. Thanks for having me on, as always.
Yeah, dude. The story today is Cliff Kingsbury saying he wants Terry McLaurin out there. To me, it's also like offensive coordinator wants best receiver on the field. Shocker. You know what I mean? Yeah. What'd you make of it?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're right, but because Dan Quinn is the person we typically ask about this, and he's tap dancing around it because he obviously there's only so much that he can say. So he has not expressed frustration, I would say, and I think Kingsbury did today. So it's at least the first sign of, hey, what are we doing? And if you're Kingsbury, I mean, like that joint scrimmage here the other day with the split squad, the offense didn't score, and Jaden Daniels looked uncomfortable, which is pretty rare. And part of that is definitely the offensive line, and part of it is definitely not having Terry. So, yeah, I mean, when the offensive coordinator comes to us and we ask questions about the offense, it's hard for him to say what the offense is doing when pieces of the offense are not there.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think is kind of the situation with Terry?
I've given up trying to figure this one out, man. I mean, we're 3 weeks past what I would have assumed would have been a done deal. It looks like he's not going to play in the preseason, right? The Bengals game is only a couple of days away, and the Ravens game is on the heels of that. So even if he were to show up, the starters aren't playing in that game. So presumably he's missing all the preseason. And, now we're getting close. I think we're getting to the point where the question has to be asked, what's the latest he can return and play in week 1? Because you don't want to have him pulling a hamstring or what have you when you need him out there for 18 weeks.
What is that answer for you, B? What is the latest he can return and be ready for week 1?
After the next preseason game, because they got 2 weeks to get ready.
So basically, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like the Ravens game,
you got 2 whole weeks to get ready, which that is, like I said, that's rare. Now that wasn't like that before. Now that over the last couple of years, it's been like that. But does what Cliff said kind of show you, like we look at teams, we always, the way we view football teams, they're all together. This is where we see the separation of church and state right here, where coaches have a different mindset than what front offices does.
Sure. I mean, look, I think Cliff's intentions are pure and honest, but he also came back here to build off what happened last year because he's going to want to get another head coaching job. And that's going to he'll be less attractive if this offense goes backwards and not having Terry McLaurin, not having your 2 starting guards out there. We already knew Cosme would be out. We don't know when Brandon Coleman is coming back. Mm-hmm. That's not ideal. And, and here's the thing. Noah Brown's also out. without McLaurin and Brown, the only wide receiver back from last year who played at all is Luke McCaffrey, and he's, deep on the depth chart. So Jaden doesn't have anybody to work with that he was working with last year outside at all. So that's another part of this. As good as he is, he needs to work with guys who are realistically going to play, and I don't know that he's been able to do that. So yeah, it's definitely getting interesting.
Yeah, and I thought Kingsbury was very honest about the wide receiver depth. Said, some guys are taking advantage of the opportunities, and some guys are not. I think that's true, dude. And
I love that. I love that side of him, though.
But I think it's
sugarcoat.
Right.
We've seen it in real time, dude. Like Ja'Cory Brooks is moving up, and
Yes,
they
he
just
is.
cut Mike Strachan, and like Chris Moore couldn't have had a more disappointing preseason debut. You know what I'm saying? Like there is movement and fluctuation on that wide receiver depth chart in real time.
When they brought in the 14 players the other day for that tryout and none of them were a receiver, my only thought, one, the receiver free agents are not that impressive. But two, it said to me, all right, they want to look at the young guys before they do anything else. And I thought today, like they've been mixing and matching the receivers with different first team, second team, third team all summer. But it felt like Ja'Cory Brooks and Tay Martin in particular were out there more with the ones today with Jaden at quarterback than I had seen. And, Jaden hit Brooks a couple of times, including one in the back of the end zone for a nice play. So, yeah, from an upside perspective, those guys are going to have way more. It's not realistic to think they can come in and replace either McLaurin or Noah Brown, but it's not like the veterans are getting that job done either from what we've seen.
I saw Craycraft running some good routes today. He could be a guy that can run some slot for you.
What do you think the slot situation is? Because Debo can play it some, but is obviously a different guy. We're seeing, I think the natural slot guys that have been here are Lane and McCaffrey, but because you don't have McLaurin and Brown, those guys are on the outsides a lot. I don't think Craycraft has a real roster shot, but you can't rule it out. Like, it's not like a normal mid-August
It's only guys that's been around and hadn't grabbed it by the horns and say it's mine.
Right. So,
but Debo can be your slot. Also, when you look at certain situations where you may put in two tight ends, you can put in Debo. A linebacker's not running with Debo.
Right.
A safety may have problems with him too. So that's an advantage for you. And I think what Cliff tries to do is have personnel groupings to set up a matchup advantage.
Obviously Quinn's not going to say anything negative about what he thinks, and Kingsbury did say that good quote there about some guys not stepping up. But I think a sign also of they understand what they're up against is one day Dan Quinn this week said Jalen Lane is showing well in the slot, and that was the projection of where he would play ultimately. Then yesterday he was asked about what do you like out of the scrimmage, and he said that we saw Jalen Lane playing on the outside. And to me, that's starting to feel like the Mikey Sanders-Still situation from last year.
He can do everything.
Right, we're like, but they wanted him in the slot, and then it became like, okay, we have nobody on the outside. He's going to have to go play out there. Obviously, that worked, but I don't think their plan was for Jalen Lane to be on the outside, but they right now have no choice, so I think they have to look and see what that looks like.
What Mike Tyson said, everybody got plans to get punched in the mouth.
That's one of my
they've gotten punched in the mouth.
That's one of my favorite
They don't have
quotes,
two of the outside receivers here.
Absolutely. We're talking with our friend Ben Standig here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Benny a follow at Ben Standig. Check out the Last Man Standig podcast. I think in your latest podcast, you talked about some of the defensive line players that are kind of catching your eye, making some plays. I think Jalen Holmes is having a good camp. I thought he was good towards the end of last season. Carl Davis is a guy that I think has been playing well. Who's catching your eye on that D-line and maybe the group in general?
Well, this is not about making the roster, but I think Dorrance Armstrong, to me, has had a really good summer, and it's building off of the 3.5 sacks he had in the playoffs last year. I don't think his pass rushing skills were shown as much as probably everybody would have liked in the regular season, but he picked it up, and now that you're adding Von Miller, now that they have more bodies on the defensive line overall, I think he's got a chance to get, back to the sack numbers that he had with Dallas, 7, 8, in that range. I mean, Johnny Newton, just to name a guy, again, he's on the team, but, we saw what he did in the preseason opener. That was very impressive for a guy that, last year was fine, but clearly still recovering from the
being
the
healthy,
2 foot.
right.
Yeah. So I think to me those guys are interesting. I think my basic thing with the defensive line is it's a quantity it's a quantity over quality situation. I don't mean that these guys are bad, but they don't have. There's not like an obvious stud up there, at least unless Deron Payne returns to 2020 form. But I think they have a lot more options than they did last year. So so I think they've raised the floor, and we'll see about the ceiling.
The thing that I'm concerned about is the linebacker position. I look at two guys, and they're outstanding, Louvu and also Wagner. After that, questions. I saw quickly was a guy left the other day, number 45. Now Duke Riley's wearing that number.
Hampton was 45.
They're jumping in the numbers real quick.
Yeah.
And McGee is a guy who they have a lot of interest in. They like him a lot, but he's been injured. Saw him out the other day on the sideline per se. But what's your thought on that after the first two guys?
Well, I think, look, obviously they didn't love what Hampton did in that preseason game, and it didn't look that great. So, they moved on from him. I think the signing of Duke Riley was to say we need at least another adult in the room in case something happens, because Kane Madrano is a 6th-round pick. I think he's shown some good flashes, and we know about the speed, and he's a willing tackler, but he's a 6th-round rookie. It'd be hard to say, hey, go play a lot more. And again, especially they want Jordan McGee out there to play more 4-3 when other teams are going with 12 and 13 personnel. The other options don't necessarily give you that based on size, but you've got to see what you have. Jordan McGee, it's odd to say it would be a big loss if he's not out there for week 1, but kind of, because of what he represents to what Joe Whitt wants to do.
At this point, don't you think it's tracking that way?
Well, it's not looking good.
I mean, we still are far away. We're 3 weeks out, but I don't know. The McGee thing is one of these frustrations, because when he has been on this field, he's looked good.
Yeah.
And just when you see him physically, he has that big barrel chest. He's built like a true linebacker. It's not like a conversion, possible safety, whatever. It's
right.
this dude is a traditional linebacker. Let's get him on the field.
Think about it. It's like what you find out in the NFL, and I say it all the time. I know we lose our mind with injuries, but it's football. People get injured. There are people that can play with them. When these young guys figure that out, then I think we may see something, because you tell me Bobby and Frankie didn't get injured last year. They played.
Right.
These other guys, as soon as they feel a little pain, a little ache, they off the field. Once they learn that you can play with a little ache and pain, I think he'll change. But his mindset right now is not fit for that type of football.
Is that not to give you old man yelling at the cloud opportunity? Is this more of the modern athlete, or is this just how young guys have always kind of been?
We watch a lot of young athletes that play through it too. I watch guys that like
Sammerstill.
A lot, yeah. Sammerstill is somebody cut from the old days.
Right.
But I don't blame the modern athlete. I blame the modern structure.
Right.
Because if you give young people multiple choices, they choosing the easiest one.
Sure. I certainly do.
I'm just saying.
One of the biggest questions, I think, talking with our friend Ben Standig from the Last Man Standing podcast, one of the biggest questions, I think, is how much starters go on Monday night. What do you think?
Well, I was looking at the offense, but probably at both sides. I was thinking maybe no more than 2 reps, especially if the offense were to score, right off the bat.
They look good.
But then they canceled the joint practice against the Ravens, and assuming that none of them will play against the Ravens in the actual game, maybe that leads to an extra rep. I mean, perhaps Jaden is a separate issue, but maybe that leads to an extra rep. At some point, and I've heard you say this, in order to get ready for football, you have to play football.
Yeah.
And not only did they not play in the first game, it's been a fairly quiet. Since they got back from New England, they had the one scrimmage, and today they were in pads. But that was a week ago, and they haven't done a ton since. So I think they maybe do need to play at least an extra series just to get hit.
I think the way you look at Jaden, and Jay had asked me this question earlier, if you don't have Tunsil and Coleman, does he play? I think yes. And I think if he goes out there and he boom, 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 march down the field, he can sit down. But those starters need to play a little bit long anyway. And I need to see everybody else. But Jaden goes down and looks sharp like Burrow did last week, I probably wouldn't have played him, after that. But if he doesn't look sharp, maybe you need to get a little bit more.
And look, let's be honest. Again, the scrimmage that they had, the inter-squad, it's one practice. The offense did not look good, and it was the rare time that Jaden Daniels, who is normally unflappable, looked a little uncomfortable. And he wasn't getting hit, but he's getting pressure right up the middle. The receivers aren't getting open. You need to get that taste out of the mouth and get him back into the normal rhythm. So maybe he needs to play a little bit more than just 2 series.
So, talking about friend.
You think when Cliff spoke today, he wasn't speaking for Jaden?
Yeah.
I need Terry.
Talking with our friend Ben Standig here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. So I was driving home yesterday, and I heard Paulie call into Russell say, "Man, you got to stop acting like Ben Standig reported something." I was like, "What the hell?" So then I texted you, "Are you reporting that B-Rob's getting cut?" And you said no. I said you were help me understand. You were asked who could be a surprise cut, and you said maybe it could be Brian Robinson. Is that an accurate reflection?
In May, doing a mailbag, I was asked who could be this year's Jahan Dotson, and I cited Brian Robinson because I think they want more big plays out of the backfield, and he's not that guy. He's a power runner. I think he only had 4 plays last year total, over 20 yards or more. Not much of a pass catcher. But okay, it's not like they didn't do that much in the offseason to say that's going to really happen. But now, as we've seen this play out, and Bill has looked good. They actually, you guys like Chris Rodriguez and Felton have looked good, not to mention Eckler and McNichols. And, again, you just look at the whole situation. I don't know that Brian Robinson is the right fit for the Cliff Kingsbury offense, and I don't know that the drop-off from him to some of these other guys is that dramatic. Plus, from a salary cap perspective, his contract is about $3.6 million towards the cap. Of that, only like $200,000, a little over $200,000 is dead money. So they could basically cut him for free or trade him, whatever, and I think they still would have other options that would be better fit for 3 downs for Kingsbury. That doesn't mean that they will, but I look at those and some other factors, and I do wonder if we could see a change there.
Who in camp has played to where you would say, let's get rid of this guy? I know you say Bill, but Bill he's dealing with a nursing injury.
Sure.
And I think he has great vision and all, but I'm not saying he's good enough to say let's just cut Brian. And I think Brian looks different this year than he did last.
It's no real if Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler is the combo again, totally fine. I mean that you can work with that, no doubt. I just the little bit we saw of Bill the other day, even as like a pass catcher, he showed the ability not just catch the ball but then evade the tackler right away. I think Chris Rodriguez gives you some of that in between the tackles running style that Robinson does. The other thing with Bill, by the way, is he didn't play last year in college. So the idea that he would be able to play 17 games is pretty, I guess, silly because that's just it's not realistic. Mm-hmm. So you'd have to nurse him through the year. But like I said, he's
fresh.
Hey, he's fresh.
Definitely fresh.
But like Austin Eckler, you don't want to overuse Eckler based on his age and wear and tear. But he's the only real 3-down back on this team, and I think to some degree they're better off with him in there than B-Rob, and the other guys give you the B-Rob elements. So
let me play some devil's advocate here because I don't. Is there a scenario where that is possible? Yes. I think it's fairly unlikely. I don't know where you were. Like at the joint practices, the view we got to watch both fields concurrently because we were elevated. Not everybody had that view. The best the Commanders looked was when they were on the side field going against the Patriots ones. Mm-hmm. They ran the hell out of the football, and B-Rob looked phenomenal. Yeah. So I think, I got to watch that, and it's a frame of reference for me. The salary thing, I think, is such a reach. He's the 22nd highest cap number on the that to me is just so irrelevant. It's not like they're cap strapped.
It's not that they're cap strapped, and you're right. It's not the main data point, but it is a data point, and they're amid this conversation with Terry McLaurin about money. So to whatever degree that helps, I'm just saying
it's a data point. That's fine, but if you want to point out that C-Rod or McNichols or Felton, these other dudes could do what he did, last year they went with him over those dudes, right? And I think...
And Felton has been around already.
I agree with you and have heard similar things. They wish B-Rob could be more explosive, period. That's a real part of his game. Like the explosive stuff tends to lack. But I don't know that if your goal is to win in week 1 against the Giants, that you don't want him out there, especially short yardage, red zone stuff. So to me, I'm allowing that it's a possibility. And I don't think you're doing this, but I think people run with you saying it, and then they're like, "Oh, this is going to happen." I think there's a big gap between those two things.
Yeah, I mean, look, the aggregation has already gotten out of hand. Like, I said flat out, I'm not reporting this. This is just how I'm looking at it. And then it turns into the Commander's reporter says that the team will cut Brian Robinson. So, yeah, it's definitely not that. And look, without Terry McLaurin, the Brian Robinson is one of the few pieces they can feel confident about. So it's not that it's a lock. I just think if all things being equal, they would rather have a running back in there that they can use on 3 downs. Like if they're going to hurry up, as they do all the time, and he's out there, if you're the defense, you know he's really not going to be a factor in the passing game, and he's not like some strong pass blocker. I'm not saying he's bad per se, but he's not a strength. And I think that makes them a little more, maybe not one-dimensional, but makes them a little bit more obvious. So having guys who can do, give you the sort of the 3-down potential, I think is what they would like. Now, maybe I'm looking at this more from an ideal scenario than a realistic, but I just think these other guys have impressed enough. But again,
nobody uses 1 back and 3 downs anymore. They're gone away from.
But I'm just saying if he's on the field, like if Eckler's on the field, you can do whatever you want, other than the fact that you don't want to overuse him. Mm-hmm. When B-Rob's on the field, you can't really throw him out there as a receiver and all that. And I think that's what they want to make it so you don't know what's happening.
Because I've seen him catch balls out here.
Sure.
So why not throw it to him in the game? They threw balls to Bates, and he can't catch. So why not throw the ball to B-Rob, and he can't catch?
I've always thought B-Rob was a better receiver than he's been given credit for, but Cliff didn't use him that way last year. He turned it to other guys. And look, the short yardage was good. It fell off the end of the year. The run game completely disappeared in the last few weeks. Now, I think a lot of that had to do with Eckler being out and the offensive line struggling, which led to getting Tunsil and Connerly. So it's not all in B-Rob. But, again, I just think that, I don't know. To me, when I look at all the data points, I've been thinking about this for a while. I think there's a world where that can happen, and nothing's persuaded me to think that it couldn't.
Is there a world where that could happen? Sure. But the other side of this, particularly offensively, is to release a running back of consequence that you can depend on the field. You know what he can give you, right? Who is forcing their way to force that roster move? Because offensively, I don't see it. I think you could keep 5 receivers of this receiver core,
sure,
and then just roll with 4 backs. Do you have to keep Lawrence Cager? Like, maybe defensively, maybe you go with an uneven number and you go 26-24. But, I also think if C-Rod's a priority, last year you cut him and got him back on your practice squad. I think they want to keep Chris in the building. I think they like Chris.
Well, if I'm Chris and you cut me, I'm leaving. I'm not going to keep staying around here for where you keep not wanting to use me, because I think that guy could play.
But remember, they cut him. People didn't
want him.
Didn't get him.
Well, again, but that was a year ago. Look, he came into camp last year, not in the best shape. He finally worked himself into it. Whatever. Look, there are a ton of running backs. This is why running backs are devalued, because of the fact that you can kind of find guys. If Robinson and Eckler were out, I think they'd be still reasonably okay, because guys can fill in. It's just and like I said, I don't know if you would be cutting Robinson. I think a trade would be something to look at. Like I said, I just think
in a devalued running back world, with a dude with 1 year left on his contract, what's the trade market for B-Rob?
Well, I mean, it'd be probably something along the lines of him and a 7th for a 6. I mean, I'm not saying it would be a lot, but we'll see. Look, like I said, it's not that if he starts, it's totally fine. Obviously, he's good. But other teams can use a power back. I look at the Bears as an example. They got DeAndre Swift, and then the guy who would be their power back, Rashawn Johnson, I think, or whatever, whoever the backup is. He's been hurt. I think there's a couple other teams. I think Tennessee's another one. And by the way, Chicago's running back coach is Eric Bieniemy. Tennessee's running back coach is Randy Jordan. Guys who've had B-Rob in the building. So look, I think that my take on this is not. It's not a hot take, and B, it's my view. I'm not saying they think that. That was my whole point. I don't know for a fact that they would think this way, but listening and thinking about it all this time, like I said, I've come to this conclusion for more or less, and I think there's something to it.
They want him to be a more explosive player. After 3 years, I think you can agree that that's not who he is. It'll be interesting to watch, man. That's why they play the games. I think if the way he was running in New England, granted it was practice, it wasn't live, But if we see some of that Monday night, I think it will dispel a lot of this stuff. But who knows if we will.
Yeah, I mean, and
Tunsil was a big part of that, just killing people on the left side.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if we see him.
As we say with Jaden too, like they're missing, the interior guards. That's pretty big for a running back like Brian Robinson, where he's running between the tackles, not to mention the quarterback. So yeah, there's a sort of nothing to dispel because I'm the only one saying this. But like I said, I think if you're looking to maximize the offense, I think there's a world where one of these other guys might be the better fit.
For me, you're not. It depends what you're saying. Like, is there a world where there's a possibility? I can see that, but I don't know that it's like a pressing issue inside that building. We got a break. Landfill just yelled at me. Wow, it's 27. We really got a break.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
You're on
time.
another segment.
All right, Ben Standig. Check out his work.
Subscription this time.
Check out his work at Last Man Standing. We'll be right back. It's B Mitch Anything.
Nearly 2 years after its initial discovery, the Michigan sign stealing decision is in. In a document sent to the school this morning, the NCAA's Committee on Infractions sanctioned the Wolverines with the following: a 4-year probation, $50,000 fine plus 10% of the budget of the football program, a fine equivalent to the cost of 10% of the scholarships awarded to the football program this season, a 25% reduction in football official visits this year, 14-week probation on recruiting communications, and a fine equivalent to the anticipated loss of all postseason revenue sharing for the 2025 and the 2026 football seasons. Add that all together, those fines could exceed $20 million. The committee also slapped current head coach Sharon Moore with an additional game suspension on top of the 2 already imposed by Michigan. He also received a 2-year show clause penalty. The committee, though, they hammered former coach Jim Harbaugh with a 10-year show clause penalty and hit Connor Stallions, the ringleader of it all, with an 8-year show clause. Now, a show clause can prevent a person from coaching in college for the duration of the penalty. Doesn't necessarily mean that they are banned, but it makes it very hard to get a job in college. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
$85 more minutes of work. Then I'm going to the aquarium, B. Going to hold some frogs. That is not a euphemism.
They may leave you there.
They might. Then we're having grilled cheese
Why
and
don't
crab
you jump
cakes.
in the water with the frogs, swim for them? Show them. That'd be a great birthday
It's
present.
like a bucket, B.
Huh?
It's like a little-ass bucket. I can't fit in
You
the
can
bucket.
fit in it.
We are at Commanders Training Camp. All of Odyssey Sports training camp coverage is brought to you nationally by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. Interesting conversation there with Ben Standig. If you missed any of it, check it out wherever you get your podcasts or on the Odyssey app or on the iHeart app. Wherever you get your content, we are there, okay?
Yeah.
The B-Rob conversation, B.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you land on – I'm not dismissing Standig's theory. I just think it's maybe like a 20% possibility.
Yeah. I just look at it like last year. You and I had this discussion a lot where I was listening to every radio station that had a thought about it, and it was all about B-Rob, B-Rob, B-Rob. And I'm looking at the offensive line because normally I look at the offensive line or defensive line when I see trouble happening on either side of the ball. The offensive line was banged up like hell. They had like 4 guys with injuries. Okay, and then when Biadasz got hurt, the running game went straight to hell. But everybody blamed B-Rob. Well, I would say this. As a running back, if you get the ball and you immediately have to make somebody miss, you just got the football. You're not going to have much success. And people thought, well, there's no explosion. Well, you can't explode when you are avoiding as soon as you get the ball. And they went through a whole portion of the season where there was nothing. Eckler was in the game. It wasn't happening for him either. But people get on one guy, and they started knocking on that one, and it stayed there. And I believe that B-Rob is that guy that's getting with it. But when I got here this year, listening to everything I heard and watching what I saw, I watched him intently. He seems fresher, seemed more explosive, and let's hope it carries over. But he also seemed to have a better line in front of him when everybody's healthy, say it like that. And then you can see what could happen from that point. But I, just like everybody last year about what Luke got to do, Luke hadn't done it yet. There are other receivers that came in this year that's playing better than Luke right now. But I still hear people talking about when Luke going to take that step. Well, he may not get a chance to take that step if he don't hurry up. So I'm looking at the running backs out there, and I'm like,
Bill has been impressive.
Bill is impressive, but I haven't seen anybody that say, okay, you get rid of him now. Felton, fast. But you going to get rid of B-Rob for Felton? When he does stuff that everybody else, you got other people on the team that does his stuff. C-Rod has always been around. I know Ben said, well, I'll leave. Well, he's been out there many a times. Nobody signed him. So when you look at it, I still think you got a thing where Austin and B-Rob are there because they like that battering ram early. And then Austin come in on third down. I think this team runs more like teams did in the past a little bit where They want the bigger guy to run and soften you up. Then they bring in the smaller guy or the scat back type of guy, which Austin is. And Austin can do it all, but too small to carry it and too old to carry it like he used to. But Bill has come in and made this thing different for some people. And is Bill good enough to make it to where they go, okay, we're going to keep 3, maybe 4? You know, is it a point where if something happens on other parts of the team where they say, well, we may have to keep, because you may have running backs that can help you out in doing more things. Then you want Jalen Lane to be your punt return and possibly kick. What if you need to have him be more of a full-time receiver? Then what you do? So it's a lot of questions, but I don't think it's just all the people that just want to knock B-Rob for whatever or wearing shades on the sideline, all that type of stuff. It just seemed like they got personal grievances with the guy. Handle that on your own. Don't act like that's some reason to do something. That's something you deal with on your own.
We spent most of the morning kind of applauding Cliff Kingsbury for just being honest about the Terry McLaurin situation. We're better when he's on the field. I don't think that's a secret. They are better when Terry's on the field. Kingsbury was asked about Brian Robinson. He said he's a guy that when you put the pads on and you really practice full speed is when he really shows up. I thought he had his best practice against New England when we did the competition versus them before the game. That's consistent with what you and I saw.
Yeah, exactly. See, and the thing, listen, man, I don't sit up here and try to act like I know more football than everybody else, but I know I look at different things than people look at. And I also know I can look at the game of football without my personal feelings involved with it. And to me, a lot of people can't avoid their personal feelings about something. I don't know. You know, did he piss off some people somewhere else? No, I don't know. All I know is I've seen this guy overcome a lot of stuff since he's gotten here, you know, and I still pull for him because I see what the capabilities could be.
Well, we also know him, right? Like, I know him as a human and find myself in a similar boat. I am not dismissing the theory that they could choose to go in a different direction. I mean, this is the NFL. This is a cutthroat-ass business. The margins are razor thin in this business.
Armand got released.
Right.
Marcus Allen got released. Joe Montana got released. Hell, anybody could be released.
Joe Montana got traded. They traded away Joe Montana. So acknowledging that there are always possibilities of things happening in the NFL, and frankly, if they chose to just get younger and cheaper in the running back room, that's not even that crazy of a possibility. We need to see Bill do it. Like the Chris Rodriguez, the Eckler stuff, to me, Brian Robinson has a role in this offense, and I think if you're approaching things from like a fantasy perspective, the Commanders' backfield is probably quite annoying because you don't know who you could trust week to week. But I don't think they're approaching this thing from a fantasy perspective.
No.
They're approaching it to win games, and I think Brian Robinson helps you win games. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to open these phone lines up for Ask B Mitch Anything. Maybe we have a running back discussion there. I am curious kind of, B, what you think they'll end up doing at the running back position just from a numbers play. I can't.
Hell, man, since they need somebody to run and catch, I could come out of retirement.
Yo, kick returner, punt return.
I'm just fair catching.
I also think it's interesting, you know, as this continues, I can't stress enough, you got to think in terms of 70-man rosters, not 53. The rules have changed so significantly that they are working on a 70, not necessarily only a 53. I want to talk about this Michigan thing.
I'm working on the 70, Jay. Last call, I'm sorry.
You're working on breaking 70. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B Mitch at Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I do want to get to this Michigan thing at some point because I just don't understand what the outrage is. But I did want to let the Aquarium boys react to the Brian Robinson stuff. Obviously, this became like a flashpoint yesterday on social media. I tweeted out the Cliff Kingsbury comment on B-Rob, and I think Cliff, like when we asked him about Hartman, he was critical. When we asked about this wide receiver depth, he's been critical.
Cliff is not going to BS you.
Cliff on B-Rob, he said he's a guy that when you put pads on and you really practice full speed is when he really shows up.
When training camp starts, well, when mini camp starts, what we always say, we can see what a receiver or DB could do. We don't know what a running back, a linebacker, or offensive lineman can do. When you put the pads on, when you find out what he can do. You know what I'm saying? So when people judge that dude, you find out what he's capable of. So, I don't know.
Landini, you're the professor of BS. Where do you land on this B-Rob thing? Do you think fans are kind of weirdly out for him? Do you think that they should be looking to make a move? What do you think?
I don't think people are out for B-Rob, but I mean they're probably not going to keep 5 running backs, right? So
no.
I mean I guess it's possible that he could be the guy that gets released.
But if you're counting 5, I think you could easily get to 4 with B-Rob, Eckler, Bill, and even McNichols.
As long as Bill is on the roster, I'm good.
I think Bill is on the roster. If they made rosters today, I think Bill's on it. Now, Bill is going to get probably a lot of playing time Monday night, and Bill's probably playing against the Ravens, I would think. Don't you?
Yeah.
Would you keep 4 backs?
I've always been around when people keep 4. The 2 main ones, and then you got 2 guys that got to be special teamers. And that's what you look at. McNichols, he can fill in, and he's a hell of a pass protector. He plays special teams. Bill, I watch him on all the special teams as well. So I look at those 4 guys. C-Rod, I don't know how much special teams he plays. But I know last year, every time when somebody got hurt, they'll bring him up. He'll run a little bit, but then when the guys got healthy, he'll go back down. You know what I'm saying? So he may not be that special teams guy. I don't know.
Well, what is interesting is Bill Merritt was returning kicks today, and I wonder if we get to see that Monday night. I
also saw 8-3 back there returning kickoffs.
Yeah. I think the one dude of the guys we're talking about that doesn't really play specials is B-Rob.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that is like a definitive knock on him when we get to roster.
But now, when you're the main running back, you normally don't play. And the fact that Eckler plays it, but what happened with him last year playing it, do you want him to take that risk again? Or you want somebody else to do that? Because most starters don't play it.
Well, and Eckler specifically, you saw, the head injury on that one kickoff return was bad, man.
Mm-hmm.
And that you never know where injuries are coming, where they're coming from, how they get there, whatever.
I told you earlier, it's football. People get hurt.
Right. Totally. What I do know is we're going to open these phones in about 10 minutes for Ask B Mitch Anything. The phone number is 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I did want to ask my man Jeff kind of where he lands on the running back roster because I know there's a ton of excitement about Bill. And one thing I noticed specifically about Bill in New England is there was a play. He was kind of dead to rights in the backfield. Looked like it was going to be a negative play, and he was able to claw out a yard. And sometimes when you're talking to O-line coaches, you're talking to running backs coaches, those runs mean more than, good blocking and you pick up 8.
Yeah.
So, Jeff, I think Standig's theory has some merit to it. I think it's a little premature for it. Where are you on the running back room, Jeffrey?
Well, JP, everything is a possibility when you're in a business like the NFL. That's what it is. But I don't think B-Rob is going anywhere. It's games last year where we needed B-Rob because of the power and the force he brings out of the backfield. I don't see him going anywhere. I'm on the B-Rob fan train. Let's just wait till the season. Like you said, it's a little premature. Let's just wait now. If he's, if the season is here, he's regressing in the season, and the other guys are Sure, okay, I get it. It's what you can do, but right now, nah, I'm not buying into that.
Premature, Jeff Walker says.
Premature.
And trust me, Jeff Walker knows a thing or two about premature. Now, phone lines are open. It is Ask B Mitch Anything, 800-636-1067. You'll also hear my conversation with Javon Kinlaw at 1:30. Landfill, I got to give you some credit. You just tweeted out a photo for people to call in for Ask B Mitch Anything, and it made me laugh. You can see that at 1067 The Fan. Phone number, 800-636-1067. Let's do this.
It is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The NCAA's Committee on Infractions ruled in the Michigan sign stealing case, with a school facing a series of fines that could eclipse $30 million. The Wolverines, though, avoided a postseason ban or the vacating of any previous victories. Head coach Sharon Moore also received a 2-year show clause penalty, Connor Stallions an 8-year penalty, former assistant coach Gerard Robinson a 3-year show clause, and former head coach Jim Harbaugh a 10-year show clause penalty. Those essentially act as barriers to schools hiring them in the future. Harbaugh is already serving a 4-year show clause penalty for a previous scandal, so if this whole NFL thing doesn't work out, it's going to be next to impossible for him to get a college job for the next 14 years. And speaking of college football, the Manning Award released their 2025 watch list this week, but there was one notable quarterback missing, Arch Manning of the Texas Longhorns. Now, it is fair he's seen relatively limited action compared to the other candidates on the watch list, but you think you might know a guy. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you and design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. 1 o'clock on a Friday, on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, means it's time for Ask B Mitch Anything. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Let's lead things off with our guy, Jupe. Jupe, fire away, man. B's ears are yours.
What up?
Gotcha. What's happening? Hey, I know I'm going to catch some slack for this question, B-Mix, because I've been preaching this whole time. With us needing help with the wide receiver group, my question is, why haven't we brought back Jamison Crowder? He was definitely clutch for us down the stretch. That's all I got for you.
You know what? That's a question I asked, too, because he can help you in multiple ways. And he's a veteran player, can get it done. And I don't know if there's anybody that's down the roster that's just saying, oh, don't bring him back. We're better than him. And then again, I think it may be Jameson, the amount of money he's going to be requesting. Well, now the rookies are very close to the veteran minimum, right?
Yeah.
Rookies are like almost $800,000. The veteran minimum is like 1 point something, right at it. So I don't see why. I think that'd be a good chance to go get him.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea at all. I don't know that it's going to happen. I mean, there are kind of some veteran receivers still out there. Maybe they're actually excited by this River Craycraft young man.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. It's a fair question, though, Jupe, for sure.
River Craycraft.
Let's go to
It's a nice name, though.
It's a hell of a name, dude.
What's the other guy say? Ballin' what?
Ballin' Gaines.
Ballin' Gaines.
The Terps offered a point guard out of Memphis
Ballin'
named
Gaines.
Ballin'
I like
Gaines.
that dude.
Yo, he's got my vote. Now, I hope I'm saying it right. It's Balin. Would you say that, Ballin'?
Ballin'. We're going to call it Ballin'.
We're calling him Ballin'.
It's probably Balin', but it's Ballin'.
Charlie is in Arlington. Charlie, ask me Mitch anything.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. What's happening?
Yeah, this is my question. First of all, I want to say, Brian, man, you truly a Hall of Famer, Doc. I watched you so many times hit that middle 95 miles an hour. When you saw a crease, you hit it, you was gone. And I don't think that nobody has ran third and long, third and 8, third and 12, third and 15 on the run and got the first down more than you. They need to look at the stats. My question is, why are they always talking about, well, we're not paying Terry because it's a business decision? I'm thinking all the business partners who are involved with the Commanders, what pay that man? For an example, if they want to pay Terry $28 million, but he's asking for $38 million. So that means, not $38, $33 million. So that's $5 million a year over 3 years. That's a total of $15 million. Why would you not pay $15 million even if Terry can help you win one extra playoff game? The business might net 50 to 100 million, or the possibilities of going to a Super Bowl. Why would you allow $15 million chump change? You paying Kinlaw that kind of money, you could take one of his years away. But why are you letting $15 million get in the way of a Super Bowl? You've been waiting for 30 years, and just think about all the merchandise that's not selling. The number one, number two merchandise would be JD and Terry. So just imagine all the merchandise as far as a business decision. If everybody if you in business, that makes no sense at all. And we don't want to do like the Nets. Just say, okay, well, we're going to just try to get everything from the draft. We don't have time to just say get everything from the draft. And I'm not telling any joke. I've counted about 28
Charlie,
national people around the league say Terry should get paid that. Go ahead.
One thing that's important in the business argument you make, the revenue from merchandise gets divided up around the league. So
it's not all just him.
The Commanders get a cut of every Lamar Jackson jersey that gets sold. That is not going to be the driver. The issue is not having
the business part just a little bit.
Yeah, but it's not about not having the cash. It's the fact that they are also running by other people they have to sign. And I think you don't go all into one guy. You have to pay multiple guys, and they're trying to make sure. Listen, to be honest with you, they're trying to pay everybody as little as they can so they can pay everybody, basically.
Okay, let me ask you this right here. This is small one. And I totally understand that. But what I was thinking is 52 men on the team, and the most popular two, if you just square off the 52, there's only two, and that's JD and Terry. Say if you move the other 50 to the side just for a minute, and just think, if they talking about age, just think, Tunsil came here for a contract. If I'm not mistaken, Tunsil is already in his 30s, and I'm thinking
they traded for him.
Huh?
They traded for him.
Oh, okay. So next
Charlie,
year,
and he's at a different position, so things are going to look a little different from those other positions. One thing about the league, and I think everybody understands, certain positions are slotted, and you know about how much you're going to make. But then it comes down to certain people that get to that upper echelon, they may be able to push it a little bit more. But ultimately, your age is going to always be a matter. I don't agree with it, but it's going to always be a factor.
I think there's multiple kind of issues here.
Mm-hmm.
We still don't know exactly what Terry's asking for. If Terry won't come in, if he won't, and I don't know that this is the case, but just to play it out hypothetically, if Terry is saying, or Terry's representatives are saying $35 million a year or I'm not showing up, they don't think they can do that. And if they're at 27 and Terry's at 29, get it done.
Mm-hmm.
If they're at 29 and Terry's camp's at 35, that might be a bridge too far.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You got to find somewhere in between that thing, come a little close. Listen, bro. I know fans are passionate about it, that they want him, and there's other people out there who call and say, well, you're in the country, you need to come in. You know what? They're selfish. They want him in for whatever price so they could be entertained. You know what I mean? And it's not necessarily they agree with the team. They just want to get the person in so they can be entertained. But ultimately what it comes down to is negotiation is just like relationships. There come a point in time you got to give and take. You don't always get it your way.
We got a question from Adam in Richmond.
What up, Adam?
Who do you think is the best or most dynamic kick returner currently on the Commanders roster?
I can tell you people I think could be. I think right now people are going straight to the running back position. So I saw Bill back there. I like the possibilities. I still think a guy who has a natural ability to be a return guy. And if that guy can do it very effectively on punts, he can do it effectively on kicks. And Jalen Lane being 5'10", 196 pounds, I was 5'10", 195 when I got in this league. He's very capable of doing that. I also think the young man, Felton, I watched him 2 years ago in Cleveland do every damn thing. He was the running back, the kick returner, the punt returner, covering kicks, covering punts in preseason. So I think those two guys right now lead the way for me. Because if you could find one guy that could do both, you know what I'm saying? That helps out a lot. You know, it helps a lot about when you come down to your roster and all that type of stuff.
Got one from Travis via Twitter. He said, my Ask B Mitch Anything question is, why should I take what I hear about training camp or joint practice serious when there's no tackling or game planning involved?
Why wouldn't you? Nobody is tackling or whatever. So when you look at it, I say take training camp and take it as serious, because if there's no game planning, then guess what? I am not giving you the advantage that I found in a way over somebody where I found a weakness. It's just one-on-one. So if you already beating somebody's ass and then I give you a game plan, you're going to be beating me worse, right?
Yeah.
So you have to take something from it. No, don't take everything from it, but you got to take something from it. So I would agree with you. No, you don't just say, well, he's practicing well, I don't have to look at nothing else. No. He practiced well. Let's see how he performs now. Because when he performs, he got to remember everything himself. He don't have a coach standing right next to him telling him what to do.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You can ask B Mitch anything you want. Let's go to Brian in Hagerstown. What's up, Brian?
What up, B?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, kind of a two-part question here, if I may. B Mitch, when was the last time you legitimately, fielded a punt, out there in athletic gear, fielded a punt from either a machine or somebody actually kicking it? That's kind of the
You
first
say in
part.
athletic gear? You mean like in a football uniform?
No.
Or just in
out there
shorts
some
and a
right?
shirt?
Yeah.
Shorts and a shirt, it's been about a year. But what's the kid that played quarterback at Navy? I caught a lot of them that year.
The really good.
Keenan Riddle.
Yeah.
When he came out, I did a lot of it because I was working with him a good bit. But I did do it about a year ago out of a jugs machine.
Okay, I was just kind of curious. And then the second part would be like if someone hadn't done it for a year, how long would it take to kind of get back in that routine to where you would
I'll be honest with you, dude. As many as I caught, when I caught one the last time, I was thinking my ass off. It was way harder than what I thought it was. Because, listen, no matter what you do, just like we were talking earlier about when you end the season, you're at a certain level and you come back the next year. The next year when I came back, I didn't just field them as freely as I did the year before because I hadn't done it in 3-4 months. So it does affect you some because you lose the spin, like if you catch from a right foot punter, you begin to have that's something that sticks with you over time. But then you come with a left footed punter that don't turn it over. That ball falls from you a totally different way, and the spin will mess you up some. What about if it's a windy day?
Right.
So
or a sunny ass
day. It changes something. And listen, that is catching punts is different. Like I would tell you, if you catch 10 kickoffs from 5 from a right-footed kicker, 5 from a left-footed kicker, every one of them does the same thing. You catch 10 punts from the same guy, all 10 of them do something different.
Thanks for the call, brother.
Well,
let's go to
that was a good question there.
Let's go to Maria in Silver Spring. What's up, Maria?
Maria, how you doing?
Hi, good. How are you?
Doing well.
It's a pleasure to talk to you. I'm just curious, we've all lived through the Snyder era. I'm just curious, who is more to blame here for not signing Terry, Adam Peters or Josh Harris? I know last year, we were all high on Adam Peters and Josh Harris, but I'm wondering if the honeymoon's over. I don't
think it's just those two people that you can say, because I think Adam was hired to do a job, Josh allowed him to do the job, but you got to look at the two people that are on both sides of this negotiation. So it's not Adam or Josh. It's going to be on this side of the staff, because Adam not necessarily does the negotiation. Somebody else does that.
Brandon Sosna.
So Sosna is doing that, and then you got Terry's agent with his stuff. So those people are the ones that you got to be looking at. And I don't have, if I want to blame anybody, I just think that people have different values for people.
Yeah.
And that's why you negotiate to try to come up with a solution.
I think
negotiating is not I say what I'm worth and you give me that.
Ave Maria, I don't think there's bad blood or honeymoon ending as long as this thing gets done before week 1. I think folks will turn the page quickly the first slant Terry catches against the Giants. You know what I'm saying?
As soon as he signs it, it's over.
Thank you for listening, though.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling.
If he signs, people are going to forget about that already.
Let's keep the phone lines going. Our guy Drew Cohen calling from the Eastern Shore. What's up, Drew?
Drew, what's happening?
Hey, JB. Hey, B Mitch. First of all, happy early birthday. Hope you get a chance to celebrate some this weekend before the game and stuff on Monday. So
I'm sure B will celebrate some.
Thank you. But my question is, when I was listening to stuff about the Terry contract deal, which I hope gets resolved soon, or the canceling the practice, I get a sense that these are kind of first world problems, the problems good teams have. And, B, you played on good teams before. Do you see that? Do you see this as kind of different kinds of problems this year? And if so, how should we be thinking about that?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's football issues that we're dealing with instead of dealing with all the kind of BS that was going on off the field. Getting a contract signed is football situations. People canceling a practice here or there. I mean, that happens sometimes. I don't see nothing that's that drastic. But we have dealt with 20 years of not talking about football. Now we're concerned about football. We're concerned about getting our team better, and I think it's a good problem to have. And then the better we get, the more of those we're gonna have. You're going to have people wanting the guys you have. You're going to have guys wanting more money. All those things happen. More money, more problems. When that's so, more money, more problems.
Thank you, Drew. Appreciate you, bud. Let's keep it going here. Thomas down in Caroline County. What's up, Thomas?
What up, Thomas?
Ask B something.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I just wanted to check in on how Gabe Taylor was holding up at camp and what his status was.
Gabe's not at camp.
Gabe, a lot of people have asked me this. Gabe was invited to rookie minicamp. Rookie minicamp has, 40, 50 guys invited. This year they had 5 draft picks and then say it was another 7 UDFAs. The rest of the dudes are just there for rookie minicamp. The odds of them making the team are incredibly slim. Gabe was here for rookie minicamp. Yeah. And I know it means a lot to fans, but I think that'll probably be the extent of his NFL work. Let's keep it going. Aaron is in Suitland. What's up, Aaron?
So much. What's up, B? Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you find that there's a large disparity in Terry's career stats and what the team value him at?
I don't know if it's about the stats. I think it's more about the sentimental value. I think he's produced at a high level, but I think that what he's been the status quo, the stable person throughout the time. And when the team and the people present to you what they believe a commander is, he fits every piece of that. And I think that right there has not come together. But a lot of times, just because you have been that guy who's been the glue, don't mean you just get whatever you ask for. You still got to come to a point where you're going to negotiate about it and figure that out. I think they respect him highly. I just think that, although I disagree, they look at his age and say, well, I can't do that. And that doesn't just happen on this team. That happens on multiple teams.
I would do anything for love, but I just can't do that. Drew is in Forestville. Drew, ask the birthday boy something.
Hey,
not
happy birthday, B Mitch. How you doing, man?
Appreciate you. I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Hey, JP.
Hey, buddy.
It's Drew from Forestville. I called in the other day. The question I got, B Mitch, you are a Hall of Famer, okay? If you was in Terry's shoes with this contract negotiation thing going on, what would you do, B Mitch?
Right now, I'm trying to find out exactly where we are, where they are, and I'm gonna find out what we could get to, and then I'm gonna get I'm gonna get all kind of information, not just from my agent, from other people out there, and I'm going to try to figure it out because it's getting to the point now where this thing may cost me some money, and I'm gonna make the final say, not my agent, not anybody else. I'm gonna make the final say based off because, let's just I'm gonna throw hypotheticals out here. Let's say I say 32, and they say 28, and then the agent's like, no, we can't take less than 32. That sounds good until I'm gonna have to start paying some money back. Then all of a sudden, I'm gonna try to figure out a way to get that thing at 30. And these are hypothetical numbers. I'm going to try to get it at 30. What if they come at 31.8? Okay, I'll take 31.8. I'm going to figure out a way to get myself in the camp because I am not only taking care of my family. I'm your employer. I got to pay you too, right?
Yep.
I'm going to try to get the most I can. I don't know if it's smart to start giving money back when I can make more than I was making.
All right, let's try to get these callers in quickly here. Mark is in McLean. Mark, what's up, man?
How you guys doing? Hey, B Mitch, I'm an old guy. I worked at Georgetown University back in the late 70s, early 80s when the Hoyas were major basketball power. And I hear you and also Doc Walker speak very respectfully of Coach Thompson. And I was just kind of wondering how you guys hooked up, how you crossed paths, and if you had any life lessons or any wisdom you got from Coach Thompson you want to share.
Well, man, I did a radio show with Coach, and I met him before that when he and Doc were doing shows together, him, Doc, and Al Koken, and became very, very close to him and highly, highly respect him. JP will tell you, when Coach came around, I basically turned into a little kid. But when we start talking about these finals, I wish Coach Thompson was living today. I would give Terry his phone number and say, call this man and talk to him. I don't know a man or a woman in the world that taught me more about finance. Even the people I learned finance from at my university knew more about finance than him. And I would say one thing, when that dude was highly respected in all aspects of life. When he stepped up and he spoke, that he was like E.F. Hutton. When Coach Thompson spoke, everybody listened. And that was something that I was in Vegas with him at Michael Jordan's fantasy camp. And Mike run everything till Coach Thompson spoke. Mike bowed down to Coach. And that says a lot. You know, MJ don't bow down to nobody.
Yeah, man. I think people would be really surprised if they understood how frequently you reference Big John.
Big John, Andy, Joe.
Right.
My peeps.
All right, two more. Let's go fast if we can, fellas. Mike is in Springfield. Mike, what up?
Hey, what's up, B Mitch? Hey, I was talking to my friend. Did you ever attend or go to the Art Month football camp back in the 90s?
Yeah, I used to coach in it, then I took over it when Art stopped doing it.
Yep. All right, I just wanted to settle something. He thought you weren't there. All right, boss.
Oh, yeah, I was there. You won that money.
Last one, Rusty in Delaware. Rusty, be fast if you can, please, brother.
Will do. Hey, B, we're working on kickoff and kickoff return with our Pop Warner team. We've got a couple kids that can catch the kicks because they've got a baseball background, but these are also kids that are on the field like 90% of the time. What type of drills can we implement to get some of these younger kids getting more comfortable with catching a kickoff?
Catching the kickoff?
Just over and over repping it?
Catch it over, because repetitive, kids keep doing it, is going to make them better.
There you go. Thank you, Rusty. When we come back, you'll hear from Javon Kinlaw, who's having a really good camp.
Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. A pilot, 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We can feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to
The NCAA imposed a hefty fine on Michigan. $20 million to $30 million is the current estimate, as it stems from the loss of postseason football revenue over the next 2 seasons. All of this is part of the sanctions handed down from the alleged sign-stealing scheme involving Connor Stallions. Jim Harbaugh, who was the head coach at the time, just received a show cause for 10 years. Connor Stallions, an 8-year show cause. Penalties for head coach Sharon Moore include a 2-year show cause order during which he's suspended for 3 games. 2 games this season, which is self-imposed, and the first game of the 2026 season that came down from the NCAA. The committee, though, did not include in their sanctions a ban from the postseason or any vacated victories or championships, despite asserting in their findings that, quote, a postseason ban is required in this case. Well, it's not the case now. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Football Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
There you have it. We're talking football all the time on the B Mitch Finley program. And one player, look, man, it's entirely possible he won't be great. He'll be a C+, B- player. But I think Javon Kinlaw has looked really good through training camp. Totally. It's just training camp. I think far too many people got worked up about the contract when, I mean, the contract is, like, do you know, I'm trying to pull this up, where he ranks on the Commanders as far as.
What's guaranteed on this contract, $25 million?
I think it's closer to 30 over 2 years.
He got like a $14.7 million deal, $15 million a year deal.
As a D tackle.
And that puts him way down the line.
He has 2 years guaranteed. Like, if this thing goes sideways, it's done.
Yeah.
I think folks just got caught up in kind of what the groupthink narrative was during free agency. I thought Adam Kilgore had a really good story about Javon Kinlaw in the Washington Post. Kilgore is going to join the show on Monday to talk about it. But, you know what I mean, for what Kinlaw might be able to do, I think he's been pretty damn impressive. And when Dan Quinn,
he's pretty massive.
When Dan Quinn and Adam Peters keep talking about it, we believe he's an ascending player. That's what they said last year about Frankie Luvu, and they were proven very correct.
Yeah.
I got to talk to Javon Kinlaw earlier this week, and I wanted to be sure we made time to play it here on the program.
I'm really excited to sit down and talk with Commanders defensive lineman, Javon Kinlaw. It's kind of hard to assign you a position. Tackle, end, I don't really know. What would you say?
A little bit of both.
D-lineman?
Yes, most definitely. You got it right.
You grew up here.
Right.
You moved away like middle school, right?
Like halfway through my 9th grade. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is it good to be back in these DC summers? Do you remember the heat and the humidity?
The heat, I ain't messing with the heat, but it's good to be around my family, good to be around people who haven't really seen what I put into it on a daily basis. So it's good to be here, you know what I mean? It's a real blessing.
So one of the things that stuck with me is when the team signed you, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn both used the term ascending player.
Right.
Last year, that's what they said when they signed Frankie Luvu. It was like, all right, the league might not know exactly what this guy is, but we think he could really make a big jump for us. How do you feel about hearing that?
I mean, it's a good term, but for only a short amount of time. You know, I'm trying to get rid of that ascending part. But it's great that they feel that way about me because I feel the same way, you know, and every day I touch this grass, I strive to get a little bit better every day because that's all I can control at the end of the day. But it's been awesome being here and knowing that they believe in me that way. And hopefully I'm showing them some of the things that I can do right now.
You know, I went back and watched last year with the Jets.
Yes, sir.
And I think your play was really damn good, especially on a team that didn't have many leads. I mean, you played every game. Do you feel like people maybe didn't see everything you brought last year in New York?
I mean, I'm not even worried about it. You know what I mean? The right people saw it. It don't really matter. I can't control that. The only thing I can control is when I lace them up, how I'm performing, you know, and I try to take care of that every day.
How does everything feel so far lacing them up?
I mean, I'm loving it, man. I'm loving being here. I strived to lose some weight, get my explosion back, and I'm super explosive right now, you know, playing super fast right now, so I'm loving it.
How much did you drop?
I probably dropped 15 pounds.
That's great.
Yes, sir.
Does it just feel better, too?
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
So last year, Jaden Daniels comes up to Jersey for the joint practice with the Jets. Now you're going against him every day. Does anything seem different from?
He cold, bro. He cold, bro. Just seeing it every day, seeing him on a day-to-day grind, day-to-day process. He cold, bro. You know, probably one of the best quarterbacks I've been around, for sure, bro.
I mean, it stands out. Every day there's a throw or a play or something. How big of a factor? Obviously, you knew AP for some time. How big of a factor was, hey, I get to go to Washington and this kid 5 looks like the real deal?
Exactly, but that came with it. You know, that was icing on the cake, the whole Jaden thing. But just being around people that believe in me. You know, anytime I can get around people that believe in me, like DQ, like AP, like Daryl Tapp, guys like that, man, it makes my job easy because it makes me want to come to work hard every single day.
Tapp obviously pushes you guys, but he seems like he'd be a lot of fun to play for.
Hell yeah, he's a cool dude, man. Always cracking jokes, doing his thing. He makes it fun, man. So,
how versatile is that D-line? Like, a lot of guys could go a lot of spots.
Yeah, we got a lot of different things, man. We got a lot of different things, and that's what you want. You know, it's just always a next man up mentality, and you know, sure, we can do it, whether it's Alpha Group, Bravo Group, sure, we can go in there and do what we need to do. You know, and having guys that can intertwine all over the place is special. It's special.
What's it mean for you to have Von Miller join this group?
I mean, shoot, lining up next to him, it brings something out of me, you know, that I've been wanting to see for a long time. When I get next to a guy like that, that greatness, it rubs off on me, you know what I mean? I want to be great for him, you know what I mean? Just being next to a player with 100+ sacks, shoot, it make me feel like I got 100+. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
for real.
Sure. Take me to the tunnel, week 1, your hometown, the team you grew up rooting for, wearing the burgundy and gold, coming out to play the Giants. What's that going to be like?
Shit, man, I don't even know. I just take it one day at a time, bro. I don't even know when we play the Giants, but all I know is I'm here now, and I'm just working for today. And shit, when tomorrow come, I'm going to lace them up for tomorrow. Point blank, period.
Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother, for sure.
He's really excited.
He's definitely excited. I really enjoyed that conversation, and when he said the right people noticed,
that's it.
That's what it's all about, man.
I know sometimes, and I'm not saying all, that some fans would get upset when players will say something like that. But hell, to be honest with you, you can say what you want. They're trying to impress the people that can give them a contract or not. And when they get on the field, they hope that they live up to those people, because if they impress those guys, everybody else should be impressed. You know what I mean? And I mean, hell, he feels like, I would say, the majority of players feel.
Yeah, I do think there's a big disconnect between players and fans sometimes, especially as there is more and more information, and people will take information at a certain level that isn't always necessarily accurate, or how coaches or players feel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or scouts even. And that's just a byproduct of the era we live in, where we try to boil everything down to a metric.
We do. Or we believe in what we see the most. You know, if a certain person puts something out all the time, we go, oh, this is the facts. They could be giving you straight lies. So just learn how to get the information from multiple positions. Make you a little smarter also.
I think the hometown stuff can be inflated at times, but I do think for Kinlaw coming back here, I think the most important aspect of coming to D.C.
That D.C. hometown thing is real.
Well, I think the cash was the most real.
Yeah.
I think AP and Daryl Tapp, like the familiarity and those guys wanting him was a huge factor.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think for a guy that grew up here and then moved away and now he gets his chance to come back here, I think it means a lot. And you see it when you like the visual. If you want to watch that interview with Kinlaw, it's on my YouTube page. But I think we're about to get a big old storm here in Ashburn, man.
I hope we
This
don't.
guy just got
People want to go home when it's a successful reason.
Right.
Not because they had to.
Right.
And this reason, he came on because he wanted to, and he also was given a deal for a team.
Well, it's like you.
Nice bag.
When you got drafted, your mindset was, I'm not going back to Plaquemine.
Unless
now
I
you
want
go
to.
back and you love it.
I go back and love it, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Very interesting. All right, when we come back, we got to make some bets, settle up on the week. Not sure I've won a single one all week, frankly. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. Listen, these guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part, Rude systems are whisper quiet. Last night, my little girl was sick. My oldest wouldn't go to bed because she was so excited about her birthday. It was a zoo at our house. Never once did we have to worry about the AC staying nice and cool on a hot-ass DC summer day. Why? It's the variable speed compressor. That ensures precise temperature and humidity control. You need to control the humidity in these DC summers. If you lived here, you know that. Plus, you could save some serious cash. You could qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. All right, folks, about to wrap this joint up. Got to check in on our AAA poll of the day. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. Already a AAA member? Upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Tell you, Ben Standig might need AAA. Somebody should check on him. Our AAA poll of the day, I will ask you,
use some of
Brian.
that subscription money.
The B Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day. Should Jaden Daniels play on Monday if starting offensive linemen are out? You say yes?
I say yes because it's not all of them. It's like one or two, and that could be a possibility in week one.
At least one. Coleman ain't playing.
Yeah, week one, that could be the problem.
Yeah.
So you going to tell them don't play in week one?
Nope. Week one, you're going, dog.
I mean, if you might have to do it, you probably want to get used to it right now, right?
We got the poll results. 31% voted like B. Mitch said yes. 68% said no. They don't want to see Jaden without the starting O-line.
That to me makes I don't understand that. Like everybody don't want anybody to play, but then they'll be pissed off if they start slow. It just makes no sense.
I think you get like 2 series out of Jaden, maybe one.
Yeah.
If the first series is an 11-play touchdown drive, I think we've seen enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with that.
I do think there's something to getting him out on the field. I don't know that we'll see him. Dan Quinn usually talks before practice. Tomorrow he's talking after practice, and I think that's because that'll be whatever information DQ's going to divulge, he will divulge it tomorrow afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't expect to hear a ton, but we'll see what we get, man.
Yeah.
Going to be interesting. Dan Quinn tomorrow after practice. I'm looking for you right now, B. Practice tomorrow is scheduled. Ooh, let me find it. I'll tell you what. Let's get to some bets, and I'll find that information for you.
Let's do that.
Heard it here first.
Holla. Gather around. Heard it here first.
Practice tomorrow, Brian, scheduled for 11:15 with DQ talking after. I would expect that to be a fairly short practice, so maybe we'll have some information on who's playing for the Commanders.
10th hole by then.
Maybe by noon or 12:30 or so. If you're paying attention, pay attention for those times. All right, White Brian, did I win a bet this week? Wasn't my best effort.
Nope, you went 0-4.
Damn, dogs. I don't think the record keeping is accurate. All right, who won the week then?
Landfill won the week at 3-1.
Yep.
Landfill can find that laser buzzer, that horn buzzer, anytime he wins. You ever notice that, B?
Yeah.
This laser?
He don't win a lot, so.
I can also find this one.
Oh, my little girl loves her dad.
Yeah, when you're not singing.
We got football tonight. I'll tell you the games. Everybody pick a winner. Atlanta, home underdog, +3 to the Tennessee Titans. The Chiefs going to Seattle. Seattle laying 3. Anything you like, B?
Atlanta where?
Atlanta at home plus a field goal.
I'll go with it. Give me that. Give me Atlanta with the +3.
B's taking the Falcons and the points. Landini, 2 games tonight. Titans, Falcons, Chiefs, Seahawks. Anything you like?
I'd go with the Seahawks.
Seahawks at home laying 3 for Professor Landini. Both those games on NFL Network if you're looking for something to do tonight. Watch the little ball. Jeffrey.
I'm taking
Titans, Falcons, Chiefs, Seahawks.
I'm taking the Falcons and the Chiefs.
Falcons and the Chiefs for Jeff. Okay. Whitest Brian, what do you like, buddy?
Let's go with Gardner Minshew and the Chiefs.
You know, is Pat not playing? He played last week, didn't he?
I think he played a series last week.
Well, dude, they also got the ball at like the 13.
Yeah.
And then they got a pass interference, and he was first to go on the 1.
He was 1 for 1 in a touchdown.
Yeah, for a yard.
And the game was over for him.
Is Penix playing tonight?
I don't know.
I might have to turn some ball on tonight, B.
Yeah, I'll probably check it out.
Bunch of games tomorrow. Eagles, Browns tomorrow at 1 o'clock on NFL Network. I don't know. I can tell you, I don't know Who's playing quarterback for the Browns?
The Browns don't know. Hell, whoever shows up to the stadium, you get to start.
Dolphins Lions.
You get a start.
At
You
1
get a
o'clock.
start.
Apparently, the Lions were just dominating the Dolphins in joint practices. Jets Giants, a little battle in New York there. Chargers Rams, a little battle of Los Angeles. Was Battle of Los Angeles a Rage Against the Machine album name, Landfill?
I believe it was.
I believe it was too. Ravens Cowboys tomorrow night, be in Dallas. NFL Plus, if you want to watch that one. NFL Network, a little late night action. Cardinals Broncos. Plenty of football. If I got to pick one for tonight, it just seems weird to me that the Titans are road favorites over the Falcons. I think that means they think they're going to see a lot of Cam Ward. Give me the Titans laying the 3 on the road in Atlanta. Grant and Danny are coming your way next. Those boys will be plenty fired up. Nats baseball, Commanders football. Cliff Kingsbury wants Terry McLaurin back. Oh, is this Rage? Let it play, dude. Let's let Rage take us out. You remember this song, B? I imagine this played in some stadiums when you were playing.
Yeah, I'm sure I heard that before.
You've heard this, dude.
Yeah.
This will get you amped. Amped. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Ben Standig for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in. A lot of great calls today. A lot of good conversation. One more week of camp in the books, B.
Yeah.
Next week's the end of camp, next Thursday, and it will not have a joint practice.
Hey.
That's how it goes.
Check the pancakes, baby. Check the pancakes.
Check the pancakes, baby. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching, everybody on the stream. If you made it this far, check the pancakes.
The Michigan sign-stealing decision is in. The Wolverines avoided a postseason ban, but they were hit with a series of fines that could be anywhere from $20 million to well over $35 million, plus an additional game suspension for head coach Jerome Moore. Now, the biggest fine is the anticipated loss of all postseason competition revenue for the 2025 and 2026 season. That's going to be a massive hit for them. Moving over to the NFL, offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury was asked about how much classroom work he's had with Terry McLaurin. He said not as much as if he was a full go, but Kingsbury's much more of an on-the-field guy than a classroom guy anyway. Kingsbury explained, though, it's impossible to see the offense come together without one of Washington's top players on the field. He also said Terry's been working with the trainers around the Commanders' facility, but he emphasized the need for McLaurin to get contact work on the grass. And this week in preseason, before we watch the Commanders and Bengals on Monday night, there are some quarterbacks to watch. Fellow Browns rookie Dylan Gabriel is expected to get the start, potentially making up some ground in that quarterback competition in Cleveland with Shedeur Sanders hurt. And we're going to watch Caleb Williams for the first time under new head coach Ben Johnson. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. It's August 15th, 2025, and you are listening to The Fan. Grant Paulson, Danny Rouillet, taking you up to 6:15 tonight, and pregame ahead of the Nats and the Phillies. Nationals playing spoiler last night.
That was a fun one.
Brad Lord on the hill, beating Philadelphia. They'll try to make it 2 in a row with Grant and Danny regular. Mackenzie Gore on the bump at Nationals Park tonight. We also have 2 preseason football games. Danny, happy week 2 in the NFL preseason.
Day or something.
Day.
Yeah, man, it's almost here. I mean, we did the long national nightmare of months and months and months with just sort of lists and made-up topics and countdowns and, hey, this guy's not at OTAs, and we do the annual dance. This is now, the business of this season is here. And that's kind of a theme. Cliff Kingsbury spoke. We'll talk about that, I'm sure. But we are now counting down to regular season football and kind of the most meaningful thing on the sports calendar.
Titans, Falcons tonight. Do we know, is Cam Ward playing in that game? I would imagine he would. I'm looking forward to seeing him again, the number 1 overall pick. There's never been less attention paid to or excitement, seemingly nationally, about a number 1 overall pick who should have a very good first season. And then in the Falcons' case, we did not see their quarterbacks at all in their first preseason game. So I'm curious to see if there's a Michael Penix cameo tonight, if Kirk Cousins gets back on the field first time since his benching and his injury last year. And then in the nightcap, late this evening, 10 o'clock East time, this is late night preseason football.
Gotta want it.
The way it got drawn up, Chiefs and Seahawks, Patrick Mahomes and Kansas City's first team O almost always plays for Andy Reid. But you get one more opportunity if you're one of these teams. A lot of these clubs are putting in good work this week in joint practices, so maybe you tamp down how much your players are going to play. But Washington's not one of those teams this week. They don't have a joint practice. So they play Monday night at home, the first of 2 exhibition tilts at Northwest Stadium. And they're taking on the Bengals. And Cincinnati made it very clear last week as they completely adjust their August paradigm that they're going to play their starters considerably. I would think we're going to get at least a quarter of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and some of the Bengals' star offense against Washington's top defense, which is going to be a great look-see. Yesterday, Dan Quinn, when announcing that there wasn't going to be a joint workout with the Ravens, suggested that it's not going to change much about how they go about employing players against the Bengals on Monday night. But he did say some starters will play some snaps. That was as much as he was willing
That clears
to tell
that
us.
right up for me. I don't have any further questions. Yeah, I mean, you'd wonder if the plan would change. I'd like to think it would or it should. And again, I'm not ripping Dan Quinn at all. He doesn't know us a thorough, how many plays everyone's going to play at this stage. He's under no requirements to do so. But something you were counting on was taken away. So wouldn't you adjust accordingly? That's how I would do it, certainly. Basically, it's not quite a month, but it's 3 full weeks And if someone gets injured, that's awful and it sucks and it's the worst. But it's 3 full weeks until you play the real one. You're not playing it in week number 3, understandably so, on short rest. It's 5 days. I never knew how that joint practice was going to work anyway, but that's been taken away from you. Maybe go against an opponent that's probably, fortunately for you, going to play their starters way more than the average Bear because of what they've been through the start of the seasons the last several years.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Not only because the Bengals are going to be employing starters more than most teams do, just because they've gone 1-11 in the first couple of weeks over the last 3 years.
And that's not hyperbolic, by the way. Those are the numbers.
So it's really, really ugly for them how they've begun, and they said not anymore. Not this time. We're going to take August more seriously, and because of that, we'll be better prepared for the first couple of weeks of the season in September than anybody else. I would not want to be the Browns in week 1. I think the Bengals are probably going to put one on them. That having been said, I think that's one reason why for Dan Quinn, you probably run your guys out there a ton, but more than even maybe you would because of this lack of a joint practice. I think if the knob was going to be turned up to 5, now you just turn it up to 6. A little bit more work, perhaps. I don't think it's going to mean everybody does that. Bobby Wagner, Zach Ertz probably not going to play a lot. I don't think Jaden Daniels is going to play a lot. But especially on defense with some of the young DBs or some of the guys in the linebacking core up front, I would like to see them, if you can get some really good work against the Bengals in a game setting, what a benefit that is.
You would think.
To having to go take on the Giants in a couple of weeks in week 1. It's funny, though. You said he doesn't owe us anything, and it's so true. I am a huge proponent of coaches not providing a lot of information in the season. I know it drives people crazy. Maybe it's my background being on the beat or being a reporter or whatever, but I'll never be bothered by a coach playing coy with information. I think it's overdone and unnecessary largely, but I totally understand it and I'm cool with it. In the preseason, I can't get there with you. Like, what on earth is there that's keeping you from just giving us the blueprint here? It doesn't have to be this far out, perhaps, but coaches don't do it, period. Like, the day before a preseason game, if you're talking to a coach, they will not tell you who's in and for how much, and it's cloak and dagger, and you got to get there early in the press box with your binoculars and see who's running sprints before the game, and that's probably who's not going to play. You just can't convince me there's a good reason to do it that way in a preseason game.
Because the only thing I could think of is you wonder if I'm making this up, but you would tell Laramie Tunsil, you're going today. Get ready to go. And you do the ramp up and you do the regular pregame warm up. And that's all you wanted him to do was to, for whatever reason, go through that exercise. And you can quietly come over and tap him. Okay, buddy, you're actually not going today. We just wanted you to do that. And if it got out earlier than that, you'd spoil it.
But guys,
that's such an extreme scenario. Like, what? Come on, man.
And guys, no. That's to me like the mini camp thing where you don't practice the last day. You go to the movie theater or the bowling alley. When you do it 5 straight years, it's just what you do. All right, guys, we're not going to practice tomorrow. Everyone's going to play video games at Uncle Frank's house. And it's like, we knew this was coming.
Yeah,
right?
we're so surprised.
So if that's always what you do with your starters, but also, these are professionals. You don't need to lie to them.
Mm-hmm.
Laramie Tunsil doesn't think doesn't need to think he's going to play to go through a pregame routine at 100%. You just tell him, hey, the work we want you to get in is we're going to do everything in pregame until an hour before kickoff, as if it's a Sunday at 1, and then we'll shut it down. You guys can shower and throw your street clothes on and get on the sideline.
10, 30-yard sprints and then go
Right.
shower up, yeah.
Let's talk Cliff Kingsbury. The offensive coordinator said the quiet part out loud today, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He did not do it in a way that was overly incendiary. I don't think Cliff Kingsbury said anything that is going to create a whole lot of drama, but he just went further down the path of a team official telling Terry McLaurin, come to work, than anybody else has. The tone with Dan Quinn, when McLaurin comes up at a press conference, is he's got an ankle injury, and he's hitting all his markers, and we can't wait to see him again, and I just love coaching Terry, and he's the best guy there's ever been. Terry's our guy. And that's kind of been the tone the entire way, which is perfectly fine. No problem with that. He's playing chess. Kingsbury was playing checkers today, though, whereas he was asked a couple different questions that were, frankly, really, really easy questions for him to just pump everybody's tires. I think the first one John Keim asked him from ESPN was something along the lines of, what can you get done with Terry in the meeting rooms that is going to make it more okay that he's not on the practice field? Almost leading you to give a good quote on, hey, I know he's not practicing, guys, but he's in the rooms. We're having meetings. Him and Jaden are on the same page. Me and him are talking every night. This is going to be fine. He chose not to do that. He chose to kind of say, well, look, the meetings are very different. I need him playing on the field. I need him practicing. Second question was, again, very, very similar, which was the juxtaposition of just being in the meetings versus the field. And he circles back to actually saying it is time for these guys. He was vague, but the question was about McLaurin. These guys who can to start practicing. Well, who's he talking about exactly? But I want to let people hear these clips and then we'll react in case you missed this. But this is a little bit off message. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yeah. Well, this is a new frontier, right, in terms of messaging.
I guess that's the big question. And when we take calls on this later in the show, maybe that can be what we ask is, did Cliff Kingsbury, who's just exceedingly honest and has no real interest in hiding things under the sleeve, did he just answer a question honestly and kind of go rogue a little bit here? Or is this the beginning of a shift in tone from the organization? When Quinn speaks tomorrow, does what he say sound anything like this? Peters doesn't talk right now. He did his presser before the year began, and at that time he said McLaurin, we think, is going to show up on time, and then obviously he didn't. But he was very positive, very pro-Terry. Everything he should have said, he was perfect.
Right.
But this is the first time anybody has said anything other than, like, me handing them a script to make Terry feel good when he reads the transcript. And I just wonder, is it a shift or is it Cliff kind of going out on a limb and doing his own thing? So let's play the first cut here of Kingsbury on the season prep McLaurin can get in meetings, answering that he needs to be on the field.
Yeah, I think, not as much as we would if he was full go, there's no doubt. But I think, like I said, I'm huge on walkthroughs, on practice, things like that, because until you get on the grass and actually do it and feel the timing, feel the depths of routes and things of that nature, I don't know exactly how much you can get out of that. So I think we're kind of at that point to where we need to start getting those guys when they're available out there and gelling and seeing where we are as an offense.
That was the big answer, the big cut. I think we're kind of at that point. Bold and highlight.
That's, different words, but same summary from what I said yesterday. This is where we are now. I understand the future business is not going how you'd like it to go. The current business right now, the NFL football season, it's here. It's upon us. Now's the time to get to work. I think this pulse only starts to grow, where everyone understands. There's a full, eyes wide open, comprehensive understanding of how this process has gone and is going, etc. The thing that is now in conflict to that is the current business of the NFL season, where you're under contract, the team needs you, the coach is now saying, yeah, okay, thank you for everything you're doing, and I get it, I support you, but it'd be a lot better if you were here. And that pulse grows the closer we get to the season.
A lot of words, right? 27 seconds worth of them in that answer. But there's one specific phrase I think that particularly mattered, which was, I think we're kind of at that point. And then he goes on to say, to where we need to start getting these guys, when they're available, out there and gelling to see where we are as an offense. Translation, the offensive coordinator's going, got to get the camaraderie, got to get everybody on the same page. Our offense is hurt right now, and we're not as good because guys aren't out there. If you're ready, need you to start practicing. And by the way, not coincidentally, the question was not about injured players. The question was about Terry McLaurin and him being able to sit in on meetings but not practice. He expounded upon the idea of being on the grass, as he calls it, just being so much more important and more relevant, more significant in the ramp up than sitting in a room with the lights off, watching the projector.
Yeah, there hasn't been a ton of contact with him. He's been here, but he's been working with the trainers. So until he gets back on the grass, that's when we'll start building that back up.
At that point, what can you do at that point to make sure it doesn't take a long time?
Yeah, I think, that's one of those deals. It's just time on task, and luckily what they had last year to build a lot of rapport and chemistry, and Terry understands our system going into a year or two, so that should expedite the process. But to me, it's time on task together on the grass is really the only way that you can continue to build.
So I saw the way that a lot of the national guys were talking about this, because these comments immediately went viral, to use internet parlance. I saw NFL Network guys, ESPN's Adam Schefter, others were immediately commenting on this. And they phrased it as, they basically put it out there as, here we are. It's about that time. The Commanders are now pushing Terry McLaurin to get back on the field. I don't think this was strategic or planned or good cop, bad cop. I don't get the sense Dan Quinn said, hey, Cliffy, tomorrow's your press conference.
Make sure you slip something
Let's
in
put
there.
a little heat on. I do not think that happened at all. I think Kingsbury is just a really honest guy. By the way, understandably, everybody's role is a little different. He's the coordinator of the offense. His job is to move the football and score points. You can make the case from a sheer coaching staff standpoint. Nobody's more affected by what Terry McLaurin is doing than Cliff Kingsbury. So it stand to reason he might be more annoyed or frustrated than even Dan Quinn, who's got to play the personalities and kind of manage people. Cliff Kingsbury is holding a play sheet, calling plays into a headset, trying to get the ball across the goal line. That is his goal. And there's some people pleasing and relationship building that's got to be done there too. But I view this as essentially, if I'm going to phrase it in a way that's overstated to make the point, shift in tone or Cliff Kingsbury going rogue. I think he went rogue. I think he just made a comment. I don't think the organizational tone today is in a new place.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think there was a meeting of a cabal of, well-informed folks, and they said, okay, today's the day. We're going to lay the first salvo. Cliff Kingsbury, you drop this nugget, and then we'll wait 3 days, and the next one will be, I don't know, Joe Whitt will say something. Like, I don't think that's what happened at all, but I also think that's the feeling. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think it's important.
Definitely a window into, if that's what he's willing to say here, what is he saying behind the scenes to either Terry, although it sounds like he made it sound like they're not talking much, or to Peters and Quinn.
Right. I mean, to me, the essential big point is this is now how the staff feels, right? Where it's time, man. It's right now. The football season is happening right now, and we need you. It's very, very important. Your personal thing is your personal thing. The team thing is happening. It is too critical right now. Again, especially without it's too late to play against Cincinnati. Probably too late to play against Baltimore. You wouldn't play against Baltimore anyway. And no joint practices. Like, it's time. Like, we need you here right now for the business of this season. And that's kind of the essential takeaway to me.
I view it as a gentle nudge to McLaurin by Kingsbury in a way that was not traumatic or overly problematic.
You're not calling some guy out for.
But it was a little bit of a nudge, an acknowledgement. And I actually loved it. I thought it was beyond time for that, frankly, because someone needs to do it. And I get the position Quinn's in. You wear different hats at different times, and I don't know that he's the right guy to do it. I think as time goes on, inevitably, he's going to have to say something harder and stronger than what Kingsbury did today about getting Terry back. Maybe he feels like we're not there yet. But as we talked about yesterday, even though I have kind of squarely been in the middle here, I think the team is more right than the player. I don't think this was worth it to kind of bring this on yourselves as an organization. I really like Kingsbury saying this because McLaurin owes them a year. You owe me a season. I am all for the holdout, the hold in, the get paid, player empowerment. I'm giving it to you. No problem. But you get a certain amount of time to say your piece, and then eventually you got to go to your room. I gave you 5 minutes to yell at me and tell me what a bad dad I am and why you should be able to go out to the party. And I took it. I wore it. I listened. I took it all in. I'll go upstairs and close the door. You're grounded. And for me, today was kind of the like, come on, man. So the holding out, the holding in, the trying to get paid, I'm on your team. But that's for your future contract.
Right.
You still owe me this year.
Yeah, the current one that you're under.
Tap my watch.
It's binding.
It's time.
Here we go.
So I'm not at a point yet where I think he's doing irreparable damage to the relationship or even to their chances to beat the Giants. But I certainly love that now somebody has stepped up to that podium and nudged him a little bit. And I would turn up the heat on that. I'd love to see Quinn join the party soon.
I wonder how he'll handle it. I mean, that to me is the whatever dollar amount you want to put on it question.
He's just so likable and so amicable and
that's
so
his thing
player-friendly.
is to not cause waves and ruffle feathers. I mean, the sternest stuff he'll say is the standard without calling anybody out specifically.
I don't remember him, and what he does behind the scenes is very different.
Totally, of course.
He could have a meeting in his office, and I'm sure he has, where he might read the riot act to a guy or Terry McLaurin or whatever. But I'm talking about at the podium, publicly with what we see, because that's really what matters if we're being honest.
Totally.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll let you guys weigh in on Cliff Kingsbury later in the show. Which NFL team do you find the hardest to project this year? There is a club that I waffled on constantly in the last 2 weeks as I've been putting my season predictions together. And I don't even think it's my fault. I think it's their health and their fault. But I find them to be the most complicated team to prognosticate. And I want to see if you agree, and I want to see what your team is, Danny. We'll do that next, right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Melwood. In baseball last night, the Nationals beat the Phillies 3-2. Game 2 of the series tonight, 6:45, right here on The Fan. A good pitching matchup in Nats Park tonight. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nats. He is 5-12 with a 4.09 ERA, looking to build off his good last start. Zach Wheeler takes the hill for the Phillies. He is 10-5 on the year with a 2.68 ERA. A rematch of opening day, Nats and Phillies, 6:45, right here on The Fan. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued on today as they get ready for their second preseason game, which comes up on Monday against the Bengals at 8 o'clock today. Cliff Kingsbury mentioned that he wants Terry back, saying, I don't think until we get some of these other pieces back, we're going to know exactly where we are on offense. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on this Friday, welcoming you back on The Fan. Camp coverage presented by 106.7 The Fan's friend, Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The team I'm having the hardest time figuring out this preseason, I think I'm going to change them out of my division champion predicted club from their group of teams, and I'm going to move them into maybe a non-playoff bracket, wild card bracket. The LA Rams. This Matt Stafford situation at quarterback is
Sticky wicky.
Big problem, in my opinion. To say concerning is probably not doing it enough justice. Is anybody monitoring this right now? So he has yet to do anything since a back procedure. The clock continues to tick. They say now that he's going to work out tomorrow on Saturday for the first time. Last weekend, Sean McVay said he was supposed to start practicing on Monday. It's Friday. But he had a procedure done on his back. They're like hooking him up to these weird gadgets and devices now to try to make his back feel better. It's August 15th. I'm supposed to believe that he can get through 17 games in 18 weeks, getting crunched and hit and battered and bruised. This is the easy part. This is the offseason. I now have major worries about Matthew Stafford's health. And if the Rams don't have Matthew Stafford, then the team that I thought was going to win the NFC West can't do that. And all of a sudden, I'm starting to look at San Francisco again. You know, I've been beating up on the Niners. I have been a big proponent of their offseason not having been perfect and some of the ebbs and the flows of some frustrated players and new contracts and guys that have left and putting more on Brock Purdy's plate. But did you know? So I heard this stat this week as I was kind of trying to convince myself San Francisco could still be really good. They play 7 of the teams that drafted in the top 10 this year in the NFL. San Fran does. 7 games against teams that drafted in the top 10. So between schedule and a coach that I love in Kyle Shanahan to get the most out of his weaponry on offense, and then what's going on with Matthew Stafford, I am rethinking who I've got winning the West, and I'm ready to label the LA Rams because of this Stafford situation with the back the hardest team to get a hold on right now as we are 3 weeks from the start of the season.
Now, if he plays the whole year, it's a different animal. But how can anyone count on that at this point?
If he plays 15, 16 games,
right,
they win double-digit games, they're definitely a playoff team. Now, remind everyone, too, I guess, of like what kind of quarterback we're talking about. No one list is important, but we've got Mike Sando on at 5. He did the QB ranking for The Athletic where he talks to 50 executives, coaches, people in football. They had Matthew Stafford 5th behind the big 4, directly ahead of Jaden Daniels in that ranking. Whether you agree with that or not is fine. My point is, this is a championship-level QB who recently led this team to a Super Bowl, who is a Hall of Famer. So if he's there, it's very, very different than if he's not and you're starting Stetson Bennett or whoever it might be.
Well, each of the last 2 years, the Rams have been on that Bengals plan. They started 3-6 2 years ago, 1-4 last year. And you can see that they're not concerned about September. They don't. McVay and company don't care when you've got a veteran quarterback like Stafford, and Nakua's constantly injured. Kupp was injured all the time before him.
Who cares less about the preseason than Sean McVay?
Nobody. I mean, and this is their MO. And
yeah.
the point is, by the end of the year, we'll be playing better football than anybody. They gave Philadelphia the best punch last year. And if it's not for the snow, ... who knows how that game goes. Now, Philadelphia was affected by it too, handled it better than the Rams did. But they were a tough out. That was the case 2 years ago, was the case last year, where I think they ripped off, what was it? It was like 9-3 down the stretch as they, were ripping people. They beat Buffalo one of the games of the year. A fluky loss that I don't think they needed at the end of the season. But they were really, really good after that terrible start. And that may be what we're looking at now, whereas we'll say we're going to ease Matt Stafford into this thing. We need him for November and December and maybe January and hope to get away with it. But I'm with you. That whole division to me is really tough to nail down. I don't have a great feel for anybody in the NFC West.
Yeah, there's actually a way to bet on FanDuel that I've been looking at where you can kind of bet on order of finish. I think there's good value, not in picking 1 through 4. That's almost impossible. But in finding a team and picking them as to where they're going to finish. But you're right. If you're looking at the division that might be the most complicated to line up 1 through 4, might be the NFC West.
I think it is.
Rams and 49ers, both with chances to win it. People forget that Seattle was a real tough customer last year 2 of their program. I don't know if people get that in the first half of last year, they were awful defensively. And in the second half of last year, they played at almost a top 5 level, which was, I think, a McDonald's stable coming over there as someone who's going to be one of the next great coaches defensively in the NFL. I think they're probably a 9-ish, 10-ish win team. Do you have an issue with that with Seattle?
They always are.
It's going to depend on Sam Darnold maybe and that offensive line?
Yeah, I think they're a low ceiling, high floor. Fine. Like their first team all okay. Whether it's 8, 9, 10 wins is kind of how it breaks. But look at that whole division. We haven't gotten Arizona yet. 8-9 last year. I know Washington took them to the woodshed, but they're very okay.
Yes.
Like that whole division, San Francisco's over-unders 10.5 among the elites in the sport. Now, they might get there, and every one of these warning signs is just, I don't know, much ado about nothing, but the warning signs to me are very real. And you're counting on Christian McCaffrey to be healthy, but I feel like that ship has sailed on that. Ayuk is banged up. There's a number of injuries. You mentioned some of the disputes. It just sort of feels like a crumbling and a falling apart of an era of a team that had a Super Bowl window for half a decade. And it feels like maybe that window is closed and no one's acknowledging it yet. But then I could also see them winning 11 games because the rest of the division is, burning to hell. I mean, I have no idea.
I'm going to read a quick excerpt from this ESPN story on his injury. And this is, where I start to get a little bit worried. So, again, the idea was he was supposed to practice on Monday. This is after it got pushed back before to this week. But Monday he'd be back. They'd have a jog through Wednesday. They'd have this joint practice on yesterday. And he was going to get a bunch of work that he really needed to get ready for the season. And by the way, they take those very seriously. They don't take preseason games seriously. But because of that, they really do put a lot into the joint practices. He obviously did not take the field. McVay said after the Rams joint practice with the Saints on Thursday that the workout on Saturday that he's going to have tomorrow will be similar to the previous week, like the plan that he had gone through. Hopefully his back responds a little bit better. What he means by that is, so last Saturday, almost a week ago, he threw 68 passes in a workout at the Rams team facility by himself, just out on the field. No limitations in terms of the types of throws he could make. The next step, McVay said that evening, was to take part in individual drills during practice, which was supposed to have been 2 days later. The problem is that while he felt good right after, he didn't feel good enough, I guess, within 24 hours. So 2 days later, he was unable to throw. So this 37-year-old quarterback with a bad back, who had a procedure, who's getting hooked up to weird machines I've never seen before, and like they're like plugging him in like a battery so that he can have something inserted into his back, like my pregnant wife before she gives birth. He threw 68 passes, and then 2 days later did not feel well enough to throw the football again. And it's August. And I'm just supposed to go, yeah, I hear you. But he'll play 17 games in 18 weeks, and they'll win the division. Sound the alarm bells. So, Danny, the Rams have become the team I don't know what to do with.
That's as good as any. I mean, there are a few candidates. Again, we went through it just now. The NFC West to me is a cloudy, shrouded mystery box. I have no idea.
Give me a team you can't properly predict outside of the West.
The Atlanta Falcons in that weird division where Tampa's the best team in that division. And my response is, so? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how good Tampa is. I think they're solid. I think they're outside of that tier of Philadelphia, Detroit, maybe Washington, Minnesota, et cetera, kind of the royalty of the NFC at this point. but they're frisky. They're still good. Baker Mayfield now on offensive coordinator number 3 down there in Tampa. But go to Atlanta specifically. What was missing over the last several years was any kind of pass rush, any kind of ability to play some defense. Really good skill players. There are players, pieces there that I'm excited about, that I like. I just don't know, about Penix. I love him, by the way. That was my, I guess, number 4 quarterback last year, which doesn't sound like much, but in a quarterback-rich year, that's pretty damn good. He'd have been my number 1 this year, by the way, just for the record. But I don't know if they've got enough defensively. I don't know if that division's bad enough or it won't matter. I don't know if Tampa runs away with it or not. They're over under 7.5, which doesn't sound like an awful lot when you look at some of the other teams that are in that same ballpark, GP. Like you think of Jacksonville's got an over under 7.5. Miami does too. The Colts do. They're not terribly well thought of, but I could absolutely see a 9+ win team. I could also see the bottom falling out, and Penix doesn't work. Cousins doesn't work. Nothing works there. Their defense is still terrible, and they're towards the bottom of the division. I have no good feel for them.
So Darius looked it up. Penix is not playing in the preseason game tonight, nor will Cousins, I guess. So they're just going with 3rd and 4th string quarterbacks. I don't understand having a young QB who has barely played in the league and not feeling like the exercise of game reps could be beneficial. There are plenty of QBs where if you say, this guy doesn't need to play, I would understand it. Now, Andy Reid values the preseason, so Patrick Mahomes actually does play as the best quarterback in the league who's been in the same offense with some of the same weapons like Travis Kelce for years. Jared Goff in Detroit's another good one. I know they have a new play caller and it's a little bit different this year, but it's basically the same offense with the same head coach and the same weapons around him, and he's been there for 4 years. If they didn't want to play Jared Goff in the preseason, it wouldn't be my decision. It wouldn't be my cup of tea, but I would understand it. Michael Penix played 3 games at the end of last year and was very uneasy in those 3 games. I happen to have a high opinion of the player, but it wasn't like he was great. Teams that don't give young guys a chance, ask Dave Canales if he regrets what he did with Bryce Young last year. He has talked about it publicly. He wishes that they wouldn't have treated him as if he'd arrived, that he didn't need that time, because it ended up being that he realized in this new offense, man, oh man, did he need more reps. Now, Zach Robinson's back. It's the same OC. It's the same play caller. So maybe it's slightly different, not quite analogous to Bryce Young with Dave Canales last year. But are you young? Have you started single-digit games in the league? Play in the preseason. I'm not asking you to play 4 quarters. I don't need you to do designed runs and get blown up in the middle of the field. But just go out and throw a few passes. It shouldn't be that big of an ask.
And remember, last year, Penix didn't play in the preseason. He just played that one series versus the Dolphins in their first preseason game.
Good point.
And he didn't play at all the rest of the preseason.
And I don't think Kirk did at all.
No, Kirk didn't play at all.
Which, by the way, he would tell you, I'd imagine, was also not beneficial. Because they found out in week 1 when the Steelers whooped their butt up front that he couldn't really move. Like, it might have been good intel for his offensive coordinator.
It might have been fun to know that,
going into that game, hey, we got to get him away from T.J. Watt.
Yeah, this dude can't step into throws, FYI.
Like, you know how you find that out? By having a guy play in a preseason game. But Titans-Falcons tonight is game 1, 7 East time, and then 10 Eastern for the Chiefs and the Seahawks. Another team that I think is really hard to predict, we can get into this a little bit later on, the Chicago Bears. I was high on the Bears coming into camp. Everything's been so negative about Caleb Williams and how he looks that now I'm starting to hedge a lot. Like, I was actually leaning toward the Bears are actually going to open the season possibly with a week 1 win. And now I'm thinking, I don't know if I could pick them to get a victory. Their week 1 game is Monday Night Football against the Vikings. So it's J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota on the road at Soldier Field, his first career start. But the vibes aren't good right now. And some of this gets overblown. I know how it works having been out there, that you're just observing something in a practice and everyone acts like it's gospel. But you can't tell me you feel the same good about the Bears as you did a month ago.
Over under 8.5 wins in that division. Doesn't that seem like they're in decent company with some of the teams that are in that 8.5 window,
I like that.
right?
I would have taken the over
Would you really?
ago. A month ago, yeah. Or right there, 8-9 wins feels right. They're very talented. You're in year 2 of a 1-1 pick, and you've got an offensive savant coming over to work with them. There's a lot to like about the Bears. Their defense is pretty good. If their offense doesn't stink, they're kind of the antithesis of Washington, I think. Defense isn't as good as the Commanders' offense, but the idea would be defense is going to keep you in games.
Mm-hmm.
The offense isn't bad. You'll win your fair share of games. But who's had a more damaging few weeks in terms of, like, just
rep or vibe, whatever you call it.
Reps being reported as going badly than Caleb Williams. And I got to keep telling myself this doesn't matter that much.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still just little by little, it breaks away at how you feel about a team for sure. He's Danny. I'm Grant. You are listening to The Fan. Top of the hour, I want to get into Dan Quinn and what he might be saying about Terry McLaurin next time he speaks after what Cliff Kingsbury said today. But next, a poll of former NFL players, pretty interesting findings on whether or not they regret their career with the issues they're suffering from post-playing days. That's next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my friends and my realtors. That's Reynolds and Power Home team of Keller Williams. They've been recognized as the number 8 mega team in the U.S. of A for total volume and number 9 for families served from the Wall Street Journal and the 1,000 from Tom Ferry. They're the number 1 team in the entire state of Virginia and the D.C. metropolitan area alone. They have the honor of serving 653 families in 2024. Here's what it means. They are the go-to experts when it comes to getting homes sold, especially those tough to sell, expired listings that other agents simply could not figure out. They'll figure it out. They're not just going to put it on the MLS and cross their fingers. Nope. They have an aggressive, proven marketing strategy that targets the right buyers to get your home sold. You guessed it. And here's their game-changing guarantee. If your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree on. That is their guarantee. So do what I did to my family and I did. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team now to find out more about this guarantee at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Nats are at home this weekend against the Philadelphia Phillies. First pitch tonight, 6:45. We've got pregame with Charlie and Dave coming up at 6:15. They'll look for a second straight win over the Phillies. I know Toby was at the game yesterday, said he overheard somebody saying, oh, you can't lose to the Nationals. They're bottom feeders. It would make me so happy.
Wouldn't it be a shame?
They're battling with the Mets for the top of the NL East just to take 3 out of 4 from Philadelphia when the Nats are at rock bottom. Oh, that would be sweet.
I will tell you, all the Philly fans leaving last night, and there were plenty of them as they were walking by the toaster oven in left field.
What was the attendance?
Just under 22,000.
Okay. Subtract that number by 4,000. That's how many Phillies fans there were there last night.
They were not gruntled last night. They were...
Too bad.
Yeah, it's a shame.
You hate to have to see that.
You just hate to see it.
Jacob Young, bobblehead. If you're looking at the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream right now, they're giving away... This is the second batch of Jacob Young bobbleheads this weekend. I grabbed one for my little guy. Jacob Young's his favorite player. True story, unrelated to the bobblehead giveaway, which I didn't know about. 6:05 this morning. He jumped on top of me. That's how he wakes me up.
This is your son, not Jacob Young.
Correct. It would be weirder if Jacob Young did that.
What's up, Grant?
GP, how are you, man? How'd you get in, Jacob? 6:05 this morning. My son jumps on top of me. Normally a knee right to an area you don't want to knee.
Yeah, that's the son's specialty right there.
Today, somehow he missed that area. First time ever. Just a knee to the stomach. It was like, oh. And he said, this is how he started the morning. Dad, Dad, Dad. 4 times. Yes. How old is Jacob Young? I said, I don't know, probably 27. He thought I was way too old. He was right. I looked it up. He's 26.
Mm-hmm.
That's how our day started.
Like, no, that's not right, Dad.
Are you in on the multiple opportunities to get the same bobblehead thing? So they make more of them, I guess, and then they give them out. I'm assuming it's just a ploy to have more dates where people might want to go to games. Like they gave out these bobbleheads on, I think it was August 2nd, and now they're doing it again over this homestand.
I think it's a little odd, but I'm not anti. So in other words, I want people who are going, who buy tickets and are, part of the thing to get something.
I agree.
You know what I mean? So like the more you want to do stuff, do stuff.
So my idea though would be do 2 bobbleheads.
Yeah.
So do Jacob Young on the 2nd and then do CJ Abrams this time. Like
which I get.
Same bobblehead twice. Fine, I guess, but just give me more bobbleheads.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, this is me spitballing, and I'm talking directly from my hind parts here. I have no idea about anything, and I want that to be very clear before I start saying any more words. I don't know anything. Let's say I run the company, and you're like, hey, man, we want to order, I'm making up a number, 20,000 bobbleheads. Like, well, you could do 25 for very little much or not much more expense, but if you want to do a second run of bobbleheads, aka like a different bobblehead, that's a whole new set of costs, whereas it's butt cheap to do a few thousand more. And you can do 2.
I don't know anything. It's very possible.
I mean, I know so little.
I wanted to bring this up, so let's crowbar this in really quickly. Former NFL retirees were polled about basically their state of their current life and also whether or not they're glad that they played in the NFL. From ESPN, the NFL players who are entering retirement age are more likely, according to the polling, to be living with chronic pain or disability, more depressed and anxious, and far more likely to report having some type of cognitive decline than the average American man, a new survey found.
Yeah.
I don't think that's surprising. This game is so violent, even if you emerge somehow without any damage to your brain or your head or any trauma mentally, right? Physically, it takes a toll. You're getting into 27 car crashes every Sunday for several years, right? Here's what I found notable, though. In spite of that, the vast majority say they would do it all over again and that playing football had a positive effect on their lives. The findings a result of a survey conducted by ESPN and an independent health policy research polling and news organization. So this is my big takeaway from that. What I have said for a long time now on CTE and kind of the data we have is that the crime was, figuratively, maybe literally, I don't know. But the issue was when players were lied to and they didn't have the information. We are past that, though, where we're going to get more information as we go. And as we get it and it gets unearthed, players should constantly be given it in real time as fast as possible. There should be no hiding of anything. But comparative to 10 years, 20 years, 30 years ago, players are smarter now about what they are opting into. The head trauma that could come with playing in the NFL, the damaging physical and mental issues that they could have long after their playing career. And they are choosing to be paid very handsomely for this. Different than, but analogous to somebody who's like cleaning windows outside right now. That's a dangerous job.
Yep.
If you're on a skyscraper cleaning windows, you get paid accordingly. You know when you show up. You don't expect when you get to the office that you're going to be working in a food truck handing out ice cream cones, right? You
on
know,
the ground. Yeah.
Right. You know you're climbing up high and you're on
those high ones too, huh?
the buildings.
Okay.
But my point is,
Yeah.
like, these players now know what they're signing up for. And in this case, these guys are going, yes, I have this disability. Yes, my leg is no longer functioning. Yes, I have this problem. But I would do it again. And especially with the money now, guys should be allowed to make this choice. You have to provide the information. And if you want to be Chris Borland, who retired after, I think, one football season with the 49ers or whatever, you're allowed to do that. That is, you should constantly be figuring out for yourself, is the juice worth the squeeze. But this idea of football needs to go away, or we need to protect the players, or not let them do this or that, or get this out of the game, or let's not. I think it's like anything else. You've got to acknowledge the risks, tell correctly, don't lie, people that are opting in, here's what you're going to make and what you get out of this positively. Here's what could happen negatively. That's a choice you get to make. And I just think generally in life, I'm a believer in, you're a grown-up at this point. You get to make that decision. And so I kind of love the results of this, not the part where these people are dealing with real issues, but where they go, and oh, by the way, I wouldn't change anything. That's kind of, to me, cementing how I felt for a long time.
I think that's all fair. The only extra thing I would add on to that is my supplemental thing is, in addition to not lying to people in terms of the information, which they did for a long time, by the way, further, the NFL should have done more and should continue to do more for guys that, maybe not the Ring of Honor player, the Hall of Famer, the 10-year guy, the 12-year guy. There should be way more aftercare for these guys, given what they're signing up for.
No doubt about that. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will win off the field on this Friday at 3:45.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. Baseball in D.C. The Nationals beat the Phillies last night 3-2. Game 2 of the series. Tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. A repeat of opening day's pitching matchup. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-12 with a 4.09 ERA, looking to build off his good last start. He'll take on Zach Wheeler. Wheeler comes in 10-5 with a 2.68 ERA. Nats and Phillies, game 2 of the series, 6:45 right here on The Fan. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued on today as they get set for their second preseason game on Monday against the Bengals at 8 o'clock. Cliff Kingsbury talked today to the media and said he wants Terry back, saying, quote, "I don't think until we get some of these other pieces back, we're going to know exactly where we are." 2 NFL games on the schedule tonight, Titans and Falcons at 7 o'clock, Chiefs and Seahawks at 10 o'clock. And in college football, Michigan is facing major fines for their sign-stealing scandal. They could be fined over $30 million. The NCAA also imposed an additional game suspension for head coach Sharon Moore. He already had a 2-game self-imposed suspension from the university, also has a 2-year show cause penalty. Connor Stallions, the ringleader of the whole thing, has a 8-year show cause penalty, and Jim Harbaugh has a 10-year show cause on top of the 4-year one he's already serving. Catch the Chesapeake Bay Sox this week at Prince George's Stadium. Friday, August 15th is daddy-daughter date night. Saturday features Touch a Truck, a Jordan Westberg bobblehead giveaway, live music, and fireworks. Get your tickets now at baysox.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Yeah, I think, not as much as we would if he was full go, there's no doubt. But I think, like I said, I'm huge on walkthroughs, on practice, things like that, because until you get on the grass and actually do it and feel the timing, feel the depths of routes and things of that nature, I don't know exactly how much you can get out of that. So I think we're kind of at that point to where we need to start getting those guys when they're available out there and gelling and seeing where we are as an offense.
Cliff Kingsbury with the media today. Welcome back to Grant and Danny.
We are Grant and Danny. We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Kingsbury's comments were a departure from what we've been hearing previously. I want to open up the phones for the first time today right now so you can hop in line. We'll answer these as they come in and get you on the air at 800-636-1067. Do you think that what we heard is the beginning of a shift in tone for the Commanders, that they will now start addressing the McLaurin situation publicly slightly differently? Because it is August 15th, because we are in now the end of week 2 of the preseason. I mean, this is now the ramp-up. Final week of the preseason, and then cut down, and you're on to the Giants. So we're here now. Do you think there's going to be a shift, or was this just Cliff making a comment, which is what I am positing? I think he is just an honest guy, doesn't really mince words. By the way, did it in a very respectful way. This is a sharp dude who's been a head coach. He didn't provide crazy headlines, but right away, everybody across the country, from Mike Garafolo to Ian Rappaport to Adam Schefter, was quoting him and saying, here's what Cliff Kingsbury just said. Dan Quinn has not provided that opportunity strategically. There hasn't really been one thing he said about Terry McLaurin that was incendiary enough to make the rounds nationally. That changed a bit with Kingsbury saying it is time to get our guys practicing. Didn't single him out, didn't mention him by name, but that was obviously who he was talking to when he was asked about Terry. Is this the beginning of a shift in how they're going to talk about him, or is this a one-off? That is the question at 800-636-1067.
I believe this is the beginning of a shift. And Kingsbury, I think you categorized it very well, is honest. Like, he was stating the fact. This is the deal. Everybody knows this. There's a reason we practice. If it didn't matter, we never would do it, but it does. Like, this is the opportunity. This is how we get better. This is how we get ready to play football. He needs to come play football for us to be, ipso facto, ready to play football. I think you're going to see more of this because it is time. I mean, that was my feeling yesterday, and I think more and more are going to come over to this. Again, I think you have to be able to spin two plates. You can have empathy, sympathy, understanding, even a rooting interest in Terry McLaurin earning as much as he possibly can. He's a great dude. He's been very good here, etc. The reality of the situation, though, is all of that may be true. The other thing that's true that now wins the tug of war for me, and it sounds like for Kingsbury and maybe for others as time goes on, is true, buddy. Football season now, under contract now, football team needs you. A worse you is worse for all of us. You're too important. With all due respect, if the 52nd guy on the roster is holding out, we'll be okay. We're not okay without our number one option. You can't get off to a slow start. We can't just give away a month of football while you're getting up to speed. We can't just give away however many games and have an inept offense because you pulled your hamstring because you weren't in game shape yet.
Quinn talks tomorrow morning before practice. They practice, I believe, at 9 a.m. He'll be at the podium at about 8:30, kicking off his Saturday morning. He's going to be asked point blank by somebody. Here's what Cliff said. React to it, or do you agree with him? What's he going to say? That's the other question I've got for people, and I'll give you my guess here in a moment. But 800-636-1067 is how you can hop in. Let's go to Joe's in Reston on Grant and Danny. What's up, Joe? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Joe.
I really think the team at this point does need to come out and change the tone, because I do believe that they've been the utmost professionals in the sense that they've never really leaked the amount of money that Terry was asking or anything about the negotiations. But I think as we get closer to the season, it would do the team a better view, and the fans need to see that maybe Terry is asking for a crazy amount of money and that it's not just their fault in these negotiations. I just think that the line needs to be drawn there so that the fans at least can see what's going on behind the scenes a little bit.
Thank you, Joe. So they have handled it extremely professionally.
Yes.
Maybe even too much so. And here's what I mean by that. I think they would have benefited by actually acknowledging, doesn't need to be public on the record, but enough and more than they have, how out of whack his asks are, if they are, right? If, in fact, he came to them originally at $35 to $40 million, which was suggested by Yahoo's Charles Robinson yesterday, that's something they should put out there. If he's still at $35 million, $34 million, not the 32 or 33 that most of us are assuming, that's something that they should get out there. I believe that. I think that that's how the game works, so to speak. People can say, oh, that's dirty, that's ugly, that's taking the low road. I don't agree. I just think that's how the business works when you've kind of seen how the sausage gets made. And I think they have been exceedingly professional. To some extent, maybe to their own detriment in terms of negativity. Someone like me who sees it both ways and presents their side some days and Terry's side another day, I might just see it their way if I knew that Terry and Buddy Baker are asking for something crazy like $37 million right now, right? So that's number one. But number two, when he says it is time, I think there's something to that. My point, though, would be Dan Quinn, I bet, could do this really well. Where, like, it is such a great skill, high EQ, sharp, likable, nice people like Dan Quinn. You can kind of jab someone and they're bleeding and they don't even know you did it.
Yeah, this is diplomacy time. It ain't easy, right?
But I think he could toe the line. And I think what I would do if I was him is tomorrow when somebody says, hey, yesterday Cliff was sitting in that seat and he said it's time to get guys on the field, and he was clearly referencing he wants Terry out there. What do you think about that? I would take the bait if I'm Dan Quinn, just a little bit. And I would say, I understand his mounting frustration. We're hoping, if he's going to keep playing this thing like Terry's hurt, he's going to keep playing along with that. He can do whatever he needs to as the caveat. Like, hey, he's working hard. He's getting healthy. But what I would do is make it known. But it's getting late early here. We got a game in 19 days, whatever the number is.
Mm-hmm.
We've only got one more week of the preseason left, and we've now lost some important joint practices. So guys that aren't practicing are paying for it, and their teammates are paying for it some too. So the sooner we can get everybody on the field, the better. It could be that non-threatening, and it would still be a gigantic departure from so far what has just been, yeah, he's hurt. Him and Sam Cosmi are rehabbing. And by the way, we love him, and that's my guy. I love him. It's just business. At some point, I need that to become, we got to have him on the field. And you could say it in however many words you want to, but the shift has to start. And I hope that comes. Like, Kingsbury made it possible for you now. He is
open the door.
He went in front of you with like a knife and just knocked down a bunch of weeds so you could walk behind him without as many bugs getting on you.
Good analogy, by the way.
Thank
I'm just using the yard work, and I'm like, so what's happening with the knife? And all of a sudden, I got the weed
I
whacker, and
couldn't
it's
think
easier.
of the actual
No, it's a
term.
scythe, and like you're kind of working through the jungle.
Yeah,
you're
he's
blazing a
just,
trail.
He's going boom, boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom, and now all of a sudden I'm able to like high knee it through there.
I totally get it. I love that analogy. I wasn't even being flippant. I liked it. But I think that's right on. I don't know that that's what Dan Quinn will do in public, honestly. Again, he's such a diplomat. He's such a positive. He's got this very crafted, and again, it sounds like I'm accusing him of being a big fraud. I'm not. He's got this very well-crafted persona.
I think he's actually just a butt nice guy.
Yeah, like that's kind of what he goes about his life 24/7 is to sort of behave this way where no one's getting run under the bus, period, end of story. Not on my watch, right? Like that sort of MO. And any kind of shot across the bow would be taken super significantly because it's him, because that's how he does it. Whereas if Mike Vrabel gets up there as matter of the fact going, we need him in practice. People are like, yep, there's Vrabel, just Vrabel it up, right? But that's not who Dan Quinn is. So that would be really significant if he did, if you found a way to diplomatically say, obviously he's got to go through some stuff. We totally get it. But at the same time, hey, we need him here, man. It's time.
That's actually a good point, though. I'm just thinking about this. You mentioned Vrabel. A guy like that is viewed more as like a hard ass, for lack of a better phrase. A Marty Schottenheimer type disciplinarian. Right. I'd imagine Vrabel would not be playing nearly as nice with this.
Not at all.
Some of how Dan Quinn has handled this is not just team strategy. It is because he's a super nice guy.
So he is, yeah.
That's probably true. And if you're Vrabel, business is business. To some extent, you have to let it play out. I think you'd high road it for a few days. But I think you'd have a shorter fuse than DQ is shown. And I think you would just, push would come to shove faster where you'd be like, guys, I'm not talking about the injury anymore. He's got to practice. Whereas with Quinn, I just don't know how long the leash she's giving McLaurin is. It seems very long. I think it's more possible that he doesn't play against the Giants. Again, I think he's going to, but follow me for a second.
Okay.
In a world where he doesn't play against the Giants, I think it's more possible that at that time Dan Quinn is still like talking about his ankle and how much they love him. Then that he comes out over the weekend and goes hard and says, he needs to be on the practice field soon. This is getting ridiculous. I just think he's that kind of guy. He's just, at least publicly, behind the scenes, he might handle his business with a iron fist. But at the podium, I really believe like the next time he says something that will offend a player will be the first. And I think it's one of his greatest skills. I think it's why he's beloved. It's a really, really good thing. Let's go to Drew in Tampa listening on the Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. What's up, Drew?
Hey, Drew.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I've been listening to this now for, a couple months, and I just wish more blame was being put on Terry and his agent versus the organization. Who would have thought of all the players in our organization, Terry McLaurin is the one that's giving us a contract issue. I just think, he's always kind of presented himself as a team player, and clearly right now he's asking for way more than what any other NFL team, including ours, would give him in a contract. And I just think the blame should be put more on him on this. I think the media should be riding him more on this. But, a lot of talking heads and a lot of former players will never say that because everybody wants every player to get more money, and that's part of it. But Adam Peters clearly is just not going to pay a 30-plus-year-old wide receiver $35 million a year, and he should. That's what good organizations do.
Thanks, Drew.
Appreciate you.
I think the Terry anger is coming imminently.
Yeah.
This is a ticking time bomb here. I'll speak for myself. We're a few days away from me unloading the magazine in the air. King Kong ain't got nothing on me. But we're getting there, all right? Like 4 or 5 more days. I mean, I think I told you the 25th is kind of my hit the wall. This is now outrageous time. But every single night, as I think more and more and more about this, my meter goes up another couple of notches. I view it like an amusement park. That big bucket of water that fills up and then eventually tips over top of all the kids. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about, yeah.
Like, my bucket is filling, and it's filling. It's not filling for Adam Peters or the team, right? I've said my piece on that. I still feel that way. I think that this was somewhat of an unnecessary war to wage, but I've always thought that they're more right than Terry is on the actual numbers. You yesterday basically had your bucket spill.
Yes.
And so Danny's right where Drew wants him to be, and I think there are plenty of people. But I will join you. If you're fighting right now I'm coming over the hill in the armadillo with AJ to join you very, very soon.
Yeah, so I'm not at the point of anger yet, and I wasn't moved to anger at all for the months that a player is trying to get as much as he can from an NFL organization. I'll support the next guy that does that. But my point now is that goes to the side. This football season is right now. It's time. You know what I mean? Like you're regardless of where that goes, of that negotiation could still be ongoing, by the way. The business of this football season trumps everything else that you may have going on in your contract dispute or your desire to earn in the future. This football season right now, this team, this group, these coaches, this staff, everybody put together is now pulling the rope in the same direction, and you're off to the side doing something else. What you're doing, by the way, is valid and worthwhile, but you have to put that aside and pull the rope with the rest of us.
Let's go to Dan, who is in Virginia on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, guys, long-time listener, first-time caller. Thanks for taking my call.
Got it.
So I was just...
It's too quick, Jim Zorn.
Thanks, guys. I was just curious if the team starts to escalate, do you think Terry could escalate and turn this into a Chris Jones situation where he misses the first 4 games, sit out, and then still accrue his year?
Yes, is my answer to that. Appreciate you, dude. So I wouldn't have thought that at any point in time. But now that we're kind of moving further and further, to me, the agent is the wild card in all of this, where I still think there's an unrealistic expectation or hope or desire from his camp that's advising all of this with Terry and company, that's the last lever you can pull if there is any kind of escalation. So I would have said no way as of a few weeks ago. Now, I'm not as sure. So I do think that's on the table. I hope not, but I think it's on the table.
Chris Jones only missed the 1 game and then signed a new 1-year deal for that season. So he was in the same boat as Terry, had 1 year left, didn't like how much cash was on the year, wanted his new contract, then saved faith with his agent by getting a new 1-year deal for a little more money with incentives. He ended up having to play the final week, get a couple sacks to even hit the incentives. That's how the Terry thing could end, I suppose, but he didn't miss 4 games. I don't think there's been a player that has sat out that deep into the season that I can think of in a long, long time. Can we dig on that? When is the last time a player has actually held out substantially into the year? I can't even recall one, which is why I just kind of refuse to believe that it's a significant possibility with Terry. So I'll say no, I don't think so. What is the benefit to that? Who benefits from that? The team clearly doesn't, but Terry may not care about that. McLaurin doesn't benefit from that. You're closer to getting paid by sitting and not playing football, coming back having not practiced until week 4 or whatever, and now chasing your tail into week 8, you're finally yourself for a half season and you're trying to get paid off that. I think you set yourself up for failure doing that. I don't think there's any reason for that. And I don't mean that he's not frustrated. Sure he is, but that puts you further away from getting your bag, I think, than if you just go play football angrily. Joe's in Annapolis on the Fan. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, guys? He requested a trade. Let's call his bluff. Let's let Buddy Baker go and explore trade opportunities, because guess what? There's no other team that wants to pay him $32 million a year, plus give us the compensation that we're going to need. So let's let him explore the trade opportunities, see what his true market value is, and we'll pay him $28-29 million a year, which is what he deserves. I don't know why we haven't done that yet.
I just got a message on the YouTube chat from Tay. He's on this. Le'Veon Bell. That's the right one.
I was going to say that's the last one.
Le'Veon Bell in 2018 didn't play at all over his contract dispute, so didn't accrue the season. Ended up forcing his way out of Pittsburgh and went to the Jets to basically never be heard of again. 3.2 yards per carry the following season in 2019, the lowest of his career. Then he had a disappointing year in 2020 where he played with multiple teams. And then in 2021, played with 2 other teams. So in the last 2 years of his career, he played on 4 teams. Over the last 3 years, he had his 3 worst seasons, then he was out of football. Needless to say, I don't think it worked out very well for Le'Veon Bell, if that's what him and Buddy Baker are going to look at to see how they were able to pull it off.
Exactly right. Especially, again, somebody at the age that Terry McLaurin is. That's always been
and
kind
by
of
the way, Le'Veon Bell, I know running back's different. Sorry to cut you off. He was only 26
I would
when
have
he
said
did
26 or 27 when he did
26.
Coming
He was
off
prime of his career.
Coming off of unbelievable top 3 fantasy draft pick seasons multiple years over.
He touched the ball more than any running back in the NFL the previous year, which is probably why he was so mad. I mean, he was literally just being run into a wall.
Well, he said, treat me as a receiver and as a running back.
That's what he was asking
Yeah.
for. He wanted the combination of top running back money and like wide receiver 2 money, basically, because he caught 85 balls for 700 yards and he ran for 1,290 yards.
Exactly. I mean, he was incredible. But the rock and a hard place thing, like the immovable object in this entire thing is that I'm basing everything on that. Is it you are not rewarded as a player for not playing football. Like nothing that you want to have happen will happen if you just say I'm taking my ball and going home. Right? I mean, that's kind of the inescapable truth of this for me.
Do you guys like that Cliff Kingsbury today became the first person with the team to give Terry a little nudge to get back out there publicly? 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Phillies last night 3-2. Game 2 of the series, a rematch of opening day on the Hill. Mackenzie Gore taking on Zach Wheeler. 6:45 tonight. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. In the NFL, Cliff Kingsbury was talking about Terry today, said, quote, I don't think until we get some of these other pieces back, we're going to know exactly where we are. Cliff pushing the envelope for Terry to get back out on the practice field. The Commanders get ready for Game 2 of the preseason, Monday against the Bengals at 8 o'clock. Week 2 of the preseason gets underway tonight, though, with 2 games. Titans and Falcons at 7 o'clock. Chiefs and Seahawks at 10 o'clock. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Yeah, I think, that's one of those deals. It's just time on task, and luckily what they had last year to build a lot of rapport and chemistry, and Terry understands our system going into a year or two, so that should expedite the process. But to me, it's time on task together on the grass is really the only way that you can continue to build.
That's Cliff Kingsbury. He's more handsome and has a deeper voice than me.
Same.
I'm just Grant, and I'm with Danny. This is The Fan. Football talk on the show comes your way via Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Could this be a shift in how the Commanders are going to be discussing the McLaurin saga moving forward? Kingsbury giving the first real public nudging of the player to get back on the field today. Let's go to Karen in Ashburn, who is with us on The Fan. Hey, Karen.
Hi, thank you for having me. I feel like Cliff's comment is open to interpretation and doesn't preclude him from, thinking that the front office should honor Terry's request.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think I hadn't thought of that way.
So you picked up on it. What do you mean, Karen?
So, for example, I think he's being very neutral and wanting both sides to work out a deal, whatever that deal may be. But I think, and again, I think he's not advocate. I don't think he's necessarily advocating for one party over the other.
That's smart, because I hadn't thought of that, to be honest with you. I looked at it as a coach needing his player on the football field, and the obstacle there for a guy that's under contract this season is the player himself.
She's saying you could take it as him saying to Peters, let's get it done.
Yeah, like if, not a great analogy, but if I'm like, you and me need more pens, and it's up to somebody to either buy them or not buy them, it's just declaring that we need more pens, that's basically saying you, my boss, could buy them, or the boss's boss could buy them. Again, terrible analogy, but let's really focus more on the pens and how bad that analogy was. But the point is, you could just as much be saying...
I want to go back to the pens.
Yeah, let's go to that. Again, I apologize for that analogy. It was very short notice at 3:30.
How many times are you going to say pens?
Let's talk about the pens. Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin. The idea could be, though, from her view, is that you're just saying just as much to Adam Peters and the front office as well, going, hey, we need the guy on the field, so whatever you got to do it, let's get it done. I hadn't thought of it that way, honestly, simply because of the calendar, the coach's role in this whole thing, dealing with his offense, his player, his side of the football. But I guess that's interesting.
Yeah, it's her observation, and there's no right and wrong here because we don't know exactly what he was trying to get across. It's certainly not the way I took it or the way I would perceive it. I think it's the quote that Toby mentioned in the update. Toby, what was the quote that you read in the update? Because that's not even one that we've really called attention to. But it was a little bit less... a little bit less of a blow to Terry, I would say. What was his quote?
He said, I don't think until we get some of these other pieces, talking Terry and Noah Brown, back, we're going to know exactly where we are.
So, that one to me, I interpret the way Karen's saying, where he's just acknowledging, you're asking me questions about what my offense is and how does it look, and am I bothered about how we're playing? And I'm telling you, I don't know what my offense is until I get my offense guys back. Until I get my best players back, we have no idea what we are. I don't think that's a dig in any way. I just think he's answering a question. But when you say it's time to get on the field. To me, that is a pretty good indicator. I don't think he didn't say it's time to get a contract done. You know what I mean? He didn't say it's time to meet in the middle here. It's time for our GM and his agent to find a way to figure this out. He said it's time to get on the field, meaning it's not like he's a free agent right now
Right.
and they need to sign him. You're under contract. You're in the building. You're sitting in my meetings watching me. Get your butt on the field. That's how I took it.
I did too. But I hadn't thought of it the other way, so I like that.
John in Arlington, what's up?
Yeah, I had a different point, but Karen brought up a great point. Look at the history between Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco front office. There's pretty much a long documented history of that, and it's starting to sour that when you talk to the San Francisco beat reporters, their coaching staff is not eye to eye with their front office, and maybe that's just kind of the way that things are going here. But at the end of the day, both sides need to do something, because I was excited for week one, but now it's like, yeah, do you really think we're actually going to, beat the Giants without Terry? Because the rest of that wide receiver room it's trash. And I also think that Cliff was kind of implying that. I mean, Debo's got an injury history, but, everyone says, well, he's got to play. But listen, you can say that and that he's not that worth that much, but fine. You've got a Montana 10 girlfriend, and you live in Montana, but you want to break up with her because she's not a Florida 10. Well, guess what? You don't have a pathway to that Florida 10, i.e. a wide receiver 1. And hopefully you're not drafting in the top 10 in the first round next year to take a wide receiver. So that's...
Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate you, dude.
What's John got against Montana? I've seen Miss Montana. She's a lovely lady.
She seems very nice.
Montana, there's beautiful people in Montana. This is Miss Montana right here. She seems like she's a good Miss Montana.
Very talented. I don't know. No, but listen, I get the point. Like talking about the state of the union for the wide receiver group, we talked about a lot yesterday and really kind of throughout this whole process. Without Terry McLaurin, ... I like Deebo Samuel a lot. I'm more bullish on him maybe than a lot of folks might be, just given the career trend line. Another team's trash is our treasure. We don't have that. We've got a weapon now that if you give me 850 total yards, that's way better than what you were getting last year from Noah Brown, Jamison Crowder, and so on down the line. I'm all in favor of that, but that's not enough, right? Him and Noah Brown for 7 games that are healthy. Him and unproven Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane, who seems nice at this point. Come on, man. I need my 1,100 yard, 6 or 7 touchdown, quote unquote, number 1 option to do what we want to do.
Winning off the field coming up in about 10 minutes on Grant and Danny. All right, let me give you 3 things I think NFL edition, Danny. While we have a few minutes, I'll go rapid fire here.
All right.
First thing I think NFL style. Brandon Sheriff retiring. Underrated career. 5 Pro Bowls, an All-Pro. If you look at the era with which he played in Washington, he was one of the more accomplished players that was here. He made steady Pro Bowls from 2016 through 2021 almost every single year with this program and was a first-team All-Pro. They don't do that. They have not had first-team All-Pros other than special teamers like Jeremy Reeves. In terms of offense and defense, he broke a drought in 2020 that went all the way back to like 1991. Now, he was another guy, by the way, they didn't pay. They didn't want to explode the guard market, so they basically tagged him once and then let him walk. This was a couple regimes ago. But Brandon Sheriff, very quiet, understated, not a big media guy, very friendly, but just not a big personality who was going to be on social media or anything. Because of that, maybe, didn't get a ton of fanfare, but really, really good career.
A really good player. And I remember the alarm bells going off when, had they just said from the beginning he's a guard, I would have gone, yeah, I don't know that I love drafting a guard at 5, but whatever. But they said he was a tackle. And when he couldn't play tackle, he lasted an hour and a half, one practice at tackle, and they kicked him into guard.
I think had a lot to do with Morgan Moses, too, because Moses turned into a really good tackle.
Totally fair.
They're like, you know what? We got a really good tackle. We could have a Pro Bowl, All-Pro type guard. Let's just kill 2 birds with one stone.
It just goes to show, the little tiny bit that we're fed in the dark, we never know the whole story, because the only sample we had of Morgan Moses was the year before when he was looking left and the defender was to his right and was already in the backfield. That's the last time we'd seen Morgan Moses.
Against Seattle, he didn't know the snap count.
Right?
Yeah.
So we're going, no, this can't be. Oh, my God, you can't beat out Morgan Moses. By the way, really good career. Morgan Moses, very solid player.
Still playing.
Still kicking, by the way.
Where is he supposed to start? I just saw this. Was it the Ravens? Or the Chargers? No. Let me look this up.
Who knows?
Morgan Moses is a projected starter at right tackle. I think it's the Patriots.
For the Patriots. There
That
you
was
go.
the preseason game.
So, like, when he got bumped inside after 90 minutes, we went, oh my God. I don't know about you. I went, oh my God, what a disaster.
Yeah.
This is going to be terrible. Not at all. Just a really good NFL career.
He announced his retirement yesterday, though, so happy trails to him. All right, number 2, thing I think, NFL edition. People, you know who you are. You people are too low on the Cincinnati Bengals. I've been thinking about this a lot. They had a bottom 3 defense in the league last year. They went 4-4 when they scored 30 or more points. Very hard to do. They had a horrendous September because they didn't take the preseason seriously at all, again. And they still missed the playoffs by 1 game. All of those things happened, and they missed the playoffs by 1 game. With Joe Burrow at the helm and the Chase Higgins-led passing game, Chase Brown, who I think's completely underrated at running back, they're so electric on that side of the ball. I do think they're a Super Bowl contender. And they get talked about like a team that might miss the playoffs. Now, I understand why. Their defense is a shabingus. It just has to be bad. Be normal bad. Don't be terrible. If they're not bottom 5 in the league, if they're 20th, if they're 22nd, that is a team no one will want to play in the playoffs. I think people are way too low on the Cincinnati Bengals going into the playoffs. Going into the season.
I think that is correct. Remember, they started last year 1-4. Somebody beat them in week 3. That's something pretty epic if I have to go back and look at it.
Was it a night game?
It was an evening game.
Was it in Cincinnati?
It was a primetime game.
I don't remember it.
No, me either. A big blank. So the only win was against a lowly Carolina Panthers team that was just a hot mess at that point. They lost in overtime in week 5, I believe, to the Ravens, 41-38 in one of the games of the year. After that, that's an 8-4 team with a pretty tough schedule. Ripping, and just as you said, the offensive just ripping through people, scoring over 30 points a game. The defense was okay after that. I'm not telling you it was good, but if you get more of a repeat of that, where the defense is just regular bad, not even good, not even okay, regular bad, not historically, oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that bad. That's a 10-11 win team in a really tough division.
Third thing I think from the NFL right now, took a deep dive into the week 1 schedule, getting a little antsy for the start of the season. The best game by far on the week 1 slate is Ravens-Bills. Sunday Night Football.
That'll do it.
That's the one, my friends. Normally you kick it off with like an epic Thursday night game. Cowboys-Eagles, fun because of the NFC East, but it's fine. It's not a great game. There are other interesting games. I think Buccaneers-Falcons will be really compelling. Panthers-Jaguars, interestingly, could be fascinating. I can't wait to watch Raiders-Patriots. I think both of those teams have a chance to be surprise teams in the AFC. We talked about Seattle earlier. 49ers-Seahawks is going to be pretty telling. Lions-Packers, awesome week 1 game. And then the Monday nighter between the Vikings and the Bears in the North as well, really, really good. But I think the best game of week 1, pretty easily, when you look at the matchups, Ravens-Bills, Sunday Night Football, NBC does it again.
Yeah, that's your 1 seed, I think, for the weekend. I think that's, as Coach Tom Sula once said, I think that's fair to say. Lions-Packers is my 2 seed there probably, and everybody else is kind of vying for 3rd place.
Winning off the field on Fridays. We do it in lieu of a double play right around 3:45. So as soon as we return, you will tell us what little thing went well in your day. These are small things that put a smile on your face in honor of Bruce Allen that have absolutely no major importance to anybody else. Next on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is time to win off the field. These are teeny tiny mini moral victories. Very small things that'll put a smile on your face that nobody else would appreciate. Don't do it for me and don't do it for Danny. Do it for the Goose, Bruce Allen.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
Danny, give the people an example they can line up their winning off the fields for us at 800-636-1067.
So sometimes I think it's instructive for what we're doing here, GP, to help people understand what this is by giving you an example of what it's not. You follow that? Like to put the guardrails on. I can tell you how I'm not winning off the field if you want. So as a way for you to get inspiration at 800-636-1067 for how you might be winning off the field. So I did post game last night for the Nats. Hung out. Nice win. Well-pitched game. Good to see Brad Lord. Good to see a couple young kids do some things. Great to have Dylan Cruz back. So what's the problem? Let's see if I can show you, GP, what happened. So as I'm leaving the little toaster oven there in left field, you know the house there's a little tree next to the toaster oven there in section 106, and there's that iron guardrail around it so you don't step in where the plants are.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about? So I'm trying to go out of there once everything's closed, and I can see them locking up all the gates, and everyone's trying to leave and stuff, and I got to go get to my car and hit that stupid buzzer to let me back up the parking garage just so I can leave. I was going too fast, and look at my shin.
He scraped his shin.
Can you see that? I banged my shin on the iron. My shin, Ogasawara, who got his first major league win last night. I banged my shin and then scraped it also going by, and I screamed bloody murder last night because it hurt so bad. It bothered me so much that I would roll over in my sleep. I'm not even, you're sleeping. You don't even know what your body's doing for the most part. And it would catch a certain way, and it woke me up.
Your first team, by the way, loudest guy to have something happen to him.
Yeah.
Like the stubbing of a toe.
That's right.
Bumping into something.
Everyone's going to know about it.
Danny needs the entire room to be like, dude, you okay? So it is a loud scream.
It's a big production.
If it's a second scream needed, you will do that too.
Mhm.
This is actually, I need to make a list of things next time I see your wife to talk to her about. But I want to ask her about this.
Loudest scream, most likely to stub his toe and let everyone know that it happened. Big noise, big production.
Here's my other one I want to bring up with your wife.
Okay.
What does she think of you as a driver? My wife thinks I'm a aggressive driver. Most wives are bothered by their
You mean every
husband.
wife ever?
Yeah, exactly. But what does she say about you? I cannot keep up with you on the road. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anyone who drives as you never get speeding tickets, do you?
I mean, I have in my life, sure. But
The other day, I came out of the garage behind you,
and
I can't tell you how many times in the past I've been behind you and you just cut over 4 lanes. It's not like you're trying to have me follow you, so you're not being I can't leave Grant. But just I have actively been all right, today I'm going to keep up with Danny. So the other day, this is kind of a little bit of a bit that I have with Ryan, where I'm all right, I'm behind Danny. Here we go.
Wait, seriously?
Dead serious.
Oh.
You hauled ass.
Yeah, time to go.
It's such a bat out of hell thing.
Yeah, time to go.
So you get from the little merge lane on 395 from South Cap to the 4 lanes over in 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of other cars in the way. They're going to have to wait. Okay? So
I think I'm cutting people off. I don't think I'm doing that.
You're not completely cutting people off.
But I'm not, is what you're telling me?
You're not that worried about if they have to hit their brakes. That's what I'm going to say.
Wow.
But this is less about you're taking it the wrong way. What I'm trying to tell you is I want to go back to the beginning.
Okay.
What does your wife say about your driving? Because as your work wife or whatever I am to you.
Work spouse, yeah.
If I got paid $1,000 to keep up with you, I couldn't do it. I lost you. The vision, you were gone. You were gone. And I was, because you'll hit me up sometimes in your home. We live about equidistant, different places, but kind of equidistant. And I'm 12 minutes from home. And I'm like, how in the hell does he do this? Now, sometimes you know a different way, or you're in the city, or you're, you've got some tunnel that you take, or you hit a button and you go down with the turtles under the ground and you come back up in Arlington or something.
Mm-hmm.
You've got these weird things.
Yeah.
But in some cases, in this case, I was I'm just going to keep behind him. So I'm hauling it. But then I'm he's on 100 yards, 400 yards, 600 yards.
He's gone.
It's just unbelievable. But your kids aren't in the car. I don't know if you do the same thing with your kids in the car or not.
I think I drive. I think I just go.
Clary, do you have anything to add to this? Because you're kind of in on this bit with me.
Yeah, I mean, this is honestly been a couple of years now running at this point. With Grant will be right behind you. I mean, it's not that like, you know, like, and honestly, I
It's
think
not
Grant,
like a serious thing. It's more like a fun thing.
yeah, it's like Grant will like call me. He's like, oh my gosh, like I can't believe it.
I'm
I
right
was
behind Danny. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I also I'm not going to speak for Grant on this, but like I think this is not like a shunning you. I think he's like proud of you and being like I want to do the same thing, right?
So
No.
it's definitely not.
It's
shunning.
not that.
It's definitely not shunning. It's not a proud. It's
No,
just an
no.
observation. It's like
Yeah, it just is.
I want to know
Right.
what your wife thinks. I want to keep going back to this because all I can think about is what my wife says about me. Like, you drive too fast. You're too aggressive. You're too, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm in single A Fredericksburg compared to this guy.
Well, I will say this. One thing I've noticed over the last several years, it used to be like if there's a family, everybody's going, we're piling into the car
Right.
and going, Dad drives. Like I've always taken that on. It's no
But do
problem.
you
I'm happy to
drive
do it.
differently if your family's in the car than you did like yesterday going home?
Yeah, it's probably a little bit less aggressive on the
Okay.
weaving in and out of traffic because again it's time to go. But what I've noticed is the number of times my wife's gone, nope, it's fine, I'll drive. And she goes too slow.
But some of it too is it's not like I think we're overdoing the speed. Like I was kind of joking about you cutting people off, whatever. That was kind of a bit. But it's the velocity that I like. You know how I can't throw a baseball that fast? We found out.
We did discover
I'm
that.
on
yeah.
395. It's kind of wide open at this point. I'm going, I don't know, let's say 70. I'm losing you. I don't know where you are anymore. Like, it is unbelievable. I just can't fathom. It's incredible. But does this check out? Do you think I'm crazy? Like, what is your mindset in those moments?
I think it's a little overstated. I will say
Okay.
I'm not a distracted driver, and my guy Grant is. I mean, you got your phone. This is phone time for you. It's not
Yeah.
for me. It's down, and it's time to go home. Like when it's home time, that's the goal.
No, if we're picking nits,
Yeah.
that is definitely one.
If it's travel time, if
Yes.
we're going to the airport, if we're going on the plane, time to get on the plane. Time for the bus to leave.
Right.
Time for the train to leave.
So,
Like,
but this is the same thing.
This is my
how you
pathology.
do it in the
Yeah.
airport. And your point is, I'm pulling up my pants, I'm tightening my belt.
right? You're like, where's my charger? I left my bag at the restaurant we were just at. Which you did.
I'll wear
Like,
that.
Yeah, like
But you also are sprinting, and in a car, the sprinting version of that is, oh my god, how are you doing this so quickly?
It is the focus on going brisk, efficient movements at all times. I'm a city walker. I'm an airport walker. I don't sprint. I did sprint in the airport this past weekend just to get home. But I've had to do home alone moves. But in general, it's time to focus on what we're doing. And what we're doing right now
What was
is
the
going
thing
home.
you talk about, Clary, where you were meeting Danny somewhere and he was there way before you, and you're like, how did you get there? And he's like, I drove. Or you were like telling me some story.
I forgot. Geez, I know this is terrible. I forgot what it was, but Danny and I think we're like meeting after the show. No, what it was him leaving the Gary, my apartment last year, coming into the office. I remember as I was pulling in, again, we left at the same time, and I saw Danny and his kids walking up the stairs, and I was like, oh my gosh. And I'm like pulling in the garage. I'm like, how'd you get here?
Right.
And
You're like, I felt like I did it pretty efficiently.
yeah, I thought
I drove. It's time to get there.
He drove.
You got to go.
It is. The only reason I bring it up is this was particularly incredible.
Yeah.
The other day, I was just like, I was across. Clary's like, where are you at? And I'm like, I'm at the Pentagon. He's like, you're already up at the Pentagon? I'm like, yeah. He's like, and you still don't see him? I'm like, no, he is gone.
He's gone.
Like, Clary's on the 14th Street Bridge. I'm at the Pentagon. I'm a mile ahead of him, and I have now lost my suspect.
Man. So yeah, well, I was saying we didn't talk about it much, but I think my wife now is like, no, I'll drive. Like, kind of brushes me away. So I don't think she likes it. I don't think she likes the way I
This
drive.
is, by the way, this is not me like joning on you like
That's
I'm
totally
some
fine.
great driver.
I'm fun.
My wife hates me driving. She'll actually, to your point, like when we're all going somewhere, she prefers to drive. As you said, she knows like I'm gonna probably at some point pull up a podcast on Spotify, maybe check the old text or like I got bad habits.
Mhm.
You've called those out correctly. But anyway,
Yeah.
I would be winning off the field if I could ever keep up with you.
Well, she also knows that how impatient I get if there's any kind of traffic. And she's just going to go like 57 the whole time, like
Yeah.
no matter where it is on the highway, which drives me crazy.
How did we get on that? The other thing I want to bring up with her is you're winning off the field, but I don't remember now.
No, because the
when
answer is
you
I'm not
sprint.
winning off the field. Is I drilled my shin last
Yeah,
night.
I want to ask her about you. Like the last time Danny stubbed his toe, what happened? And like how big of a day ruining event was
It's a big production, and she'll let you in on that. That's true.
It's crazy. There was actually a camera in the ballpark last night, and I have live footage, live reaction.
You do?
Yeah, it's
The
insane.
Nats sent that to you?
Yeah, they did. Here it goes.
So nice.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
the best bit. Family Guy. Peter Griffin.
I guessed. Whenever Darius plays something that he's giggling about, that I don't know what it is, I just assume it's Family
I
Guy.
think the first time they did that was during a fight with the chicken, and he ended up banging his shin.
Yeah, like early in Family Guy's catalog for sure. Yeah.
Scott and Culpepper, we got to be quick, but I know you want to hop in. What's up?
You drive like my wife.
Me?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Yeah, keep up with her, bro.
I don't think you understand what's happening here. This guy, I don't know how many cylinders he has. It's not possible. Okay? I don't know if it's an engine issue. I don't know. I literally, Scott, I said to myself, I'm going hell or high water. I will be on his ass.
No, but you were. And you were not paying attention to the way he was driving. So just keep up with him.
I just don't have the club in the bag. You would need to have watched what happened, and you'd be like, oh, you were driving like a maniac, and somehow still 3 miles behind him. I think that would be your takeaway. It's possible I'm wrong. It's possible someone would say, guy, you got to pick up your game. Come on, what are you doing? This particular, I literally was on. I was like, all right, today's the day.
You got to see the moves before they happen.
I don't get to pull out behind you all the time.
That's right.
But this particular instant, I'm pulling out behind you, and I'm like, today's the day. I'm keeping up with Danny. Here we go. I'm locked in. I'm in the bobsled. Didn't happen. Betway Blitz is next.
Winning off the field.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In baseball, Nationals beat the Phillies in Game 1 of the 4-game set last night, 3-2. Game 2, a rematch of opening day with Mackenzie Gore on the hill for the Nationals. He'll take on Zach Wheeler. Gore comes in 5-12 with a 4.09 ERA. Wheeler comes in at 10-5 with a 2.68 ERA. Game 2 of the 4-game set, 6:45 right here on the Fan for the Nats and the Phillies. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued on today as they gear up for week 2 of the preseason. They'll have the Monday nighter against the Bengals at 8 o'clock Monday night. Cliff Kingsbury talked to the media earlier today and alluded to wanting Terry back on the field, saying, quote, "I don't think until we get some of these other pieces back, we're going to know exactly what we are." 2 NFL games to kick off week 2 of the preseason tonight. Titans and Falcons at 7 o'clock. Chiefs and Seahawks at 10 o'clock. And in college football, Michigan is facing major fines for their sign-stealing scandal. They could be fined over $30 million. The NCAA also imposed an additional game suspension for their head coach, Sharon Moore, to add on to the 2-game self-imposed suspension. He also got a 2-year show cause penalty. Connor Stalions got an 8-year show cause penalty, and Jim Harbaugh with a 10-year show cause penalty added to the 4-year one he's currently serving. At Prince George's Community College, your military or federal work experience can count for college credit through our prior learning assessment network. Save time, save money, finish your mission, because at PGCC, your future is our mission. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today, kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. One more winning off the field for you before we get to the Beltway Blitz.
Oh, okay.
This never happens, but I just got a text from my wife.
Okay.
Apparently our kids were good at church today. How about 3 compliments while they were at church this morning? 3 compliments about the kids behaving. Now, when I go there with them on a Sunday, what are the opposite of 3 compliments? Like people staring at you side-eyed?
3 eye rolls, a loud sigh. You know the loud sigh?
3 trips to the car because they won't stop scream crying?
The look around with a sigh, kind of like
so
everyone acknowledges.
It was so good they're making cupcakes right now at home.
Winning off the field?
Yeah, Bruce, you're damn right.
That good.
That's a big deal.
The Beltway Blitz every day at this time gets you plugged in on the teams you care the most about in town. Let's get after it. Charlie Slows, one of the voices of Nationals baseball. You hear right here on the Fan. He and Dave Jagger will be on the call. Pregame, 6:15, first pitch, 6:45 for the Nats and the Phillies tonight. Charlie, a win as spoilers last evening. How about Brad Lord? What a season he's putting together.
You know, we saw him in spring training, and they really liked what they saw with him and looked at him as a future starter, but didn't really have a spot in the rotation. And then Michael Soroka was hurt after his first start, and he was in the rotation and then back in the bullpen. And then when Trevor Williams went down, they said, the heck with it. He's going to start next year. Let's do it now. And he's been everything that they hoped for. And he's got a chance to be a really good pitcher. When you look at the way opposing teams swing at his pitches or don't, and you could figure out why he's hard to pick up, and his stuff is really good. And we talk to players on other teams, and they tell us, it's just really hard to pick up. He's got really good stuff, and he showed it against a really good lineup.
How meaningful for Cole Henry was last night?
I talked to him a few minutes ago. I said, I bet your heart was beating a little different in the 9th inning. He goes, yep. And, to get through that inning. Now, granted, they used Ferrer for the tougher part of the order, the lefties in the 8th inning. It went to him, but still, it's the 9th inning in a 1-run game against the first-place team, a World Series contending team, to get through it, strand that runner at third. That was a great job, and I think, for him to be in that spot and have some success, because he had success earlier in the year and then went through a period of struggles, I think that's big for him last night, no question.
Last time out, speaking of big for somebody, Mackenzie Gore needed to be better, and he was. We talked to him on the show since the last start. 6 shutout, 3 hits, 10 strikeouts against the Giants. He finally looked like his dominant first-half self. What do you think he solved?
Well, I think I think the previous start he was so focused. The last couple of starts before that, when he was having control issues and not able to locate, that he, focused too much on trying to throw a perfect strike and was too much over the plate. And he had his command last time out, to move the ball around and use all of his pitches, and he was dominant. So tonight will be a really good test. I mean, he's matched up against Wheeler. This is a rematch of opening day when he struck out 13, one of his best games in the big leagues.
Charlie, it'd be easy to point to a couple numbers here and there, but just in terms of overall growth, what do we want to see from Brady House over these last 40 or so games?
We really haven't seen the power that we thought we would see. 13 home runs at AAA, only 2, and they both came in one game here. And, I think that'll all come. It's there. It's first time through the big leagues trying to figure it out. If he hits a few more home runs, great. If he has good at bats and contribute and continues to play really good defense at third, I'm not really concerned about him. I'll tell you what, though, I was just talking to Dylan Cruz, will be our guest on Nats on Deck. This was tough. There was never in his life did someone tell him, you can't swing a bat, you can't run, you can't play baseball for a period of time. And that's what he went through. So he felt like a little kid, really soaked it all in looking around last night when he ran out to right field. It was like making a debut all over again.
Yeah, he looked good, too. He had a hit. He stole a base. He made a diving catch. He certainly looked healthy, huh, Charlie?
Yeah, I was just talking to Paul Lasar, the National Director of Athletic Training, said exactly what you said. When he stole the base and went in head first, he goes, that's the one thing we didn't practice. We practice feet, when you're trying to get him through all the hurdles to come back. The trainer cringes on the head first slide, but you could tell with all he did last night to make that diving catch that he's at 100%.
Charlie, thank you. Have a great call tonight.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
See you, my friend. Hit that NFL sounder, Darius. Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports, joins us to talk about the NFL. Frank, is there a team whose over-under win total you can't quite figure out which way to look?
Oh, man, a few of them. And that's the nature of over-unders that usually set pretty good lines. But I think one of them that stands out to me is the Patriots, because I can make an argument either way. It's 8.5, which gave me sticker shock. I'm like, there's no way they get 8.5. And I thought about it. They upgraded their coach by miles. They had what I thought was the best free agency crop in the NFL. They had what everybody, the consensus grades, said was the best draft class in the NFL. And they had the easiest schedule in football this year. So you add all this stuff up and you say, maybe this team can win 9 or 10 games. Like, what's stopping them, really, if Drake May takes that leap? So that was one where I was like, I still, taking the over of 8.5 on a team that's won 8 games the last 2 seasons combined it's tough. Let's put it to you that way. And so I guess the Patriots kind of lead off that, where I'm just like, I could make the argument that they're going to be really good this year because of the schedule mostly. I could make the argument that, hey, let's not get too over our skis on a team that was 4-13 last year.
Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports. What's your national perspective as far as what's going on with this ongoing McLaurin versus Commanders stare now?
Yeah, it's tough because, I started – when training camp started, I figured – I think most people figured this. All right, they're going to come to some agreement. They're going to give Terry what amounts to back pay, right? Like, hey, you were a good soldier for all those years when we were terrible. Here you go. We'll give you a big raise. But we talked about it. My colleague Charles Robinson talked about it on our Inside Coverage Live show this week. They came in pretty hot, McLaurin's side, and I think people are finding out that Adam Peters is a negotiator. He's not just going to give in just because Terry McLaurin's very popular. He's been a very good player for them. He has some leverage because he knows the Commanders don't want to take a step back from last year when they had such a breakthrough. So now we're here, and it's basically through the second week of the preseason, because it's not like Terry's going to play this week. So how long does this drag on? And even if McLaurin signs 2 days before the season, that might mean he's not really Terry McLaurin until late September. Hey, you got to get in football shape. There's no replicating that anywhere else. So I'm stunned. I can't lie. I thought this would have been done a few days into camp. Terry takes a couple days off of practice, signs a deal, gets back on the practice field. He's a veteran. But the longer it drags on, the more I'm like, well, what is the end game here, and when's it going to happen?
Frank, I think the Bears will be better than they were last year in a really tough division. A, you can tell me if you don't agree, but B, how much better?
And that's the thing. I try not to get too caught up with camp reports, right? We have nothing else to talk about, and everything is just blown out of proportion. But have you heard one positive thing coming out of Bears camp? Because I haven't. I look every day. It's part of my job. And it's like everything seems negative coming out of Bears camp, where it's just they're slow getting the offense, and Caleb's not producing well. Ben Johnson's yelling every day, and maybe that's just camp stuff, or we'll get to week one and it'll look great. But I'm way further down on them than I was a month ago, and maybe that's the wrong approach to take. But you just start to think about it. You're like, this is kind of starting over for Caleb Williams, second rookie year almost, with a completely different scheme, with a perfectionist head coach. It might take a while for them to get it, and if it takes 6 weeks for them to adjust to Ben Johnson and really get in a groove, 6 weeks, you might be buried in that division. You might be done. I mean, you got three teams, and I think the Vikings are the most underrated team in the NFL right now. I think everybody's sleeping on them. I think the Lions are going to be great. I mean, I think we've also underrated the Lions because everybody brings up Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Well, they ain't picking fans out of the stands on a raffle to call plays. Like, they still have some pretty good coaches there. And then the Packers are they're loaded. I mean, they're, we know about them. So I don't know. I think the Bears will be better. I just don't know when they're going to be better. I don't know if it's going to be right away. And it might be a team that just finishes the last 2 months strong, but that ain't going to do very good in the toughest division of football.
At Yahoo Schwab on social, you want to go follow him. Hey, I enjoyed your Shador Sanders piece a couple days ago. It was really good. Thanks for the time.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you got it. There's Frank Schwab. Go check him out. He does an awesome job covering the NFL for Yahoo. Let's keep it moving on our Blitz. It's been great having Adam Kilgore out in Ashburn. I don't know if that's a mutual feeling or not, but I am fired up that he has been out there covering the Commanders over the last few weeks to spend a little time with him after a long time not seeing him. How you enjoying it? I mean, it has been a long time since you've been out there with the boys.
Of course, it's mutual, Grant. Yeah, no, it's been great. It's a good group of people out there. They're a fascinating team at a really interesting juncture for the franchise. So, yeah, all good things.
I am curious, though. Like, it's been years since you were out there probably in this similar capacity, and everything is different. I mean, literally everything looks different. Everything's been rebuilt and remade and repainted, and now it's run correctly. Like, how tangible and noticeable is that to you?
Oh God! I mean, it's apples and doorknobs. I mean, there's it's a different franchise, literally. I mean, there's no bigger symbol, and this is not the first time anyone's ever said this, but you used to walk over there, you park your car, and you'd look over the practice fields, and there's that disgusting, cement green practice field with the old Redskins helmet in the middle of it, up until 3 years ago. I mean, there's no. And now, they got hyperbaric chambers in the locker room. It's 180 degrees times 1,000.
Give me a State of the Union, Adam, on the offense right now this minute.
I would say mild frustration is starting to set in based on the fact that opening day is coming pretty quick, only about 3 weeks away, and some of the pieces that have been missing that are very important, starting off with Terry McLaurin, aren't coming back. McLaurin's not the only guy that's missing. Sam Cosmi is still on PUP, and they haven't ruled him out for week one, although I have a very hard time, seeing a guard being able to come back from a torn knee ligament, by week one. Brandon Coleman, through no fault of his own, he's been out. Noah Brown, very frequently hurt right now, hasn't been playing. And they need those guys to get on the field. They can't snap their fingers and have these players come back, the Wednesday before they play the Giants and have everything be cool. McLaurin is an incredibly intelligent football player. He knows Cliff Kingsbury's system from last year, obviously. But, it's not like him and Jaden Daniels are Montana and Rice in terms of their connection. They're both smart guys, both excellent players, love playing together, but they need more reps, and they're not getting them. And I think Cliff Kingsbury gave voice to some of that in a way that nobody in a leadership position had before. I think that's pretty telling.
Which is what I want to double click on with you here. I mean, the quotes that stood out most to me were when he said they haven't really had a ton of contact, which is telling even though he's in the building. And then secondly, when he said clearly, we're at the point where we need to start getting those guys when they're available out there gelling and see what we are. And the question was about Terry, and that's clearly who he was talking about. Do you think this is a shift in organizational tone or just one guy who's pretty candid kind of saying his piece?
I very much wondered that, Grant. I don't know if it was coordinated in a way to have, you've got Dan Quinn, who has been nothing but supportive, and sort of more or less avoiding the topic, aside to say that he cares about Terry as a person, if he's kind of the good cop here, and then they bring in Cliff to be the bad cop, or if it's just like you said, if it's an offensive coordinator saying, we just got shellacked in a scrimmage, and I'd like to get my offense, to a place where we can move the ball against the first-team defense, more than 3 or 4 first downs in 2 quarters. Could you please get on the horn with Buddy Baker and get this contract done? Because the Giants aren't going to be very easy to play either. They got Abdul Carter and Dexter Lawrence waiting for him in 3 weeks, and it would sure help to have a full complement of guys. Now, I think like you said, it's pretty clear. He wasn't only talking about Terry, but he meant McLaurin, because the other guys can't snap their fingers and get healthy. There's a little more control by the parties to get McLaurin on the field.
Is there a chance we're underrating the impact that Jalen Lane and/or Luke McCaffrey are going to have this year, Adam?
I think Jalen's going to have a big role. If Luke McCaffrey is going to have a big role, I wouldn't rule it out, but I don't think he has shown that or earned that thus far in training camp. Coaches felt great about the spring he had. I know that. I don't think it's shown up day-to-day in practice. And the fact that Jalen Lane is starting to get more of his reps with the first team and even get some reps outside for a rookie who's 5'10", I think that tells you a lot about how impressive he has been in his first camp as a rookie. Coach's kid, and it really shows. He's got a very advanced understanding of the game, a lot of quickness, and even a lot of speed that he's showing now as an outside receiver at times.
Squeezing this last one in real quick, just looking at your Twitter feed here, it sounds like good day on the kicking front for Matt Gay. He needed a good week after the preseason game and how he finished in the joint work a week ago with New England. Does it feel like he's kind of gotten back right and maybe the temperature is cooling on him?
I think that's right, yes. I mean, if Dan Quinn wasn't ready to bring a kicker in last week, then he's definitely not now, because he's been pretty money. He did miss one from like 39 yards, and it was like, oh, boy, you got to cover this again. But I think since that kick, that was Tuesday or so, he hasn't missed at all. He was great today. I don't think they want to have that be a point of drama, and Matt Gay's done a good job of making it not one recently.
Adam, thank you, buddy. Good to catch up. Have a good weekend.
All right, fellas.
Adam Kilgore of the Post, sensational writer, covering the Commanders right now. So go check out his work and make sure you are reading what he's got in the Post as well as we get closer and closer to the start of the NFL season. Speaking of the folks that are out there covering the team, I'm going to steal an idea from Ben Standig, formerly of The Athletic, now does Substack Standig. He had a piece he wrote where he basically said, look, there's a lot of talk about Terry McLaurin. There's a lot of things going on with this team, but here's 11 things that you can feel good about. And I kind of want to do something where we just go, hey, what are the areas of this team that give you a lot of pride and or confidence or hope? Something that you feel really good about that maybe isn't being talked about that much. We will further explain and get into that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Phillies last night 3-2. Game 2 of the series tonight. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. A rematch on the Hill of opening day's matchup. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nats. He's 5-12 with a 4.09 ERA. He'll take on Zach Wheeler, who is 10-5 with a 2.68 ERA. In the NFL, Cliff Kingsbury talked to the media earlier today and alluded to wanting Terry back, saying, quote, "I don't think until we get some of these other pieces back, we're going to know exactly what we are." Commanders getting set for their second preseason game, which comes up on Monday night against the Bengals at 8 o'clock. Week 2 of the preseason kicks off tonight with 2 games, Titans and Falcons at 7 o'clock and Chiefs and Seahawks at 10 o'clock. And in college football, Michigan is facing major fines for their sign-stealing scandal. They could be fined over $30 million. Also, 3 people put with show cause penalties. Jim Harbaugh, a 10-year. Connor Stallions, an 8-year. And their current coach, Sharon Moore, got a 2-year. He also got an extra game suspension added to his 2-game self-imposed suspension from the university. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Nats lineup just came out. For whatever reason, Brady House is not playing at third base tonight. Paul DeYoung is.
We just can't get 100% on the quiz.
We're so close.
Every time. It's always...
Finally got all 4 outfielders not named Jacob Young in the lineup with 1 DHing. That's what we're looking for. Now go ahead and put Brady House at third base.
Oh, we didn't. I got Paul DeYoung, big swing yesterday. That was awesome.
Home run.
But
it just seems easy, doesn't it? Someone just needs to have a quick conversation with the interim manager and say, either you write these names down every day or we'll find someone who will. It's a very simple conversation. Lost season, developing players. Let's play the children. Can you do that for me? All right, we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
All right, man.
Go have fun.
Seriously, enjoy it.
Go enjoy this opportunity to be a manager. Just see this little list I'm sliding across? These guys got to be in the lineup every day.
It features these are. Now you'll notice a distinction. On this side are the older players. Now this side right here, these are the younger ones. These are the ones right here. These guys.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Ben Standig on his Substack had a piece that I liked. He wrote about 11 positives with the Commanders right now. He says no pom-poms required. And he went through things that he really likes about the football team. He said Frankie Louvu is a maniac. Laramie Tunsil is a badass. You know, different things that are areas where fans can either be prideful or hopeful or confident. Just something that you feel good about. And I thought it made for a good topic, actually, for us to discuss on the show and maybe even open up phones on. So we can do that now at 800-636-1067. Let's put Terry in the back seat for a moment. Mm-hmm. Let's let everybody else, frustrations, issues, questions, and worries, let's just put those to the side. There's a lot to like about this team. First and foremost, anything involving number 5, Jaden Daniels. So I think for the sake of the conversation, we could just separate Daniels. Let's look for things that don't get talked about that are actually very positive right now or could be strengths for this team. We can go back and forth here, Danny.
They've still got Austin Eckler. When he's in the game and he gets touches, he's wildly effective. He is such a good offensive player. Now, you can't overuse him because of injury and breakdown and wear down and the like, but he is the easy button that I always talk about with players on offense. Not necessarily strike up the band, Deshaun Jackson 80-yard touchdown, but you remember some of these games where the script was Austin Eckler, little flip to the right, Austin Eckler handoff, now you're past midfield and scoring range, and we're going to go for it on 4th down, and we're going to brotherhood this way and ring the bell, and we're going to go, get some points out of the drive. He makes things easy. He's still here, overlooked.
I think the offensive line has a chance to be really good this year. Laramie Tunsil at left tackle is going to be a gigantic upgrade and a substantial building block for the next few once they lock him up. Brandon Coleman moving in from tackle to guard has a chance to have happen at left guard what happened with Sam Cosmi at right guard. I think we could be talking about Coleman in 2 years as a guy on the precipice of Pro Bowls who's just well-respected as one of the better left guards in the league. Tyler Biotish at center is very serviceable. He is good. I don't know where you'd rank him, but he's probably somewhere around like 10 to 12 among centers in football. If if he told me he's 9th or 10th, I would buy that. If he told me he's 13th, I'd get that, but he's a top half the league player at the position. Cosmi's hurt. I don't think he'll be ready in week 1. They're suggesting he will be. But I do think he'll be here within 4 to 6 weeks into the season. And in the meantime, Allegretti slides over, who started all year long last year when they had a great offense. And then you've got a competition with 2 options at right tackle, the rookie Josh Connerly, the veteran Andrew Wiley. And while Connerly got off to what I perceived to have been a difficult start to training camp, that's going to happen when you're a rookie learning the ropes. How good did he look in the preseason game against the Patriots? I mean, I saw some of the Logan Paulson breakdown where he was really enamored with certain plays, but just my own eyes, not as smart as Logan, watching him, he looked comfortable, he looked confident, he looked strong, he looked athletic. I thought he was great. So you got Connerly, let's just say he settles in at right tackle next to Cosme with Biotish, Coleman, and Tunsil. I think by the end of the year, Danny, this could be their best offensive line in a while, something I feel really good about.
Trey Amos, they might have one, dude. They might have a guy. I was, looking at their secondary this offseason. They didn't go big game hunting. They didn't go for a couple of the heavier hitter names, the Carlton Davises, the DJ Readers, et cetera. They chose to kind of go that middle-class route, short-term deal, Jonathan Jones, who would have been perfectly adequate, perfectly fine, maybe a slight upgrade for Noah I, or a couple of the other dudes that have kind of been in rotation here. So I was thinking, okay, that's their outside corner. Maybe Trey Amos emerged as something. I think he's emerged as something. I think this is a dude. I think this is a week 1 starter opposite Marshawn Lattimore. And all of a sudden you look up and you go, well, look at this nice little young secondary with Mikey Sanders still in the slot. And look at Trey Amos on the outside. You got the makings of something that's sustainable, not short-term veteran Vinny. I think they might have had something pretty special come through camp.
We've gotten to a point where people are down enough on Daron Payne that I think he's now underappreciated. When's the last time anybody's really talked about Daron Payne that you've heard as a storyline in camp?
I can't remember it.
Right.
If it's been years?
He's one of the best players on the team. He's one of the highest paid players on the team. And let's face it, I mean, when he's right, this is a guy who at one point in time here was a dominant force. Now he's just kind of furniture in the room. Nobody really talks about him or addresses him because it's been a couple of years now since he got paid where he's been semi-average, I would say. But how sure are we that Daron Payne still doesn't have some really good football left? That maybe if Javon Kinlaw next to him is taking on more bodies, that he can't get up the field a little bit. Not to mention he's motivated. He's playing in the 3rd year of a deal with an out on the back end where the Commanders could get out of paying him $28 million next year if they want to. A motivated Daron Payne in the past was when we saw the best version of him. I kind of think he is a sneaky candidate to have a season nobody's talking about. Is he ever going to have the 11 sack, whatever that was, monster Daron Payne season from a few years ago? No, probably not. I don't know if he's going to be saying, pay me my money. Pay me my money. The old Instagram bit that we fooled Darius with. If you haven't seen that, I'll make sure we post it on the 1067 The Fan accounts. But he used to get a sack and he would fake sign a check. He's like, pay me a giant contract and then I maybe won't live up to it. But I think this could be one of those years, it's gone the other way, where people were annoyed, frustrated, disappointed, whatever, and now we just don't talk about him at all. He's still really, really good. And if you remember in minicamp in the early part of the offseason, he was the guy Dan Quinn was pointing out, saying...
It went out of his way, you're right.
He's in shape, I love what he looks like, I love how he's doing. I haven't heard anything lately, but when I go out there, he's noticeable at practice.
Last year at this time, we're going, Dante Fowler was a situational pass rusher. Maybe there's something there. In this defense, with this exact same coaching staff, in this scheme, broke out for 10.5 sacks. Now, we know what the downside was. You don't want to play him on running downs, and he's going to get knocked in the next week, et cetera. But as a pass rusher, a dude that hadn't had more than 6 sacks in, 6 seasons, broke out in a major way. So much to the point that Washington was like, you know what? We don't really need to resign you. We're not that desperate. You can go somewhere else because we think we've got something. Now, Dante Fowler has transformed into Von Miller. You telling me Von Miller, a guy with the get-off that he has, a guy with that elite toolkit of pass rushing maneuvers, kept fresh in this scheme and design, can't wreak a little bit of havoc? You telling me Von Miller couldn't have more than 6, 7, 8 sacks as a situational pass rusher here? I don't know, man. Last year at this point, I would have taken Von Miller over Dante Fowler.
I'm taking this from Substack Standig, things he feels good about, reasons for optimism with the Commanders. We're asking you to give us yours at 800-636-1067. By the way, Danny, did we try to get you with the pay me my money thing?
Absolutely.
You didn't participate.
Not for a single second. Smell that coming a mile away.
Had you already seen those reels?
Never once. It was so. You guys, if this was poker, you'd be like, I have a terrible hand. It was the most obvious thing in the world. Like pre-laughing.
Well, how did Darius get tricked?
Kind person, too trusting, I think. It was so blatant. Well, they're like, just do this really foolish thing and but go last. It couldn't have been more obvious. Seriously. Make a fool of yourself, sound like a buffoon, and it'll be fun. No.
For people that don't know, this was like a viral, one of these things that Danny hates, frankly. Like all of the trends.
And it's all gone away.
Right.
Correct. So I'm right.
Well, I mean, it goes away. It's not supposed to stay forever.
That's the
They're
point.
just these quick little trends that come and go.
I just got to the end when it's gone.
Social media. So the bit was, you're like, with several of your friends, you do this thing where you say, pay me my money in a weird way. And you kind of like do a quick dance and then you move off and everybody claps. And then the last person that says it, nobody does anything and they just look like a complete fool.
Yeah.
So then me and Clary and Anthony and Toby and whoever else did it. And Darius does it last and we just Bob time him. And I mean, the video, I got to get the video. We got to post it. It's so funny. And also, I feel terrible.
Yeah, it's gut-wrenching.
Nice, it would have been better if it was you.
Yeah, totally.
But I mean, the fact that it was Darius, it works too. It was tough for him.
Yeah. It's a low moment where you're looking around confused. Where's my, because what everyone does, everyone goes, yay!
Like he only got because you wouldn't do it.
Right.
The rest of us were in on the bit to try to get you.
Mm-hmm.
And then Darius just happened to like go to the bathroom that time or go get Doritos that time. So he wasn't in on it. So we're like, well, who else can we screw and make their day terrible? Oh, Darius, here he is.
Let's ruin Darius's day.
And he's like, nice. So he's like, yeah, I'll do it. No problem. Let's do this.
Yeah.
That's tough.
I mean, it was the most painfully obvious thing in the world that something was afoot. You're not wanting me on your internet trend because you think I'm neat.
You know who would gladly say pay me my money on that video? It was Terry McLaurin.
Am I right?
Bet he would have participated. All right, let's get to your calls next. 800-636-1067. Something you feel good about with the Commanders non-Daniels division. This is G&D. What do you feel good about as it pertains to your 2025 Washington Commanders? Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We've talked a lot about Terry McLaurin. We will talk more about the holdout, but Standig did a piece about 11 things that Commanders fans can rest easy about going into the season, and we thought it'd be a fun little combo. So let's hit the phones on this. Vix and Akakeek, what's up, buddy? Phone's not working. Let's go to Bill in Lorton on Grant and Danny. What's up, Bill?
Hey, Bill.
Hey, what's up, Grant and Danny? Danny. I'm optimistic and happy about several things, and y'all already have touched on some of them. That offensive line, once that cohesiveness come together, Grant, and all Cosby and Brandon Coleman going to be good, we're going to have a nasty offensive line. Bad boys.
Yeah, they could be really good.
Secondary,
they could legit be a strength.
Yeah, I hope so.
In that secondary that Danny just finished talking about, with Trey Amos and Sanderstill and the rest of the company, oh, my goodness. I can't wait, man. Can't wait to see it.
September 7th is coming quickly against the New York Giants. Secondary, I love that answer because that has been my biggest takeaway from being at so many practices, is that their corners from 1 year ago to right now are the single biggest growth of any area on the roster. And I think it has a lot to do with knowing Sanderstill is excellent and seeing him have, in my opinion, one of the better camps that anybody's had for the days that I've been out there. He was sensational in the scrimmage, the burgundy on gold thing they did.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really good stuff against Ertz and Debo. It wasn't like he was running with, KJ Osborne very often. But also, Amos is the real deal. You already talked about him, so I don't need to go into that. But I do think they got a stud potentially in round 2. Lattimore is going to be the linchpin to the whole thing. He's having a very solid camp, and he looks way healthier and more explosive to me running than he did at the end of last year. But I've still got to see it against an A.J. Brown, a Mike Evans, a number 1 type.
For more than a game at a time, too.
Exactly.
It's got to be, yeah.
But that makes the whole thing work. If you have a corner 1, because you're paying him like that, and now you can slot everyone down, so Amos has to be a corner 2. I think he could do that at a high level. Sanderstill's in the nickel. I know he could do that at a high level. Like, now you could have an awesome corner room.
Well, it also... The level of expectation matters in this conversation a lot with anything else. So remember a couple years ago, not to pick on him, but when Montez Sweat and Chase Young are going, we're going to set the sack record. And then I think they combined for 10.5, whatever it was. That's pretty frustrating, and that sucks because the eye line is high. That wasn't the case for the secondary. There were more question marks than anything else. It was like, well, does Sanders still have to stay outside because we don't know what Jonathan Jones is, and we hope this rookie's something, and is Lattimore ever going to come back and be himself? We've gone from that's a weakness to, dude, we might have a strength here. We might have something pretty special, and that's a big departure.
Let's go to Adam in Mechanicsville. What's up, buddy?
Hey, fellas, love the show, man. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Hey, I think next man up a little bit with the receivers is something to be excited about. Like last year was Zacchaeus and De'Ami Brown. We kind of didn't expect their years with Jaden behind. I know I'm kind of going against the rules here by mentioning Jaden, but what he can do to elevate those like a Lane or maybe one of those like KJ Osborne's, it might be possible, opposite, McLaurin if he's playing, hopefully. If not, I mean, just bringing those other receivers up that we may not be seeing. I think it's an exciting prospect that some of those weapons might do something with Jaden lifting the players around him, to be better, turn them into gold a little bit.
So this is actually a really intriguing point and something maybe we could come back to it in the days ahead, but everybody keeps suggesting their receiver room's not good enough, looking at what they have.
Yep.
And he's right that Jaden Daniels made guys better last year. Not even a debate. But they did get a lot out of Olamide Zacchaeus. He had one game against the Eagles that almost equaled his previous season in the NFL when he had 10 catches. And he scored a couple touchdowns in that game. They did have Jamison Crowder and guys like that making real plays in real games. And that all mattered for them. And I guess his point, and I agree, it's not just Daniels who's a big part of it, but Kingsbury elevated those guys. The scheme elevated those guys. They might be able to do that again. Like they might have a group of coaches and an offense and a player at QB that can do that. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas? I want to start by saying I don't know if Grant or Dan, which one of you was talking about going out of the Outer Banks a few weeks ago, but I'm headed there tomorrow with the fam, so I was like, man, when I heard y'all say that was y'all vibe, I was like, man, we can link up on that. That's dope, man.
Enjoy yourself, man.
Oh, man, it's going to be fun. But for me, I'm going to start with the coaching staff ability to coming out of halftime to make adjustments. There's no ego there. I see that they are listening to their players. If they don't make certain decisions in the first half. I was always confident in the second half that there would be legitimate adjustments that would give us a chance. I thought they just did a good job at a lot of times managing the clock and putting themselves in position. A lot of times you would hear Rivera say that, but I feel like that never really happened. I think this staff really did a good job considering the guys on the team, putting them in a good position to actually have a chance to do something in every game. And then if I go to a player, I'm going to go with Drazon Newton because if you can get those big guys to hold up and to be able to take on those double teams, there's going to be guys that just pop even beyond him. Guys are going to pop better if you have that play. You all were touching on the secondary and their improvement. So I'm looking really on that line to say if they can hold their ground or if those big guys cannot really get pushed around, we're going to see one-on-one matchups that will be favorable for Washington. The Von Miller thing will work. I think other things are going to work better if they can really hold down that middle of the line and really make sure the run defense is together. Then I think this thing can really look really nicely.
Yeah, Newton.
Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah,
15 snaps in that preseason game against the Patriots, and 3 of them were pretty impactful.
Real quick on the coaches, the continuity of the coaching staff was stunning when it happened this offseason.
It's my biggest fear when they hired the staff they did, and I don't know how long it lasts, but to have year 1 into year 2 after 12 wins was crazy.
And it's something that's now kind of been lost in the sauce because we're in the business of this season, but that was a major win for this org.
Oh, there's no doubt. Ben, Bethesda, one more. What do you got?
Hey, guys, let's not forget about our first good kicker since Mark Mosley. It's finally nice to have a good, consistent kicker. I'm ready for football. Shout out to Tress Way. We got a great punter, too. And last but not least, I just want to say, Terry, I miss you. I love you. Please come back to me, baby. We need you. We need you, Terry. Come back. Come back.
Thanks, buddy. I was there on Matt Gay after a couple weeks of camp because he was just hitting everything. But then he had a real big 3 or 4 day rut based on all the reporters that went to New England leading into a miss in the preseason game. I mean, they were literally asking Dan Quinn on Monday whether or not he was going to bring in kickers. So I'm not there to put it in Sharpie again just yet after I got real excited early. But the resume for Gay is far exceeds that of anybody they've had over the last couple of seasons, other than Brendan McManus, who was here and gone in short order.
Never got to kick, yeah.
Because he got in trouble off the field. Next, let's talk to Mike Sando, who did the quarterback ratings for The Athletic, had Jaden Daniels 6th in the NFL based on his conversations with executives and coaches around the league. This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Mel Wood. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Phillies last night 3-2. Game 2 of the series tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. A rematch of opening day's pitching matchup. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nats. He is 5-12 with a 4.09 ERA. He'll take on Zach Wheeler, who is 10-5 with a 2.68 ERA. Nats and Phillies, game 2 of the series right here on The Fan at 6:45. In the NFL, Cliff Kingsbury talked about wanting Terry back out on the practice field today, saying, quote, "I don't think until we get some of these other pieces back, we're going to know exactly what we are." Commanders getting set for their second preseason game, which comes up Monday night against the Bengals. Some starters expected to play for the Commanders. Bengals expected to start most of their starters as well for at least a portion of the game. Again, Monday Night Football, Commanders and Bengals at 8 o'clock Monday night. College football, Michigan is facing major fines for a sign-stealing scandal from a couple of seasons ago during their national championship run. They could be fined over $30 million. NCAA also imposed an additional game suspension for head coach Sharon Moore. It'll be added on to the two-game self-imposed suspension from the university. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Commanders training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Grant and Danny, a product of the law firm Condori & Murad.
Exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori & Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. We've been waiting all week for this conversation. I'm fired up for this. Mike Sando in his 28th year covering the National Football League. The Athletic Hall of Fame selector does a awesome quarterback tiers piece he's been doing for years at multiple outlets, and now as part of the Athletic, he talks to dozens of executives and coaches. This is a ranking based on the opinions of insiders and league officials. So we don't do lists and rankings very often on this show. A lot of them are just noise, but I really, really like this one, and it matters to me year in and year out when this quarterback list comes out. And we've got Mike on to discuss it now on Grant and Danny. Mike, thanks for the time. How you been?
I've been great. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, our pleasure. Very cool to catch up with you. So let's just start with kind of the work that goes into this. Give people a little more of an idea than I just did on how you actually go about this project.
Yeah, so 28th year covering the league, 12th year doing quarterback tiers. And after the draft is over and the lineups are kind of set at quarterback, at least we know who's in the mix. We exclude all the rookies. I put together a sheet, and I send out to, or I usually meet in person with or talk to guys on the phone with, Zoom with guys in some cases. That's coaches and executives around the league, 50 of them, to put each of these quarterbacks into one of the tiers. The tiers have, definitions that can be interesting, but just to summarize, Tier 1 is great, and Tier 5 is you're not really a starter, and in between is kind of incrementally along the way. And this year I ended up with 6 GMs, 6 assistant GMs, 6 former GMs that are working in other roles, 5 other execs, 8 head coaches, 19 assistants, 15 of the assistants are coordinators, and average it all together, so you could see Patrick Mahomes got 50 votes, all in Tier 1, all the way down to, at the bottom, Kenny Pickett had no votes in the top 3 tiers, all in Tier 4 and 5. So in between, they stack up. It's interesting. It's a market analysis, really, of how the league views the quarterbacks, and it's always fun to discuss.
Mike, when you were doing it this year, what was your biggest surprise, given your kind of preconceived notion or idea that somebody might be somewhere, and then the consensus was totally different, and then maybe give me an all-time surprise?
So surprises this year, a little bit of a surprise to see Matthew Stafford peek his head into Tier 1. He had been 11 straight years, I think, in Tier 2. He didn't. The conversation around him didn't change a lot, but he got just enough votes for that. I thought Jared Goff might fall with Ben Johnson leaving Detroit. That didn't happen. He's solidly in the top 10. We didn't really know what was going to happen with Aaron Rodgers. He got votes in 4 different tiers. I thought that was notable. And then the discussion around Caleb Williams was more negative, than I was expecting. I think we knew there could be some reservations after he took so many sacks, but you also could have envisioned hey, Ben Johnson's there, this guy, they're going to get the most out of him. And instead it was really a lot of questions about how quickly he can process. And so that was very, striking about it this year. All-time surprises, that's an interesting one. I'd probably have to think about it. I do think one thing that is interesting is how the league has gotten so much younger. So if you look at Tier 2 this year, you're going to have guys like Jaden Daniels, Justin Herbert, Goff, Stroud, Hurts, Mayfield, Prescott, Jordan Love, and Brock Purdy. A lot of guys, on the younger side. Here's your Tier 2 from 2020. Tom Brady, Lamar Jackson, Ben Roethlisberger, Matt Stafford, Matt Ryan, Carson Wentz, Dak Prescott, and Phillip Rivers.
Wow.
So there's a lot more experience in the league before, and I think it's just trended young as a lot of those kind of classic long-term guys have aged out, and now you have Matthew Stafford might be the last of that, one of the last guys in that elder statesman role who is still in the top 2 tiers, and I guess Dak Prescott, too.
Stafford ended up ranking 5th at the back end of Tier 1, which was interesting because it feels to me like there's like a 4 horsemen in the National Football League, which is that Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson group, and then we kind of have this best of the rest conversation. But actually, Stafford got in above the line of demarcation here.
He did, but he's on a much smaller horse. If these are horsemen, he's like on a pony. I think, you have to get, at least 25 votes in Tier 1 to make it into Tier 1. He got 26. And the other guys, Lamar got 46. Josh Allen got 47. Mahomes and Burrow got 50 each. So he's right on the border, but he's still a fair amount above Jaden Daniels and the guys in Tier 2, kind of in between. He's a Tier 1A, let's call it, for Stafford. And I think if I did it right now with him missing camp and the back injury, maybe some of those voters would, have some reservations.
So you mentioned Jaden Daniels. Let's get to him as you're on here in D.C., who is the first guy in Tier 2, which is 8 deep, and the 6th rated quarterback in the National Football League via the folks that you talked to. So let's just start with your reaction to Daniels coming in that high after the one season, and then also some of what you heard when you did talk to people about him.
Yeah. So I was expecting him to come in high just because not only did he have a great rookie season, but he ended up in the championship game. Very hard to do. They obviously didn't have a great defense or something else that carried them to get there. It was a lot of him, and it was against expectation largely that the team would do that well. So I think the postseason gave him some validation that some of these other guys who have good years maybe don't get. He set the record for in the 12 years I've been doing this, for a second-year quarterback making their debut. Remember, I don't have rookies in it. So he broke the C.J. Stroud record from last year. Stroud had broken Justin Herbert's record from 2021. And as you know, sometimes in the second year, C.J. Stroud takes a little step back for whatever reason. It's tougher around him. Defenses adjust to him, whatever. Justin Herbert has kind of plateaued, come a little bit back. So, it's all good, positive feelings about Jaden Daniels. No one really poked any holes in him. I think there were some who, questioned the team around him a little bit. There were some who, wanted to see how it would evolve with Cliff Kingsbury. I thought there was a very interesting point made that, oftentimes these draft classes, it evolves over time in terms of which one you think is the best. Look no further than 2018 when I think Sam Darnold was, in the top couple after only 1 year, and it ends up now being, clearly Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. Those guys took them a while to get going, at least in the case of Josh Allen, and, was up and down. So I do think we need to see it settle out. The interesting point that was made was, hey, is it with Bo Nix coming in pretty strong too, albeit in Tier 3, is there a quarterback coaching and development contest between Sean Payton and Cliff Kingsbury? I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, Athletics Mike Sando with us here on Grant and Danny. What's the floor and what's the ceiling for next year's set of rankings for Jaden Daniels?
Well, I think the floor is going to be still in Tier 2. I think the ceiling is going into Tier 1, but I think the floor could be a low Tier 2, if he were to have or even a mid-Tier 2, because look at C.J. Stroud is right now the upper middle of tier 2. He's tied with Jalen Hurts. So I think Jaden Daniels would have to have a really tough year to drop much below that.
And describe for me as I look at the polling here, the panel vote breakdown. So did you ask and people said, oh, he's tier 1 or he's tier 2? Is that what the 17 versus the 31 is?
Yeah, exactly. So that means, as I went through this, speaking with each of the 50 people, 17 of them said tier 1 for Jaden Daniels. 31 of them said tier 2. 1 said tier 3. And 1 in tier 4. So tier 4 is a little weird. It's like it could be a veteran that's been around a long time and you don't really see him as a starter for the whole season, or it could be, someone you just want more information. So there was one voter who took everyone in the class of 2024 and said, I need to see more than 1 year. It wasn't really a slap. It was just a outlier type vote. Now I find that when you talk to 50 people, you're going to get 1 or 2 that see it a different way, sometimes a different way than intended.
Can you go into obviously not the specifics of who and when, but like the voter who said the Washington has the best passer in our division, someone in the NFC East, I guess, told you this, and what you feel about that, just to go deeper into that. You got Prescott with Dallas, who is a regular 4,500-yard type guy, obviously Hurts in Philly, and then the Giants are their own fiasco. But how big of a deal is that statement?
I think it's a big deal. I think it is a big deal to say that. Now, I don't think Hurts is really known as a great passer. He's known as a good enough passer. And I think what it's saying is this person would be – there's a lot of people who think Dak Prescott needs the run game a lot too. Okay, there's a lot of people. He got 19 tier 3 votes, and Jaden Daniels only got 1. So that's a big difference. And so what that means is in tier 3, a lot of people are thinking we got to take the ball out of the quarterback's hands a little bit. He's better off, running the ball. Let's play some defense. So it's telling you that person, and I think others, think that, Jaden Daniels is better suited to handle a little bit more higher volume passing than Hurts, Prescott, and certainly Russell Wilson.
Who are some other guys that Daniels may be clustered with? I'm looking at Herbert, Goff, whom you mentioned, Stroud as well. Who do you think could also jump into that tier 1 next year?
Yeah, well, we've been waiting for Justin Herbert to do it. I don't know that that's going to happen. It just feels like he's very good, and they're going to more of a run game type of a thing. So he has the talent to do it, but maybe it would have happened by now. Jared Goff, I think, is a solid 2 all day, but we're not predicting him to move up without Ben Johnson, are we? That doesn't make a lot of sense. I think C.J. Stroud could. I think he got 12 tier 1 votes a year ago, only 1 this year, but if they get things right there, he's somebody I think he could push to the top of tier 2. It might surprise me a little if he went to 1. Jalen Hurts isn't going to 1. I don't think Baker Mayfield's going to 1. Dak isn't. I don't think Purdy is. Maybe outside chance of Jordan Love, but I think this is a big year for him too. And we've seen good, but I don't know if we've seen consistently good.
What interested you about the difference year to year from the high risers to the low fallers? Sam Darnold +9, Baker Mayfield +8 spots were the biggest risers. And then maybe not surprisingly based on age, coming off injury, Rodgers -9 spots, Cousins, who got hurt, got benched, -12 spots. What stands out to you among those two groups?
Yeah, so Mayfield, continuing to do well and pull well in this thing with different coordinators every year. He's under a defensive head coach, and they've had, back-to-back offensive coordinators who had never been offensive coordinators before, and each got head coaching jobs. Can he do it again with a third first-time coordinator? I mean, that seems interesting to me and pretty validating for him. I think a distinction I would make on the fallers is I had mentioned that in Tier 4 you can get there by being, like Joe Flacco, who people don't think ideally would start the whole year, or you can be there like J.J. McCarthy because you haven't played enough, there's not enough info. And so Kirk Cousins appears a little bit ahead of Michael Penix here, but it's a little misleading because Michael Penix got 39 votes in Tier 4, but they were all like, hey, not enough info. I'm excited about this guy, but not enough info. Whereas Cousins got 24 in Tier 4. That's 24 people saying, I don't think you're a starter anymore. So, I think there's more excitement around Penix, even though he's a notch below Cousins, and it's just the way that the tier definitions are.
Mike, looking down the list a little bit, and Mike Sando with us here on Grant and Danny. Drake May at 22. I get it. Not much happening there in New England last year. He was kind of, pushing uphill in a headwind. But I was really surprised that Bo Nix was down there at 20. If it wasn't for Jaden Daniels, that might have been one of the stories of the league in terms of how he kind of took the league by storm for a surprisingly good Denver team. Thoughts on Bo Nix at 20?
Yeah. I'm with you because all of the talk around him was positive too. Now, I do think that people think Sean Payton and the fit has a lot to do with that. Whereas, look, the fit with Jaden Daniels is good too, but there's a reason he went higher, right? I mean, I think people just think Jaden Daniels is a better prospect than Bo Nix, and that Bo Nix maybe just physically, isn't necessarily going to be tier one. So I think the statement made on Jaden Daniels was he's a 2, could become a 1. The statement made on Bo Nix is maybe he played like a 2 the second half of last year, but I kind of want to see it again before we put him there. And so I think if he has a similar record, similar production and results next season, I think he'll go to tier 2. I think he just sort of got the, hey, it's only 1 year. It was kind of tier 2, but we want to see it again.
It's funny to me as we talked to Mike Sando, who did this quarterback ranking for The Athletic. You should check it out. The tiers that he put together and the insight from folks all around the league. Like this, the pull-out quote on Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback to ever live, which I love. But I've seen so many of these lists where, like, going into the season, Mahomes isn't ranked number 1. And I bring this up to say it is my belief that he might be the greatest quarterback to ever live. Like, when you juxtapose his career to right now and Tom Brady's, to me, he's like several car lengths ahead of him at this point. He obviously now has to play a lot more and win more. But like, I think you could easily say Patrick Mahomes might be the greatest quarterback ever at this point. But I say that to also say the last couple of years, like Joe Burrow played better football last year. So if you're just making a list of who's the best quarterback in the league going into this season, like coming off last year, you could put Burrow or Allen ahead of him. I just want to get your thoughts on that, like lifetime achievement versus it hasn't been that fun. There haven't been that many style points for the Chiefs here in the last year or two.
No, I agree. I love one of the things I love about the voters in this is they don't overreact, and there, like I said, there's a kind of a delay where when you're a rookie coming in, it's like, hey, Jaden Daniels played tier 1 ball, but we're not going to just put him there yet. We want to see it again. Bo Nix played tier 2 ball. We're not putting him there yet. You kind of come in, it takes a while to for there to be change. And I think for Mahomes. By the way, 11-0 last year in 1-score games. I mean, that's happening because your quarterback, right, is pulling out these games with maybe not a lot of greatness around him. Certainly the offensive line at left tackle was a problem. Weaponry, there's been injuries. I think that if it's not going to he's had a couple down years statistically, but that's not enough to be overtaken. Like, he was still in the Super Bowl because largely of him. And so I think it would take a combination of the stats being down and him getting leapfrogged in the playoffs and the AFC side, where let's just say if Josh Allen next year put up the types of numbers he did again, and they won the Super Bowl and they knocked out Mahomes in the divisional round, like, I think then you might have a few guys having the conversation, right? I don't know that Mahomes would come out of tier 1 here, meaning I think he would still be unanimous tier 1, but you might have some people saying, hey, not only that, I think Josh Allen's on par or something. I think that's what it'll take.
Mike, great conversation, excellent work, and an awesome piece as always, man. Have an awesome weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Mike Sando of The Athletic. Go check him out. Great piece. It's an annual must-read for me because it's not a few people putting together a list. It's quite literally GMs and coaches all over the league giving their opinions on every quarterback, and you see where your guy stacks up. I love it.
It is you get a couple of those things that the old Russian judge where the score's out of whack. You get the one guy, like, he'd be the dude for the Hall of Fame voting. It's like, I'm not voting for anyone in their first year of eligibility. So you get a couple that'll skew the score, but you get a pretty good picture of what people around the league think of your guy. So it's not just your guy, but then points of comparison. I mentioned Bo Nix down at 29 touchdowns, just under 4,000 yards for a playoff caliber team. They were really good, and he was awesome after the first couple weeks of the season. And he's at 20. Let you know what people think of Jaden Daniels.
I want to get back into Cliff Kingsbury's comments today, suggesting it's time for Terry McLaurin to get on the practice field. We'll do that. Plus, we are working a very significant and unprecedented development here at the radio station. We're efforting to get more details. Hopefully, it's something we can discuss in short order on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Phillies for Game 2 of the 4-game set tonight. They won last night 3-2. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. A rematch of the opening day starting pitcher matchup. Mackenzie Gore, the lefty, takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 5-12 with a 4.09 ERA. He'll take on Zach Wheeler, who is 10-5 with a 2.68 ERA. Nats and Phil, 6:45 right here on the Fan. In the NFL, Commanders continued on with training camp today as they get set for their second preseason game on Monday night. They'll take on the Bengals at 8 o'clock. Cliff Kingsbury talked to the media earlier today and said that, I don't think until we get some of these other pieces back, we're going to know exactly what we are, alluding to Noah Brown and Terry McLaurin getting back out on the practice field. NFL preseason week 2 gets underway tonight with 2 games, Titans and Falcons at 7 o'clock, Chiefs and Seahawks on the West Coast at 10 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks to Mike Sando of The Athletic for joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Jaden Daniels ranking 6th in the NFL going into year 2. Pretty amazing.
Yes, it is.
I know that it's just kind of now part of the fabric, and we all take it for granted, and we just know that he's one of the better quarterbacks in the league. But from 1 year ago, when none of us really knew what he was going to be, to right now, the idea that only the 4 elite QBs that are above everybody else and Matt Stafford rank ahead of him, according to execs and coaches. What a wonderful thing for this organization going into year 2 with Peters and Quinn.
I mean, again, go back in not too distant history. Justin Herbert came onto the scene with 4,300 yards and change with 31 touchdowns. Better thought of entering year 2 than he was. C.J. Stroud, who was the darling of the league for a team that had been an embarrassment for a long time. Darling of the league, a higher ranking, according to this sampling size, than he was. But, like, pinch yourself, dude. It's real. You know? Like, that's the only part of it I could keep taking away. And we mentioned the other rookies. I thought Drake May showed pretty well last year in a really tough environment with very little around him. Again, the numbers aren't eye-popping. But if you watched, you go, okay, they got something there. The kid's talented. The kid's tough. He can do a little bit of everything. Bo Nix had a sensational season. 20th. Afterthought.
Yeah.
We're not sure, TBD. We're sure about that dude. In fact, we're so sure we're not putting him at the back of tier 2.
Where would he be if they didn't make the play? If they didn't win 3 playoff games? Let's say the doink that went in against Tampa goes wide. They lose that game.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no Tampa win. There's no Detroit incredible Daniels performance in a massive offensive display with the whole country watching. And then there's no NFC Championship game. Not like that game helped put him over, but I actually thought he acquitted himself fine. He had the one huge play as a runner for a touchdown that everyone made the rounds and the highlights, and everyone loved that he put a dude in a blender. 3 playoff games, standalone games, the country watching. He's not 6th.
No.
The Detroit game doing some heavy lifting here, but if they don't make the playoffs, I think he's probably 10, 11.
That's what I had in my mind.
If they make the playoffs and they lose to Tampa, maybe he's 9, 8.
You're right around there with, Hurts, Stroud, Goff,
But
etc.
I think the fact that they played deep into the year, I mean, the first thing that Sando said was they made it to the NFC Championship game. Rookies don't do that. I kind of think that's the story here. That's why he's 6th. Otherwise, it was just an amazing year in the regular season that we hadn't seen before, and everybody's very optimistic, but you're not ready to put him in the best in the league category just yet.
Yeah, and I think that's an instructive point. But even still, let's say he gets tackled on that play where the defender against Tampa has him in his grasp, and he just ends up whiffing at the ghost of Jaden Daniels, left him in his dust. Let's say that goes down, and you said the dunk doesn't go in, and Tampa wins that game, and he's 10th or 11th. Again, that's still huge number of spots ahead of all these other rookies who just had great years. If Jaden Daniels, Thanos snap, never existed.
His year was that much better, don't you think?
I guess, yeah, to a degree.
His year was, I know you're saying Bo Nix had an amazing season, and he did. it was a kind of like Cousins' first year as a starter is how I would comp it. Where it was like 28 touchdowns, 11 picks, 4,000 yards, and the 2015 Jay Gruden, Kirk Cousins year. It was really good, and you're like, okay, we have an annual starter that doesn't get benched, franchise quarterback type guy for several years. That's kind of how I view Nick's. Now, the ceiling's higher, obviously. It was a first-round pick. Cousins was a fourth-round pick. You're with Sean Payton. They're going to keep adding spices to the stew. But Daniels, it was a whole different thing. Like, Bo Nix played well as a piece of an offense. Jaden Daniels was the sun in the solar system. It's just so different.
I would say so, but I guess I'm just trying to offer how much different it was, if that makes any sense. Where I'm going, if Jaden Daniels never existed, you would go, dude, this rookie year that Bo Nix just had is up there with Justin Herbert. It's up there with C.J. Stroud. It's up there, frankly, with Baker Mayfield years ago for Cleveland when he set the touchdown record. Like, that was pretty damn good for a guy that there weren't that many expectations for. And people laughed at Denver because you're overdrafting this dude. He's been in college for 15 years. He's Van Wilder, and you should have been a third rounder, a career backup. Oh my God, look at this! Look what he just did. I mean, his year was, probably, I don't want to say probably, it was better than Brock Purdy's or Aaron Rodgers's, who's a gold jacket in the future. Like he just did some stuff, and that guy's 20th. And our dude is 6th with the sweetener of the playoffs that you're talking about. I think you're right.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. All right, I want to get into Cliff Kingsbury's comments from this morning because there are plenty of people, I'm sure, leaving the office who have not yet heard these and who maybe didn't get to weigh in earlier on when we started the show along these lines. But Kingsbury did what Dan Quinn has not done yet. Kingsbury did what Adam Peters, in his only chance at the podium before the start of camp, didn't do. Peters shouldn't have called out Terry McLaurin. There was no reason for him to say anything other than what he did. I thought he executed perfectly his plan, which was say he's showing up on time. He ended up not showing up on time. But basically telling him we appreciate him, saying all of the things that Terry McLaurin was claiming he didn't feel, valued, appreciated. Peters used those words. We value him. Yeah. We appreciate him. And I just thought he executed as he normally does beautifully. Job well done. Dan Quinn has played good cop every step of the way. 57 times now he's taken to the podium since the end of minicamp. And in every single one of those times when Terry McLaurin has come up, he has just acted as though Terry McLaurin is Sam Cosmi rehabbing an injury on the side field. And as soon as he's ready to practice, he's going to be out there, and we're excited about that. As if there is really no contract dispute. And when it's been asked as a contract dispute question, he's just talked about how much he loves Terry and he understands this is part of the business and Terry's his guy. So he's just basically taken the high road and been good cop. Today, Cliff Kingsbury, the coordinator, didn't really do that. Now, he didn't say anything divisive. It wasn't a overturning of a table. This was not a fire-starting incendiary situation.
Not a shot across the bow, I don't think.
No, but it was a nudge is what I'm calling it. It was a little elbow to Terry going, hey, buddy, get out there. Come on. And nobody's done this. Nobody in position of power, nobody on the staff has even nudged McLaurin in this way. This was Kingsbury today talking about needing his players on the field.
Yeah, I think, not as much as we would if he was full go, there's no doubt. But I think, like I said, I'm huge on walkthroughs, on practice, things like that, because until you get on the grass and actually do it and feel the timing, feel the depths of routes and things of that nature, I don't know exactly how much you can get out of that. So I think we're kind of at that point to where we need to start getting those guys when they're available out there and gelling and seeing where we are as an offense.
We're at that point where we need to get guys out there and gelling to see where we are as an offense. The questions about McLaurin, there's not guys. I don't know what other guys he's talking about. Now, you could say Noah Brown's not out there either, but Noah Brown's hurt. Can't practice right now. He said when they're available, so I get it. There's a Noah Brown element too. But the questions about Terry McLaurin, it was an easy question to get out of, by the way, with a team-friendly answer. The question was basically like, hey, how does Terry get ready in the meeting room even though he can't be on the field? And if you wanted to, you could say, yeah, he's a professional. He's getting all the mental reps he needs. Mm-hmm. As soon as he comes back, he's going to hit the ground sprinting. We know he's in great shape. He works really hard. So just being able to see our installs and be around the guys, we're really confident that he's going to get off to a fast start this year. And then this isn't talked about all day long. But he didn't do that. He chose not to. He had a choice. You could answer it that way, or you could show that you're a little bit vexed. You could show that this is slightly annoying to you. And why wouldn't it be? You're a play caller. Your job is yards and points. You're an offensive coordinator. It's that time. We are at the point. We need guys that matter to us to play, and we need to gel as an offense. And if you're not helping us to do that, you're taking away from the offense. This was the other cut he had on, again, another question where he easily could have said, meetings are great. I think the question was literally like, hey, what kind of conversations are you having with Terry in these meetings that are helping him get ready? And he's like, no. It's about being on the field.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a ton of contact with him. You know, he's been here, but he's been working with the trainers. So until he gets back on the grass, that's when we'll start building that back up.
At that point, what can you do at that point to make sure it doesn't take a long time?
Yeah, I think, you know, that's one of those deals. It's just time on task, and luckily what they had last year to build a lot of rapport and chemistry, and Terry understands our system going into a year or two, so that should expedite the process. But to me, it's time on task together on the grass is really the only way that you can continue to build.
So Kingsbury speaks at the end of every week. If he speaks at the end of next week again and Terry still hasn't signed, that might be a get your popcorn press conference at that point. Because I would think he would take another step further. Maybe he would just keep it here. I'm not saying he would ever be like, dude, you got to play. But I whatever that was, if that's a 3 out of 10 in terms of the nudge, I think it would be at 5 or 6 status.
I think there'd be a repeat at a minimum. And I'm sure, you know, there'd be PR that would get a hold of him and say, hey, don't pour any kerosene on this thing or whatever. I know he doesn't maybe care as much as some others might. He's a straight shooter.
Unless they don't mind it. Like if you're
unless
Dan
they,
Quinn,
you're right, unless they want it.
You don't have to be the bad cop.
Right.
Isn't that instructive?
It could be.
Why would you care if your coordinator goes out there and says, dude, practice? You don't have to say it, but someone's saying it. And you're all on the same page behind the scenes. You don't think Cliff and Adam and Dan all kind of are seeing this thing the same way?
No, you might be right. It's a good thought. I mean, yeah, so at a minimum, I'd expect a repeat, if not an escalation to that point. But the salient element here is, okay, now the coaches or now a representative of the team that's got some authority is calling for something. Right? Like nobody's saying, hey, we understand or hey, it's a process or, you know, it's a business. Guys do what they got to do. That's what that's the line for months and months and months. That's not the line anymore as of today. Right? I mean, that to me is the salient change. Nobody from the organization that gets paid, not as a player, has said anything like that. He's the first one to say what a lot of us are thinking. This football season is here. You need to be accountable for this football season. I understand the other part of it. I get it. I think they all do. Everybody in every job, especially in the NFL, wants more. I think they're entitled to more, wants more authority, more money, more years, more guarantees. Everybody wants that, so go get what you can get. Everyone is sympathetic to that. But now the clock is turned, or whatever analogy you want to use, again, at least for Kingsbury, he's going, well, the offense is at X. It needs to be way better than that starting in week 1, and we're running out of time to make sure that happens. Time on task on the grass. That means you need to be practicing.
I want to get your thoughts at 800-636-1067. What do you think Dan Quinn's reaction to this would have been? Do you think this was in any way something they talked about beforehand? Like, all right, it's okay if you want to push the envelope a little bit here. I don't think that this is something game plan. I think Cliff's just a pretty candid guy who gave an answer. But when you're Dan and you see that everyone is talking about this, that this did make the rounds nationally, what do you think he thought? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The countdown is on. We are 11 days away from a really important date. Tuesday, August 26th, people. That is the FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday for football fans. What's up? It's GP. You know I love FanDuel. 24 hours of deals on all your football season futures predictions coming on Tuesday, August 26th at FanDuel. This is such a cool thing. Take a flyer on an MVP race, Jaden Daniels perhaps. Crown your champion. Commanders, I think, are like 19-1, something like that. Parlay your division winner dark horses. FanDuel's where you're going to do it. Mark your calendars. It's your day for hunches and hot takes and predictions and playing the odds. The FanDuel app is where you're going to go to start planning your futures bets right now because we're 11 days out from Futures Day. One day only. FanDuel, go play your game. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Thirty minutes from now at 6:15, Nats pregame begins. Nationals Phillies tonight. Mackenzie Gore is on the bump. Last time out, Gore threw 3 hit ball and struck out 10 over 6 nearly flawless innings.
He was nails.
probably his second best start of the year. His best start of the year was
opening day.
13 strikeout masterpiece against the Phillies opposite Zach Wheeler. Interestingly, tonight he's taking on the Phillies at Nats Park opposite Zach Wheeler. So he'll look to replicate their performance. More on that in the leadoff coming up before we get out of here next segment. Also, I've got something for you guys. I want to play a game next segment.
Oh.
I will not tell you what it is yet. I think everyone will be able to participate. We'll get a point for every correct answer. This will be fun.
I get so nervous.
I know, but I will always tell you, if it's a game you're going to hate, like a sports trivia game or something, I'll tell you.
You're like, name any famous person. I'm like,
No, this one I think is one of those games that's going to be much easier and just more fun for everyone. I don't think you should stress out about it. But we'll play that at 6 o'clock. Right now, though, Cliff Kingsbury nudging well, that would be terrible. Jaden Daniels not practicing? Nudging Terry McLaurin to get back on the practice field. What do we think? Let's go to Edwin in Silver Spring. Edwin, a little bit of a shift here. We had not heard anybody on the staff do this yet. What do you think?
I think this is a sign that Terry and his agent have to be ready to basically, go all in with their leverage. And by that, I mean, let's say I'm his agent right now. I would say, one, Terry's not showing up to practice. He's not even showing up to the facility, one. And he's going to be ready to miss the first 2 games of the season. And depending on how, the negotiation goes, we'll take it from there, But because they're showing that we've known this, really. We've suspected this. And now he's basically saying, Cliff is basically saying it clearly that they're not able to prepare for the season the way they would like to because he's not integral of their offense. And what he can do, they don't have anybody else that they can trust even, to even run the practices and the plays, practice things normally the way they would like to. So, and then we all watch football. We know how this business goes. Terry's best chance to get this deal is this offseason. If he plays out next year, it's not going to be, chances are high, it's not going to be as good a season as last season.
Well, not only that, he's older. The problem he's having right now in trying to get his money is that the team thinks he's too old. 1 year from now, when you're right, he's almost certainly not going to have 13 touchdowns. You're a year older, and now you're asking for a similar amount of money.
Yeah, they're already concerned about the 3rd and 4th years of a deal. Right. So you can do some math as to how much closer you'd be. Yeah.
Quick carry the 2. Yeah, that's the 2nd and 3rd years of that deal. He says it's time to basically execute his leverage. What other leverage do they have? They have held in. They have held out. They have asked for the trade. Is there a difference between requesting and demanding a trade? I guess that would be the next thing. You could demand a trade, and then the last thing would be you could no-show games, which, by the way, they would be able to fine you, conduct detrimental, come up with their own fine as a team if they were willing to do that. And they might want to start thinking about that. If I'm Peters, maybe I am. If your doctors are working with him and saying, we think he could probably be practicing right now, the hold-in does allow for them to decide that you're not really putting in the effort you need to get on the field, and they could start finding him. I don't think they want to do that, but at some point, I don't know when.
Yeah, that's like, burning the bridge a little bit when you start making it adversarial.
I think that's like kerosene and matches. Yeah. But you give me no choice if the season starts and you're still not doing anything. I understand that punching you in the face is going to start a fight and is going to change our relationship forever. You give me no choice if you keep hitting me first. Right. At some point, I got to do something. William in Stafford, what's up?
I agree with you wholeheartedly because you have to look at the fact that Terry's still under contract right now for this season. That money we talking about is for the later season.
Correct.
So you need to get on the field because if you're not on the field, you're going to have to be fined. Because right now, you're part of the offense, and you're not practicing.
William, were you in the U.S. Navy for 13 years?
No, I was not, but I was in the United States Army.
Okay. Well, I just thought you were my dad because I had this exact same conversation with my dad on the phone. This is the exact point he was making. It's a good phone call. Were you born in 1951? Is your name Dennis? Did you have 4 children? I mean, that was literally him and my dad were reading the same thing when they talked to me.
Like it's a script they pass around.
It's true. Like you are trying to get money for the future. You are under contract for this year. That's got to mean something. You owe them a season. Time to show up.
Precisely. I mean, and again, for all of this offseason, it was about the first one, the future, right? You're trying to get money for the future. Go, do it, man. Godspeed. Win. Keep pushing. Now, the second one takes hold, which is under contract this year, football time. And like that, to me, it switched yesterday for Kingsbury. I don't know when it switched for him, but he talked about it today.
Cliff Kingsbury at the mic today saying that it's time. Says we've got to get guys on the field who can be on the field. We need to start gelling. We need our offense to come together. Players need to play to do that. Julian in D.C.
Hey, appreciate you guys coming online. I wanted to talk through what you just mentioned with Cliff Kingsbury, kind of going point blank there with what's going on here and down in Washington. I think we need the rest of the staffing group to come in and really align on what's going on. We got Dan Quinn kind of beating around the bush. Earlier in the week, we had a couple of other guys talking about this situation and kind of trying to dodge what's going on. But with Terry and the situation that's going on, he went through about 4.5, maybe 5 years of struggles before we saw some actual success with a quarterback in the last season. But with that being said, he still was catching and rushing for about 1,000 yards a season. So his payment is due, but at the same time, we got to figure out what the future looks like. And I think we got to be realistic with what's going on and have some of the other members of the administration jumping in and kind of putting a little extra pressure on them.
That's the word to me, is realistic. And again, what should be happening, what should be and what are might be two different things. What should be is that, players have more leverage at a certain point and the CBA changes. What should happen is, the team is nice and recognizes all his admirable qualities and says, okay, we'll just pay you because. What realistically is happening is not that. So we have to deal with what's realistic, I think, to the caller's point.
Here's the money quote from Kingsbury today.
To me, it's time on task together on the grass is really the only way that you can continue to build.
Let's go to Michael and Bowie.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think there's an art and a science to this. And I think Adam, to his credit, is deep in the science of it. But I think with somebody like Terry, you gotta get into the art of it. And I don't take Kingsbury's comments as just at Terry. I take them at Adam, too, and the whole team to get together, get to a deal, to get this man on the field so we can get to the Super Bowl. And I think the more we delay that, football is a game of inches. You're hot, and then you're not. And I think Cliff sees if we don't get out there, we're not going to get the timing, the harmony, the energy that we need, and we're going to come out and maybe lose to the Giants to start off the freaking season.
So two things are amazing and ironic as he made that point. Number one, it is true that the Commanders legitimately have Super Bowl aspirations. They got to the NFC title game last year. They probably think they could get back this year, but they need McLaurin to do it. That's number one. And number two, the most serious standoff with a player, the most anti-team, legit holdout this side of Sean Gilbert in 1994, basically, by this organization is being turned in by Terry McLaurin. How amazing is that, by the way?
Everything about that paragraph. The team with Super Bowl aspirations and you said Sean Gilbert and company. That's amazing.
But there might not be another guy that's been more pro team in the 2000s, in my opinion, or just
who's been through more and complained less.
And yet nobody has been in this kind of standoff with the team. Kingsbury today in Ashburn.
So I think we're kind of at that point to where we need to start getting those guys when they're available out there and gelling and seeing where we are as an offense.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local bank, local Main Street Bank. In baseball, the Nats getting set to take on the Phillies for Game 2 of the 4-game set tonight at Nationals Park, 6:45 right here on the Fan, 6:15 pregame following Grant and Danny, again right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-12 on the year with a 4.09 ERA. He'll take on righty Zach Wheeler, who's 10-5 with a 2.68 ERA. A rematch of opening day's matchup, Gore and Wheeler, Nats and Phil, 6:45 right here on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for their second preseason game against the Bengals on Monday. That'll kick off at 8 o'clock. Cliff Kingsbury met with the media today and alluded to wanting Terry back on the practice field, saying, quote, "I don't think until we get some of these other pieces back, we're going to know exactly what we are." NFL preseason week 2 gets underway tonight. 2 games, Titans and Falcons at 7 o'clock, Chiefs and Seahawks at 10 o'clock. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny for the week. Taking you up to 6:15, and that's pregame. So we do have a developing situation here at the radio station. I was waiting for the source to join us, but he's busy dealing with law enforcement. And that's not an exaggeration.
No, it's real.
So this is actually not funny. It's incredible. It's terrible. And because of who it happened to, while awful, it's it would have happened to that guy, unfortunately. Our good pal, Chris Russell, is downstairs right now and is 90 minutes into a saga where he's reviewing the tape of the exit of our parking garage, like the Zapruder film. He's Cliff Kingsbury watching practice tape down there with the security guard. We believe someone stole his vehicle out of the parking garage at this radio station. Someone got into his car somehow, stole his car. It's not funny. Left and drove away. They can't currently find his vehicle anywhere in the parking garage.
Here's what we know. The garage has been swept, not just by Chris Russell, but by police.
Police have now swept the entire garage and have confirmed that his car is not in any of the 3 levels of the parking garage.
And we also know that he drove his. So at first thought, not to be flippant, but it's he probably forgot that he parked somewhere else today,
I thought he
Metro,
took the Metro
or
and forgot, or parked across the street, or didn't realize he parked on a different level, or went to the hotel first, or something. I didn't know.
But there's video of him coming in to the parking garage in his car.
They have corroborated and confirmed that Chris Russell came into the parking garage today sometime around 12:30, okay, or whatever time he got here. So they see him coming in, which I want to just see that video because that's funny to me. Russell yelling at the thing that's not going up fast enough or whatever. So he comes in, parks. There's no footage that they have been able to find yet, as they've gone through these 4 hours a couple times, of his car leaving the garage. I think it's because they're going as fast as they can, and he hasn't quite recognized it yet or whatever. Or they need to just keep going and slow it down because they're trying to do it quickly. But bottom line is the car is not in the garage right now, according to police. And also, they haven't been able to find footage of it leaving the garage. But the assumption currently is that it has been stolen. That is what we've been dealing with behind the scenes here at 106.7 The Fan. So we're all running down, checking our cars, making sure this wasn't some organized Gone in 60 Seconds heist where 23 people were in here doing some TikTok challenge and all rolling out of the garage with vehicles. What is happening here?
What is happening?
Now, I will say, first off, I have not gotten to talk to Chris yet. I look forward to chatting with him in a few minutes when the show ends. Poor guy, I feel terrible for him.
Sucks.
The way I felt when my car was gone into overnight, I told you this last week.
Yep.
Bunch of stuff was strewn all about my vehicle. Basically like pens and little trinkets that are in my glove box or whatever. Pieces of paper.
People are rifling through your car looking for whatever.
Yeah, so someone dumped a bunch of stuff all over my car, went through my car. They smelled like body odor because it still smelled like body odor, and they had sat in there for a while. And I told you, it's very strange to be able to come up with this and to kind of suggest this, but it feels like such a violation. It's so bothersome, even though I didn't see the person. They're not still here. You're like, yeah, it's totally weird. For me to feel like that when someone went into my car, I can't even imagine what he's going through, what he feels like. Worst day of your life status, that someone stole your car? if that allegations prove accurate. So I feel so bad for him. But like on a FanDuel board of something terrible happening to someone that works here, he would have been minus 600. I call it getting slashed. If you tell me a tire is going to pop or just something ridiculous is going to happen, there are people that have all the luck, and then there's Slasherini.
And then there's...
Poor guy, man. This is insane.
So I texted the development to my wife because this, listen, on a number of levels, again, not to make this about us at all, because it's not, it's what he's going through, but it's disconcerting that like someone could just walk down into the garage in this, what's supposed to be fairly secure with gates and,
yeah,
and
we
things
pay
that close.
$240 a month to park down there.
Yeah, there are people that monitor it and stuff, and someone could just drive off with your car, I guess. But so still, it's like, it's disconcerting. But again, he's going through it, we're not. But I texted her and she literally responded, "Oh my God, only him."
Correct.
You know, like it
Poor
just,
bastard.
yeah, the poor guy.
I need an update so badly. So we'll get one here as soon as we're off the air. Maybe come Monday, we'll have Rini on to discuss all of the gory details. Hopefully by then.
Hope it's return. And yeah.
So make your prediction. What do you think happened?
Car stolen. They can't watch it on video because it's too painstaking to sit there and watch all the different minutes
So
go
you do
by.
think someone drove right out with it and they just haven't seen that part yet while skipping through?
Yes.
If the cops had not swept the garage yet, I would have thought that it was moved somewhere as part of like cleaning or something strange. If they hadn't confirmed they saw Russell drive in, I would have thought he forgot that he did something else before the show. Like one time I went and had got lunch in the Navy Yard, and then I walked back here and started the show. And then at the end of the day, I went downstairs and my car wasn't there. And I was like freaking out for a minute. And then I'm like, oh my God, I parked at the restaurant. And I got back and I had 19 parking tickets and, whatever else, because DC's the best with that kind of thing. I would have thought something like that, but they have the video of him coming in. I'm going to say it's just so hard for me to assume that someone stole a car. That's such a brazen, terrible thing to do out of a garage. It's never happened to any of us in years of being here. I don't want to get there. But what else could be happening?
So the theory of a tow truck has been brought up because maybe you're parked illegal or something.
I'm going to go with he got towed.
But I think you might have seen that tow truck on the video. That would have stood out.
You would think.
That's kind of my thought there.
Also, I would
the
like
tow
to
truck
think
going in
the
and the tow
parking
truck going
people
out.
are involved in this. I'd like to think they would maybe have known if someone got towed out of the garage. Like, oh yeah, there was a car that got towed today. Maybe it's yours. I just can't get to it stolen.
Why not? Because I went right there real quick. Like as soon as I saw it, he came in. It's not here anymore.
Right. Because to my knowledge, I know that no one that works here in our station in 9 years or whatever has ever had a car stolen from this garage. I would go as far as to bet no one has had a car stolen from this garage since this building's been open, because I feel like we would have gotten an email or buckle down, lock your doors.
So remember the old parking lot that's now like 900 condos and stuff like that? So, I mean, stuff was stolen from there.
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
That was an unregulated last day on Earth scene of a movie where Will Smith's like choking out his dog kind of thing. Like, I mean,
I Am Legend pull there.
Thank you. I popped my tires in that thing 9 times. I would see people laying in the weeds there doing drugs. I mean, it was just a gross, terrible place, right? That's a different thing than this parking garage. I mean, those are different worlds for me. So you're going stolen.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, I guess it was stolen.
I think it's what it is.
I hope not. That would be bad. But we're thinking about you, Rainey.
Yeah, it sucks, buddy.
You're our guy. Did we still want to play the game?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you transition, but let's try.
Okay. Darius, do you have any game show music? The game is called We Wait Here Until Whoever Stole Russell's Car calls in.
Oh.
If you stole Russell's car, call us now. We're waiting. Who stole it?
Who stole it?
Who stole his car? No, I'm just kidding. All right, here's the game. Ready? The game is going to be, I have in my hand the 15 hobbies women find least attractive among men. You guys get to all make your predictions on if something's on this list. You get a point for a correct answer. We will go in reverse order of age. Who's younger, Toby or Ryan?
I am.
All right, Ryan, you go first.
I'm sorry, Danny. My first guess is pickleball.
Oh, I would have guessed that.
Pickleball is not on the list. Toby,
You're
video
just gonna
games.
guess my hat. There it is. That's the one.
Video
Should be number
games.
one.
Not on the list.
What?
Danny.
Wait. What are we looking for again?
The 15 least attractive hobbies to women.
I would have said video games. Different kinds of video games? All right. I'm going to say that was going to be my answer. Golf.
Not on the list.
It's going great so far.
Let's go with collecting figurines or something, collecting toys.
Not on the list.
What in the world?
Very close. I almost want to give you one, but I'll say no.
Is it maybe like action movies or like a theater guy or something like that?
No.
Watching the Washington Nationals?
No, but that's a good one.
Collecting
I love
baseball
that you
cards?
ding the chime. No. Think nerdier than that.
This is not going great, by the way.
It's not. This is not.
Dungeons and Dragons.
No. And I'm just here's what we're going to do. I'll tell you what we'll do for this segment.
All right.
I'm just going to tell you guys the 15 hobbies that women apparently find least attractive
That
in
went
men.
great.
So far, everybody's doing well, right?
Failing at guessing games.
Comic books.
Oh,
is
sure.
number one on the
yeah.
list.
Yep.
Seems like that would have been easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
Cosplay is number 2.
That is the graduated.
What is that? That's like a LARP or something?
No, so you're not going to LARP necessarily. You're going to Comic-Cons and you're dressed as
comic book character.
Yeah, you remember
Could
when
be,
you guys
whatever,
were
yeah.
downtown and there was all those people going to that comic book convention?
Okay, yeah. So you're dressed
like that.
up.
Yeah,
so
that's
you're a
cosplay. That's
nerdier
cosplay.
version of someone who likes comic books.
Yeah, so like you like comic books a lot.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Third, debating.
Damn it.
Being on the debate team, I'm guessing? Or maybe it just means generally
just
being a debater?
Yep.
But that's not really a hobby. That's just a
Just my
personality.
personality.
trait.
Sorry.
Drinking.
Oh, okay.
Girls don't like that, apparently. MTG. I don't know what that means.
Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Possibly. But no, I don't. I don't think in this case that's what they're
Really
referencing.
big fan of the Congresswoman, I guess.
Right.
I don't know. That's weird.
MTG. I don't know. Anime.
Yep. Similar to the comic books and the
Right.
cosplay. Yeah.
So basically, we're hitting the nerds thing hard
Sure.
right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Makeup.
Okay. Yep.
I don't know much
I would not
about
have guessed that one. Yeah.
Crypto.
Oh, yeah.
Women are turned off by crypto as a hobby for men. This one's interesting. Cigars.
Okay.
I've also got clubbing, smoking the marijuana, pornography, gambling.
Mm-hmm.
Tough couple there for a few of you guys.
Couple sins right there.
And manosphere.
What is manosphere?
Not me. I would never. But
What is
you
a-
guys,
what
you
is a-
gross bastards.
What's a manosphere?
I don't know. I don't know what any of those things mean.
It's an MTG manosphere.
Never heard of any of them. The leadoff, Nationals baseball next, brought to you by the Windowman since 1989. The Windowman's been the educational window company. Get your free home estimate. Visit thewindowman.com's all new Fairfax showroom. Mackenzie Gore.
Wood,
is on the
Abrams,
hill
Bell,
tonight.
DeYoung, Garcia, Lyle, Cruz, Adams, Hassel. Boom.
Chris Russell, find your car. We're all behind you. Good luck and Godspeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.